Hey guys, tonight we're heading deep into the blustery wild moors of Yorkshire, somewhere way off the beaten path where the wind bites harder than your Aunt Mildred's terrier, and the landscape feels like it's been specifically designed to repel anything with a pleasant disposition. Forget your cozy cottagecore fantasies. We're talking about a place where the weather isn't just a mood, it's a personality disorder. This is Wuthering Heights, a story that might just leave you needing a triple espresso and a warm blanket by the time we're done. You probably won't survive this literary journey unscathed, mentally speaking, of course. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You pull your worn cloak tighter around you, the fabric stiff with the relentless damp of the open moors. The air, crisp and biting, whips at your face, stinging your eyes. Up ahead, silhouetted against a bruised sky, stands the formidable structure of Wuthering Heights. It's not a welcoming sight. Built sturdy almost defiantly against the elements, its weathered stone seems to absorb the very light from the bleak afternoon. This isn't your average farmhouse. It's a fortress, a gloomy bastion crouched low as if it were just daring the world to try and budge it. And really, given what's happened here over the centuries, the world probably has tried. You shiver, but not from the cold alone. There's something about the place, a deep-seated chill that seems to emanate from its very foundations, telling you that nothing good ever happened here. The path beneath your feet is a haphazard mess of broken flagstones and churned mud, hinting that maintenance isn't exactly high on the residents' to-do list. The name itself, Wuthering Heights, is a dead giveaway, right? Wuthering is an old Yorkshire dialect word meaning the atmospheric turmoil that sweeps the exposed hilltop house. So yeah, right there, the author Emily Bronte tells you straight up, this place is basically a permanent bad hair day. She wasn't subtle, bless her heart. The house isn't quite visible until you're practically upon it, nestled in a dip of the moor, almost as if it's trying to hide from polite society. As you approach, the very silence seems to press in, broken only by the wind's mournful howl through skeletal branches. The window panes, set deep within their stone frames, gleam like vacant eyes, reflecting the dim, flat light of the setting sun. There's a particular branch reaching out from a stunted tree nearby that scrapes against the upper windows, a persistent, ghost-like scratching that sends a fresh shiver down your spine. It sounds a bit like an old record skipping, but with significantly more atmospheric dread. Historians still argue whether Emily Bronte drew direct inspiration for the architecture from specific local manor houses, or if Wuthering Heights was entirely a construct of her formidable imagination. But you can definitely sense the bleak realism in her depiction. It's too specific to feel entirely fictional, almost as if she'd meticulously designed the ultimate "do not disturb" sign out of stone. You push open the gate. Not that there's much point. The fence alongside it is practically horizontal, and find yourself in what passes for a yard. It's overgrown, studded with what appear to be ancient, stunted fruit trees twisted into agonizing shapes by generations of neglect and wind. The few plants that have dared to survive here are resilient, wiry things that look like they'd win a staring contest against a cactus. Clearly, gardening isn't the hobby of choice around these parts. One small detail you might notice if you squint is the odd bit of vegetation that sometimes springs up near isolated farmhouses on the moors. The crowberry, a plant sometimes associated with witchcraft and solitary life in remote areas of England. just the perfect garnish for this delightful little rural retreat. A small sign, nearly bleached blank by the weather, once perhaps bearing the house's name, now only vaguely hints at forgotten lettering. A rather dilapidated structure off to one side might have been a barn, or perhaps a particularly large pigeon coop for exceptionally strong-willed pigeons. It adds to the overall "welcome to Gloomsville" population, "you better not stay long" vibe. You trudge forward, boots sinking slightly into the mud toward the heavy oak door. It stands before you like a stubborn, silent sentinel. No polite knock seems sufficient for this portal to another world. You have to force it, shouldering your weight against its immense, grimy surface. With a groan that sounds almost like a living creature protesting your intrusion, the door swings inward, revealing a surprisingly large and echoing space. The main hall. It's not warm, it's a vast chamber dominated by a colossal, roaring fireplace. But the heat seems to vanish into the rafters, leaving the overall atmosphere frigid and unwelcoming. Overhead, a veritable constellation of dried herbs hangs from beams, catching the light like spectral bundles. It's probably for air freshening, but it definitely gives off a "curtain calls at the local haunt" vibe. Seated at a large, roughly hewn table in the corner, with their backs to you, are a handful of figures. They seem absorbed in whatever muted activity occupies them, their movements slow and almost imperceptible. This isn't the sort of welcome you'd expect at your average bed and breakfast. No one leaps up, no cheery cup of tea, just stillness. You clear your throat, a small, uncertain sound swallowed by the cavernous room. One of the figures finally shifts, turning a head slowly. It's an older man, gaunt and dark-haired, his features sharp, almost predatory, set in a perpetually stormy expression. His eyes, dark and unblinking, fix on you with an unnerving intensity that makes you feel suddenly transparent, like a cheap window pane. This is Mr. Heathcliff, the enigmatic master of Wuthering Heights. He isn't smiling, isn't offering a greeting, just staring. The historical context of tenant farming in England, and the fierce independence often associated with these northern estates, gives Heathcliff's character a particular edge, a certain rough-hewn resilience that stands in stark contrast to the refined world of London's high society, which ironically wouldn't have been unfamiliar territory for Emily's brother Branwell if he had found better success there. The idea of isolated, powerful men governing their own small worlds like this was quite common in the rural 19th century, creating their own distinct rules and often eccentric lifestyles. Beside him sits a much younger man, clearly of his lineage but with a simpler, almost unthinking expression, his rough, unshaven face looking somewhat discomfited by your sudden presence. This is Hareton Earnshaw, Heathcliff's nephew, and a far cry from the educated gentry. He seems less threatening than Mr. C. Heathcliff, more bewildered, like a badger that just realized it's wandered into a library. His clothes are as rough as the moor outside, suggesting a life of toil, rather than one of leisure or intellect. His silent gaze also settles on you, a mixture of suspicion and a kind of untutored curiosity. Then there's a woman, small and quiet, her delicate face partially obscured by the shadows, but you can see her eyes are downcast, her fingers busy with a needlework sampler. She looks quite out of place here, almost ethereal amongst the grim surroundings, like a single snowdrop peeking through a patch of frozen mud. This is Cathy Linton, Heathcliff's daughter-in-law, though captive might be a more accurate description of her situation. She seems as fragile as spun glass, but there's a faint spark of resilience about her, like a tiny ember clinging to life in a dying fire. The combined tableau of these three creates a sense of almost immediate unsettling imbalance. The harsh master, the brutalized brute, and the captive maiden. You have a distinct feeling that any interaction you're about to have with them will involve minimal pleasantries and maximal tension. You shift your weight, your own politeness feeling flimsy in this imposing, cheerless realm. The first impression of Wuthering Heights and its current residents is one of pervasive gloom, fractured relationships, and a simmering, almost palpable bitterness that clings to the very air, daring you to stay. Your brief, unnerving introduction to the inhabitants of Wuthering Heights concluded Mr. Heathcliff, with a wave of his hand that was more a dismissal than an invitation, motions towards a small, narrow staircase. You take the hint, and you ascend its creaking steps, every board protesting your presence like a tired old relative. This, you gather, is your bedroom for the night. You're not offered a torch, naturally, so you're feeling your way up into a darkness as thick as the treacle tart your grandmother used to make, though probably far less sweet and comforting. You eventually locate your door, a solid slab of oak, not unlike the main entrance, but with a peculiar, heavy bolt on the outside, which is great if you're trying to prevent people from getting in, but decidedly less reassuring if you're stuck on the wrong side of it. Maybe Heathcliff had some questionable late-night snack habits and needed to lock himself out of the pantry. Who knows? The room, when you finally fumble your way inside and shut the heavy door, is vast and equally cold. It smells of dust, damp stone, and something faintly animal, like the scent of old sleeping dogs. Or perhaps it's just the smell of an old house that has forgotten what fresh air tastes like. A single small candle flickers in a wall sconce, casting dancing shadows that seem to distort familiar shapes into grotesque spectres. It's almost cozy in a creepy doll's house sort of way. You locate the rough bed, clearly an antique that has seen better days, its carved wooden headboard worn smooth by generations of leaning sleepers. A quick inspection confirms that no amount of blanket cocooning will entirely dispel the persistent dampness, but you are a man of logic and pragmatism, and besides, the alternative is sleeping on the floor in the main hall with that terrifying Heathcliff looming over you. You decide a bit of reading might help. Fumbling on a small, unsteady bedside table, you discover a small collection of ancient, mildewed books bound in rough leather. Clearly they've seen more moisture than a soggy digestive biscuit. One catches your eye, a stack of diaries or journals, their brittle pages filled with a dense, sprawling handwriting. What a fascinating little discovery tucked away here. It's almost as good as finding an old photo album in someone's attic. Except, of course, these are filled with teenage angst and repressed trauma, not adorable baby pictures. You flip through the first one, the penmanship a wild scramble of emotion. Scrawled across various margins over and over, you notice the same name, repeated like a broken charm. Catherine Earnshaw, then sometimes Catherine Heathcliff. And finally, in a shaky, fading hand, Catherine Linton. It's a curious detail, hinting at a woman whose identity seems to have changed as often as the local weather. Literary critics still ponder if the multiple names associated with Catherine are meant to highlight the fragmented nature of her identity, or merely illustrate the tumultuous journey of womanhood in a restrictive patriarchal society of the time. Probably both. As you read further, the storm outside intensifies. The wind, which was merely wuthering when you arrived, now howls with the fury of a banshee caught in a blender. It shrieks down the chimney, rattles the ancient windows, and feels like a malevolent entity trying to force its way into the very room. You almost regret not bringing noise-cancelling headphones. You'd never survive a truly historical English winter, where the drafts could turn your insides out. Did you know that until the 19th century, common houses, even those of reasonable status, very rarely had proper double-glazed windows, leading to perpetual draftiness? It was one of the many fun reasons people were always catching colds, among other more dramatic maladies. Suddenly, a loud crack rips through the cacophony. A shutter outside, poorly secured, tears free, swinging wildly and then banging against the stone wall like a drunken fist. The wind shrieks in triumph. The sound jolts you, sending a jolt of pure adrenaline through you, though you quickly assure yourself it's just the storm. You toss the eerie journal aside and try to get some sleep. But it's no use. The howling wind and the banging shutter become a constant, maddening drumbeat, chipping away at your composure. Sleep, when it eventually claims you, is fitful and shallow, more a dizzying haze than a true escape. You're pulled into a feverish dream, one that feels unnervingly real. In this dream, you are wrestling with that blasted shutter, desperate to secure it against the storm's relentless assault. You stretch your arm through the broken window pane, fingers grasping at the whipping wood. And then, something grasps back. Not the shutter, but something cold, something icy. You recoil, but it clutches you, its grip unnervingly firm, desperately seeking purchase. You feel a small, tiny hand, so impossibly cold it makes your blood run slushy, squeezing your fingers with a force that defies its apparent size. A soft, mournful voice, fragile and distant, rises above the wind's shriek, barely a whisper, yet it pierces your very soul. "Let me in, I'm lost." The plea is childlike, desolate, full of an age-old despair. Let me in, it continues, ceaseless and harrowing, repeating its chilling refrain. You feel your blood run cold, a kind of primal terror flooding you. It's like those creepy YouTube videos where people accidentally catch strange noises on camera, only this is real and it's in your own hand. Old English folklore often featured ghosts or spirits associated with weather phenomena, particularly in isolated regions where boundaries between the natural and supernatural felt more blurred. They would sometimes be interpreted as the souls of the unburied or those lost at sea, unable to find peace. The chilling nature of this touch aligns with common accounts of spectral contact in such legends. You tug, frantically, desperate to free your hand, to sever this unholy connection. The child's grip is tenacious, stronger than any mortal hold. A sheer, desperate panic propels you. You want to scream, but your throat feels seized, locked. With a horrifying surge of fear and a surge of unexpected strength, you manage to drag your arm inward, wrenching it free of the unseen grasp. As you pull, you hear a sickening scraping sound, as if bone scrapes against glass. Your forearm screams in protest, a sharp, searing pain. You're awake, fully, terrifyingly awake. Your eyes snap open, the shadowy room coalescing around you. Your breath hitches. You feel your arm throbbing. Did you hurt yourself? A quick check in the faint candlelight reveals nothing physically amiss. No actual cut, but the lingering sensation of the icy touch. The frantic tremor of the voice is vivid and unsettling. It feels utterly real. The persistent low scratch against the window, however, is not part of a dream. That sound is very real, constant, infuriatingly, hauntingly real. It's that branch again, the one you noticed scraping outside when you arrived. In your state of heightened terror, you reach out with the bedside candlestick to bang on the glass, hoping to frighten away whatever caused the eerie scratching, determined to make it stop. And, as you bang, an actual hand, clasps your fingers, ice cold and unyielding. The mournful voice returns, "Let me in. I've been lost on the moors for 20 years." It isn't just a sound, it's an apparition, an image taking shape at the pane, a small figure whose face is indistinct, hair wet, eyes pleading. You pull back, horrified, heart pounding a desperate drumbeat against your ribs. You stare at the window, straining to pierce the impenetrable darkness outside. No longer able to endure it, you leap from the bed, wrenching the window open and sweeping the glass clean of any phantom figures with a handkerchief. You push the remnants of the broken window farther back into the frame, shivering despite the cold sweat plastering your hair to your forehead. No sooner has it been cleared, though, than the very air in the room chills. A pervasive sense of dread takes root deep within your bones, solidifying itself. The sensation of utter despair is so potent that it seems to fill the very space where the ghostly hand had been. You practically dive back into the rough confines of your bed, pulling the tattered blankets right up to your chin, utterly convinced you're losing your mind. But there's a certain thrill to it too, isn't there? A modern person experiencing genuine, unadulterated fear, unassisted by special effects or jump scares. This was the OG horror movie. This frantic thrashing and your distressed cries, unfortunately, have not gone unnoticed. Within minutes, the door to your room swings open, a figure with a flickering lantern casting long, distorted shadows up the staircase. It's Nellie Dean, the kindly, if sometimes gossipy housekeeper, her face etched with concern. She's perhaps the only source of warmth or understanding in this otherwise bleak establishment. "Goodness me, sir, what on earth has possessed you?" she murmurs, her voice calm amidst your panting fear. You stammer out the terrifying details of your encounter, recounting the journal, the storm, the names, and, most horrifyingly, the spectral child who pleaded for entry. Nellie listens, her expression shifting from mild curiosity to a look of profound, almost tragic understanding. She sighs, a long, weary sound that seems to carry the weight of decades. "Ah, poor Catherine," she says, her gaze lingering on the window. "You've disturbed a spirit that has long haunted these halls." And then, without another word, she settles onto a low chair by your bed, begins to knit, and the stage is set for the long, complex, and deeply unsettling history of Wuthering Heights to unfurl from her lips. She prepares to unspool the thread of fate, love, and bitter vengeance that has bound Catherine and Heathcliff, not just to each other, but to the very fabric of this haunted place. You, wide awake and gripped by an intense mixture of terror and curiosity, know now that sleep is truly out of the question for the rest of the night. This is not just a house, it's a living monument to sorrow, a physical manifestation of ancient wounds that have festered for generations, and tonight you have inadvertently poked them. Nellie Dean settles into the chair by your bed, her knitting needles already clacking a gentle rhythm that somehow grounds the wildly swirling thoughts in your head. She doesn't need to be prompted. Your raw terror, the very real touch of that phantom hand, the truth of it hangs in the air, a thick, palpable mist even your logical, modern mind can't dissipate. She looks at you, her eyes wise and knowing, a calm in the heart of the storm. 20 years, you say? Ah, yes, it will be 20 years this year, she murmurs, her voice soft, almost like a whisper meant for herself. You listen intently, every fiber of your being awake now for a different kind of horror, a narrative horror. Nellie, for all her practical nature, understands the pervasive haunting that infects Wuthering Heights. She's seen it all, lived through it, and now it seems she's going to tell you the entire drawn-out saga. It's less a story and more an exorcism by recounting, you think. She starts, her hands working the yarn with steady grace, painting a picture not of despair, but of an earlier time, a simpler one before the great sorrows struck. Before, that is, Mr. Heathcliff utterly lost the plot and dragged everyone down with him. You learn that Wuthering Heights wasn't always a monument to perpetual misery. Back then, it was the bustling home of the Earnshaw family. Picture a slightly rough around the edges, yet prosperous farmhouse. Think more shabby chic if shabby meant heavily worn by the elements and hard labor, and chic was simply an abstract concept that hadn't reached Yorkshire yet. Mr. Earnshaw, the patriarch, was described as a bluff, kind man in his younger years, though capable of immense stubbornness when he set his mind to something, a trait you quickly surmise that passed down to his children, and possibly to a certain dark-haired stranger. Mrs. Earnshaw was quieter, gentler, always looking for peace. They had 2 children, Hindley, the elder, boisterous and a bit of a bully even as a boy, already hinting at a volatile temper. And then there was Catherine. Oh, Catherine. Nellie pauses here, a small smile touching her lips, a glint of genuine affection in her eyes. Catherine, even as a tiny girl, was described as being a wild, wicked slip, bursting with life and fire, as untamed as the very moors around them. She was, as Nellie says, a thing more bright and joyous than an angel, or perhaps a mischievous sprite with a penchant for mischief. They were the typical Victorian family, the gruff but loving father, the quieter mother, the tempestuous son and daughter. Well, typical, if your typical family included 2 strong-willed children destined for melodrama, and Nellie herself. She wasn't just the Earnshaw's housekeeper, a paid servant. She grew up alongside the children, almost like a foster sibling. Her mother had been the former housekeeper, so Nellie was practically born into the household. This unique position afforded her an unparalleled perspective. She saw everything, knew all the secrets, and remained a somewhat objective observer, even as she grew fiercely devoted to Catherine. It gave her the ultimate front-row seat to the unfolding tragedy, like someone who knows all the backstage gossip of a particularly disastrous play. This intimate, embedded perspective, blending both servant and almost family, was not entirely uncommon in larger, well-established English households of the era, where certain roles passed down generations and relationships grew complex. One dreary autumn day, Mr. Earnshaw made a journey, a commonplace thing for the head of a house, though Wuthering Heights felt as isolated then as it does now. He ventured to Liverpool, that mighty port city on England's west coast, a bustling hub of trade, commerce and, well, all sorts of interesting folk, some reputable, some not so much. Liverpool in the 19th century was growing rapidly due to the transatlantic slave trade, and later, general merchant shipping and emigration. It was a place where all walks of life converged, a truly chaotic melting pot where you might just stumble upon something quite unexpected. Mr. Earnshaw, Nellie explains, went on a trip to sort out some family affairs and procure a few things for his children, the sorts of trifles country folk living in isolation yearned for. A violin for Hindley, an apple for Catherine, and perhaps some brightly colored ribbons. Practical fatherly purchases. He returned home late, in a mood that was unusual for him, excited, agitated, and clearly concealing a secret. His wife was worried. Hindley was impatiently grumbling about his broken violin. Catherine typically was just delighted to see her father return. But as Mr. Earnshaw pulled his coat aside, something stirred beneath it. Nellie leaned closer then, lowering her voice a touch, as if the walls of your rented room could hear her. "He had a curious find, sir, a regular gypsy brat wrapped in his muffler, as dirty as any pig in the sty." This was Heathcliff. Mr. Earnshaw had found him abandoned and half-starved on the streets of Liverpool. He'd looked everywhere for the child's parents, but finding none, and touched by the child's desperate plight, or perhaps just acting on one of his famed impulses, he simply brought the child home. Just like that. As a casual acquisition. Like bringing home a stray puppy, except this one had opposable thumbs and a rather brooding disposition even as a tot. Now, the common societal attitude towards foundlings in 19th century England was a complex one. While some institutions, like the Foundling Hospital in London, existed to care for abandoned children, there was still significant social stigma attached to illegitimacy and unknown parentage. Bringing an unbaptized child of unknown origin directly into your home was highly unconventional, even risky, viewed by some as an invitation for trouble or bad luck. But Mr. Earnshaw, with his particular blend of benevolence and mulishness, clearly didn't care much for societal conventions when his mind was made up. Historians still argue whether his ambiguous origins and initial treatment by Mr. Earnshaw was meant to represent his untamed or natural state, reflecting a romantic ideal of man unfettered by civilization, or simply served as a narrative device to make him the ultimate outsider from the start. The reactions within the household were, predictably, not positive. Mrs. Earnshaw was furious, believing the dirty, dark-skinned child was likely a stolen thing or cursed. She even feared he might carry some dreadful plague, though no plague that would stick to Heathcliff had been invented yet, it seems. Hindley, who had been promised a new fiddle which was accidentally crushed under Heathcliff's sleeping form in Mr. Earnshaw's arms, was openly hostile. He viewed Heathcliff as a rival for his father's affection and resources from the absolute instant of his arrival. The fiddle, that tangible promise, gone and replaced by this grimy, silent interloper. It was a classic, "I wanted a pony, and Dad brought home an emotional burden instead" situation. You can imagine the tension around the breakfast table the next morning. Catherine, however, initially showed a curious fascination, if not outright sympathy, for the dark little thing Mr. Earnshaw insisted they treat as their own. She looked at him with wonder, perhaps seeing in his untamed spirit a reflection of her own burgeoning wildness. Nellie describes Heathcliff as silent, almost cat-like, observing everything but speaking little. He was thin, half-starved, his large dark eyes watchful, revealing an innate shrewdness and a core of fierce self-preservation even at that young age. He wasn't endearing in the way a soft-cheeked, rosy baby might be. He was intense, already carrying a gravitas that felt unnervingly ancient. Nellie, though initially sharing Mrs. Earnshaw's misgivings about the strange new addition, watched it all with her keen eyes. She knew then, perhaps instinctually, that this foundling would reshape their lives in ways none of them could foresee. She watched him cling to Mr. Earnshaw's preference like a barnacle, quietly displacing Hindley from his rightful place as favoured son. This new inhabitant of Wuthering Heights was more than just a foster child. He was a catalyst, a living, breathing disruptor that would unravel the entire tightly woven tapestry of the Earnshaw family. The first threads had been plucked, setting in motion a sequence of events that would consume generations. Nellie's needles click on, a rhythmic hum that somehow lulls you deeper into her narrative, pulling you further from the storm raging outside and closer to the domestic storms brewing inside Wuthering Heights generations ago. She continues, recounting how Heathcliff, after his utterly bewildering arrival, was certainly not welcomed with open arms by everyone. Mrs. Earnshaw, ever the practical, and, let's be honest, somewhat prejudiced housewife, harbored an immediate and unwavering resentment for this strange, dark-skinned interloper. She saw him as a burden, a threat to her own children's future, a piece of Liverpool street grime brought into her meticulously kept, if somewhat rustic, home. Her fear, you imagine, would have extended beyond social impropriety to genuinely believing the child could carry unseen curses or ill omens. The English countryside, particularly in isolated regions like this, still clung to a patchwork of old superstitions alongside their newer Anglican faith. It wasn't all just tea and polite conversation, you know. But Mr. Earnshaw, stubbornly convinced of his humanitarian act, or perhaps simply delighting in exercising his patriarch's prerogative, insisted. Heathcliff was to be treated as one of their own children, albeit with perhaps fewer baths and more bewildered glances. He named the boy Heathcliff after a son who died in infancy, a somewhat melancholy choice that also neatly avoided the question of any real family name. This was the sort of whimsical, if slightly morbid decision that often baffled 19th century neighbours and gave rise to countless gossip sessions over watery tea. It wasn't a common practice to reuse the names of deceased children quite so directly, often leading to curious reactions. But it immediately gave Heathcliff a pseudo-legitimacy within the household that otherwise wouldn't exist. Hindley, meanwhile, simmered with resentment. The initial grudge over his broken fiddle was just the tip of the iceberg, or rather the broken violin string of the orchestral-sized envy brewing in his youthful heart. Every day that Mr. Earnshaw showed the slightest preference for Heathcliff, every extra slice of bread given to the foundling, every quiet moment Mr. Earnshaw spent teaching Heathcliff small lessons or listening to his rare pronouncements, sharpened Hindley's bitter edge. He felt displaced, abandoned in his father's affections. Imagine it. You're the firstborn son, destined to inherit everything, and suddenly a quiet, inscrutable kid who talks even less than your teenager appears and takes over your spotlight. You can practically see the smoke coming out of his ears. This emotional displacement, where parental affections shift from the eldest child, is a tale as old as time, really, a familiar trope often leading to resentment, and even a sense of unrightful dispossession, common anxieties in patriarchal societies like 19th century Britain. Hindley's response was immediate and cruel. He delighted in making Heathcliff's life miserable. He was the quintessential schoolyard bully, albeit one who also had authority over his victim within his own home. He'd kick him, hit him, pull his hair, taunt him with slurs, call him a gypsy brat, and other deeply unpleasant things. Heathcliff, even as a small child, possessed a fierce stoicism. He rarely cried out, rarely retaliated physically. He would simply endure, his dark eyes watching Hindley with an unnerving, almost terrifying calm. It was the calm of a storm building, you realize, not a calm of submission. Nellie noted that Hindley used to boast that he could not hit Heathcliff for his pain, but he could hit him for his hardened eye, meaning the quiet resilience in Heathcliff's gaze angered him more than any outward expression of pain. This psychological torture, designed to provoke and wound, speaks volumes about Hindley's own insecurity and his desperation to reassert dominance. But then there was Catherine. Nellie sighs, a little nostalgic breath among the creaking floorboards. Catherine Earnshaw, a slip of a girl, vibrant and impulsive, with eyes that flashed like flint and hair as wild as the moors. She was Hindley's younger sister, but their temperaments were chalk and cheese. While Hindley despised Heathcliff, Catherine was, from the start, absolutely fascinated. She saw in him not an outsider, but a reflection of her own untamed spirit. He was just as stubborn, just as fierce, and just as utterly devoted to the wild expanses beyond the four walls of the heights. She wasn't delicate or prim. She preferred scrambling through heather and scrambling over walls to sitting primly with needlework. This made Heathcliff her perfect playmate. Their bond wasn't the sweet, innocent friendship you see in saccharine children's stories. It was something raw, immediate and utterly unbreakable, like two young wolves finding their pack. They were inseparable, you see. They spent every waking moment together, roaming the wind-swept moors hand in hand, their laughter echoing across the vast emptiness. They understood each other with a silent, profound certainty that defied the expectations of their age and their disparate backgrounds. They shared secrets, wild games, and an innate rebellious streak that made them utterly disdain Hindley's cruelty and their parents' restrictive expectations. For them, the wild, unpredictable moorland became a sanctuary, a giant, untamed playground where their souls could run free. It was here, amongst the craggy outcrops and the whispering grasses, that they forged a spiritual connection so deep, so absolute, it blurred the lines between their individual identities. They became two halves of a whole, like a single unit designed for exploring muddy puddles and generally annoying anyone with a sense of order. Scholars still debate the true nature of their early bond. Was it an idealized childhood camaraderie, a spiritual communion, or the burgeoning of an intense, perhaps even codependent romantic love that defied societal norms? Each interpretation sheds a different light on the tragedy to come. As Mr. Earnshaw grew older, he grew softer towards Heathcliff and harder towards Hindley. It's an interesting reversal, isn't it? The firstborn, meant to inherit all, slowly pushed aside in favor of the unpedigreed adopted child. Hindley was packed off to college, an act of either desperation or deliberate punishment, to improve his character and make him a better gentleman. He'd gone hoping to learn something, anything, but probably just came back with more bad habits and an even stronger sense of resentment. A young gentleman in 19th century England would be sent away for a liberal education, likely a public school, which actually meant private, followed by university, traditionally to polish his manners, learn classical languages, and secure connections. Instead, Hindley came back. During Hindley's absence, Catherine and Heathcliff became even closer. Nellie, overseeing the children, sometimes found herself exasperated by their antics, their refusal to conform to conventional ideas of childish decorum. They were rough, mischievous, often arriving home mud-caked and breathless, their faces flushed with exertion and joy. They would sneak out of bed together past Nellie's room and embark on secret, moonlit adventures across the moor. Perhaps they'd tell each other ghost stories under the enormous Yorkshire sky, or maybe they'd just whisper dreams and fears into the dark. Who knows what secrets the wind carried between them out there? They possessed a feral quality that neither a well-mannered drawing room nor even the sturdiest of country homes could fully contain. There was a legend in some remote Yorkshire communities about bog trotters, wild children of the moors who were said to wander barefoot and shun societal conventions, a description that Catherine and Heathcliff might have inadvertently fitted at times. This connection forged through shared childhood adventures and a fierce loyalty cemented the extraordinary and dangerous love they had for each other, which even at this tender age was clearly an anomaly in the carefully stratified world of Victorian England. It transcended simple friendship, becoming a foundational element of both their beings, intertwined so deeply that separating them would be like tearing two entwined roots from the earth. And as we know, when you tear roots, things don't generally end well for the plant. Nellie watches them, knowing even then that their unique, wild relationship was a source of both unparalleled joy and a very real, lurking peril for the whole Earnshaw family. The first real trouble was just over the horizon, lurking amidst the gentle slopes and dips of the very moor they cherished. Nellie's voice takes on a more somber tone, her knitting a little less rapid as she transitions into the next chapter of the Heights' tormented story. "It wasn't long after that," she continues, her gaze distant, fixed somewhere beyond your attentive face, "that old Mr. Earnshaw started to fade." Life on the isolated moors, with its harsh climate and limited access to anything resembling modern medicine, which, to be fair, was mostly just bleeding people and calling it a day in those days, took its toll. Mr. Earnshaw, that once robust patriarch, began to suffer from a decline, both in health and temperament. He grew increasingly infirm, fretful, and disproportionately irritable. This kind of decline, sadly, was a commonplace of Victorian life. With diseases like consumption, tuberculosis, or simply general wear and tear, reaching old age was a feat in itself, and a gentle fade was a mercy not often granted. Often, isolated rural communities held on to old remedies and folklore cures, a charming mix of genuine herbal wisdom and pure quackery. You can almost picture Nellie trying to get him to drink some nasty-smelling herbal tea that might have just tasted like regret and old socks. In his weakness, Mr. Earnshaw clung ever more tightly to Heathcliff, preferring the quiet companionship of the adopted boy to the boisterous, increasingly disobedient Catherine, and certainly to the surly, ungrateful Hindley. This blatant favoritism further stoked the fires of Hindley's jealousy, a resentment that festered unseen even while he was away at college. This was, as you might imagine, incredibly poor conflict resolution by Mr. Earnshaw. A bit like handing one child an ice cream cone while the other stands empty-handed, and then being confused when someone ends up with sticky fingers. He doted on Heathcliff with a singular affection, perhaps seeing in the silent, brooding boy a certain purity or natural spirit that his own biological children seemed to lack. Or maybe he just felt guilty for plucking him off the streets of Liverpool. Historians still argue whether Mr. Earnshaw's actions were born of genuine compassion or an unconscious desire to assert his paternal authority over his defiant birth son, fueling the long-standing feud. Finally, the inevitable happened. One autumn night, in the deep silence of the isolated homestead, Mr. Earnshaw slipped away. Nellie, who was present, recalls the quiet solemnity of his passing. No great drama, no final words, just a breath released into the thin, cold air. Heathcliff, who'd been lying on the hearth beside his foster father, his hand clutching Mr. Earnshaw's, awoke to find the familiar warmth gone, replaced by a chilling stillness. Catherine, also roused by Nellie, knelt by the bed, tears streaming down her face, finding solace in the shared grief with Heathcliff, leaning against him, her small frame racked with sobs. They were two broken halves clinging together, sharing their profound loss for the only father figure Heathcliff had ever known, and Catherine's father, her connection to a world that was suddenly shifting on its axis. The death of the head of a household in a 19th century country estate was not just a personal loss. It was a significant event, often marking an immediate power shift, particularly when primogeniture, the right of the firstborn son to inherit everything, was in play. And sure enough, that shift was swift and brutal. Hindley returned for the funeral. He wasn't alone. With him was a new wife, a thin, sickly, simpering creature named Frances. She was a delicate, timid soul who seemed quite out of place amidst the rough and tumble of Wuthering Heights. Her arrival was an ominous portent. She looked rather like a forgotten piece of wedding cake left out too long, a little too pale, a little too sugary, and clearly destined to crumble at the slightest touch. Nobody quite knew where Hindley found her, or why she had agreed to marry him, given that he returned from college having evidently learned nothing useful besides how to hold a permanent scowl. One light-hearted thought was that perhaps Hindley advertised for wife, must be delicate, easily manipulated and prepared for incessant grumbling, no sense of humor required. As the rightful heir, Hindley immediately and ruthlessly asserted his dominion. Wuthering Heights, which had once felt like a benevolent, if strict, home, was now firmly under his tyrannical control. His return, however, was no joyous homecoming. It was a hostile takeover. Nellie witnessed the instant transformation. Hindley had grown into a sullen, dissipated young man, his eyes often bloodshot, his manner overbearing. He treated the old servants with contempt and immediately moved to settle old scores. His wife, Frances, encouraged his worse impulses with her fear-driven meekness, hanging on his every word and giggling nervously at his crude jokes, a rather unconvincing performance of domestic bliss. Her perpetual nervous giggle, which grated on everyone's nerves, became a symbol of the suffocating, unpleasant new atmosphere at the Heights. It was a giggle that said, "I'm terrified, but I must smile." Heathcliff, of course, was Hindley's primary target. Hindley wasted no time. With Mr. Earnshaw scarcely cold in his grave, Hindley publicly, viciously and deliberately demoted Heathcliff from his cherished position as adopted son and favoured companion to a common servant, a mere farmhand. He stripped him of his dignity, his nascent education, and anything resembling comfort. He told Nellie to refuse to allow Heathcliff to eat at their table, sending him instead to dine with the servants, and even to share their bed, further reinforcing his new lowly status. It was less a demotion and more a ceremonial breaking, designed to assert Hindley's superiority and to inflict as much psychological pain as possible. Heathcliff was yanked out of his lessons with the local curate, denied access to books, and forced into endless, back-breaking labour out on the freezing, windswept moors. You can practically hear Hindley chuckling maniacally as he envisioned Heathcliff scrubbing floors and mucking out stables. Poor Heathcliff was forced to swap his relatively comfortable shoes for muddy boots and the fine literary classics for a shovel. Some career pivot, eh? This brutal act served multiple purposes for Hindley. It was vengeance for perceived slights, an assertion of his newly gained power, and a pathetic attempt to finally be rid of his perceived rival, that quiet boy who had somehow usurped his place in his father's heart. He assumed that by stripping Heathcliff of his gentlemanly trappings, he would extinguish the flame that Mr. Earnshaw had nurtured, turning him into a spiritless brute. But as anyone who's ever met a stubborn toddler knows, telling someone not to do something often makes them do it harder, or in Heathcliff's case, fester harder. Catherine, ever the wild one, was profoundly distressed by this turn of events. She saw the cruelty, the injustice of Hindley's actions, and it stoked her rebellious spirit. Her love for Heathcliff was not diminished. Indeed, Hindley's abuse seemed only to deepen her devotion to him, forging an even tighter bond between them in adversity. While Hindley had power over their circumstances, he could not break their spirits. They still found ways to defy him, sneaking away to their beloved moors, escaping Hindley's increasingly oppressive regime, even if only for fleeting hours. These stolen moments were their lifeline, their defiant protest against the harsh realities of their new lives. It was their equivalent of secretly watching funny cat videos when your boss is giving a boring presentation. Nellie, observing it all, felt her heart go out to Heathcliff. She recalled Hindley's spiteful pronouncements, how he claimed that he wished Heathcliff were an idiot. It would make him a happier man, betraying the pathetic depth of his insecurity. While Hindley's cruelty might seem melodramatic, the practice of a legitimate heir reasserting control and even downgrading those who were seen as encroaching on their privilege was not unheard of in this period, particularly if the individual was without an acknowledged lineage or strong familial connections. The idea of respectability and clear social stratification was paramount. Even though Nellie herself was a servant, her lifelong bond with Catherine gave her a quiet empathy for Heathcliff's plight. She secretly aided them when she could, leaving out extra food or overlooking their illicit wanderings, becoming their unwitting accomplice in defiance. And so, the stage was set for a darker, grimmer existence at Wuthering Heights. Hindley's rule solidified, his bitterness corroding the very foundations of the family, paving the way for further tragedy and unraveling. Heathcliff, however, though crushed in station, was not crushed in spirit. His stoicism remained, a hard, unyielding core in the face of Hindley's relentless torment. Instead of breaking him, Hindley's malice sharpened him, distilling his raw emotions into a potent, silent wrath that would one day seek a terrifying reckoning. The little gypsy foundling, the victim of so much undeserved cruelty, was slowly, imperceptibly becoming a force to be reckoned with. And out on the moors, the inseparable duo of Catherine and Heathcliff, facing down the tyranny of a broken older brother, unwittingly laid the groundwork for their complicated destiny, fueled by love, rebellion, and a fierce, undying bond that would one day shake the very foundations of the two great houses, Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange. You could feel the air of foreboding settling in, chilling you not just from the wind outside, but from the raw emotion emanating from Nellie's solemn recounting. Nellie's knitting needles resumed their rhythmic dance, but the rhythm is more insistent now, almost agitated, as if mirroring the deepening tension within Wuthering Heights. Hindley's tyrannical reign wasn't just a fleeting temper tantrum. It was a constant, corrosive force, an insidious acid slowly eating away at the very fabric of life at the Heights. He doubled down on his cruelty, pushing Heathcliff into even harder labor, inventing petty rules just to see the younger boy squirm, or denying him even basic courtesies. His vindictiveness seemed to swell with every passing day, perhaps fueled by a subconscious fear that despite everything, Heathcliff might still somehow outshine him, or simply exist too freely for his own peace of mind. Hindley, remember, was a gentleman, or at least he aspired to be. But the idea that manual labor would magically turn Heathcliff into a pliable, broken servant was rather quaint, wasn't it? as if pulling up weeds and scrubbing floors automatically turned one's personality to mush. Clearly, Hindley had never worked a day of proper manual labor in his life. The truth is, people who grew up performing physical labor in the 19th century were generally robust and resilient. This constant physical strain for Heathcliff likely just hardened him further, building not only muscle but an even tougher skin. For Catherine and Heathcliff, this renewed oppression simply deepened their alliance. It became a shared persecution, an us-against-the-world mentality that solidified their already fierce bond. They had to stick together. Who else would they have? Hindley was a lost cause, a permanently grumbling cloud over their heads, and poor Francis was either too frail or too scared to interfere. Their only escape, their only true solace, lay beyond the oppressive walls of the house, out amidst the untamed expanse of the moors. They still found ways to sneak out, despite Hindley's attempts to monitor their movements. Nellie, ever the covert ally, often accidentally left a back door unlocked or turned a blind eye to their disappearances after dinner. Their wanderings weren't just innocent children's games anymore. They were acts of defiant joy, fierce assertions of their independence against the suffocating atmosphere of Wuthering Heights. They'd disappear for hours, sometimes whole afternoons, ranging miles across the rugged landscape. They weren't just running from Hindley, they were running to their wild sanctuary. You can imagine them, two small figures dwarfed by the immense sky, scrambling over crags, chasing startled birds through the heather, their laughter echoing like defiant anthems against the mournful wind. This was their freedom, their rebellion, their literal escape from the tyranny within the hearth and home. The moors, far from being barren, were vibrant with life if you knew where to look. Unique wildflowers, ground-nesting birds, and a vastness that made human troubles seem small. The local term for this particular type of land, moorland, even reflects its untamed nature, different from domesticated pastures or forests. Their games, which Nellie briefly recounted, shifted from mere play to something more profound. They explored every nook and cranny, every hidden hollow, every ancient wind-gnarled tree. They chased rabbits, startled grouse, and once reportedly nearly fell into a deep bog trying to catch a particularly robust moor frog, an incident that ended in muddy chaos but peals of joyous laughter. They told each other stories, whispered dreams for the future, and found comfort in each other's silent companionship. Heathcliff, normally so reserved, opened up to Catherine in ways he never would to anyone else, revealing glimmers of a rich inner life beneath his sullen exterior. He'd point out hidden wildflowers or identify the cries of unseen birds with an innate knowledge of the land, an intuitive understanding that surpassed any book learning. Catherine, meanwhile, fueled his quieter nature with her passionate energy, pulling him along, pushing him to explore, teaching him perhaps how to truly live and embrace the fleeting joys available to them. This shared life on the moors cemented their intimacy, fostering an emotional bond that went deeper than anything society recognized or understood. It was raw, honest, and inextricably tied to the wildness of their surroundings. Scholars continue to debate the extent to which the natural environment shapes human character in Bronte's novels, and nowhere is this more evident than in the very Moorish spirits of Catherine and Heathcliff. Were they reflections of the landscape, or did their strong spirits imprint themselves onto it? It's a bit of a chicken and egg scenario. They began to identify not as Catherine and Heathcliff alone, but as we, an almost single entity bound by a shared language and a singular spirit. They formed a pact against the oppressive adult world, against Hindley's escalating abuse, and against the unspoken social rules that threatened to define their disparate fates. For a long time in England's history, the commons, shared, uncultivated land like the moors, were vital resources for poorer families, offering turf for fuel, grazing for livestock and wild game. This made the ability to roam and exploit them, especially for someone like Heathcliff, more significant than simple leisure. However, as the 19th century progressed, the enclosure movement saw much of these commons privatized, making these large tracts of land often private property, and making their illicit roaming more audacious than a simple child's romp. It's funny, the things we do when we're desperate for a bit of sunshine in our otherwise grey lives, isn't it? Whether it's stealing an hour on the moor or simply hiding a packet of biscuits from your family. This unyielding bond, however, often came at a cost. They returned home late, sometimes even staying out all night, risking Hindley's furious lashings. Their wildness worried Nellie, who loved Catherine like her own, even as she secretly admired their rebellious spirit. She knew the dangers lurking on the moors, treacherous bogs, sudden storms, the chill that could seep into your bones. But she also knew the soul-deep craving they had for that freedom, that sense of being truly alive, unburdened by the bleak reality awaiting them back at the house. One chilly autumn night, Nellie had woken in a fright after she thought she heard them crying outside during a torrential downpour, only to find them wrapped in an old tarpaulin, telling ghost stories with wide-eyed enthusiasm and surprisingly dry voices beneath an ancient sycamore. Turns out their hiding spot had been more reliable than her fears. Still, you have to admit, parents in the 19th century generally weren't winning any awards for safest child-rearing practices. As they grew from children into gangly adolescents, their physical affection became more evident, less childlike. It was still innocent in many ways, but it contained the potent germ of something deeper, something profoundly emotional. There were the linked hands, the leaning into each other, the comfort found in close proximity. They were two intertwined saplings, growing together, their roots twined so intricately that distinguishing one from the other became impossible. You might say it's an archetypal depiction of an intense, raw love that transcends conventional definitions of romance, delving into a realm of spiritual and emotional union. Nellie recalls an argument she once overheard between Hindley and Frances, where Frances expressed her fear of that boy Heathcliff's influence on Catherine. "He'll drag her down to his own level," she'd whined, wringing her hands like a particularly distressed dishcloth. But Catherine herself showed no such concern. Indeed, she embraced the idea, finding dignity and joy in what society deemed beneath her. She never viewed Heathcliff as inferior. Rather, she saw him as an essential, perhaps even superior part of herself. Their forbidden wanderings became a symbol of their unity against the world. Every secretive adventure, every shared secret, every moment spent together away from the judgmental eyes of Hindley, reinforced the unspoken covenant between them. Their spirits soared, unbound and unburdened by the grimness within the house. They possessed a unique sense of joy and vitality that emanated from their profound understanding of each other, a language understood only by them. It was a fierce, passionate connection that transcended conventional boundaries of friendship or familial love. It was a relationship carved out of adversity and freedom, stamped with the raw, untamed spirit of the moors, which was very much preparing them, although they didn't know it, for the stormy future that awaited. It was almost like they were rehearsing for future battles by endlessly outwitting Hindley and mastering the moor. Nellie's face grew slightly pensive then, almost reflective. This was their golden age, she implies, their brief and passionate idyll before the outside world came calling, threatening to splinter their intertwined existence forever. And oh, did it come calling, it always does, doesn't it? Just when things start getting too comfortably wild and free. The bond between Catherine and Heathcliff, forged in the fires of shared defiance against Hindley and seasoned by endless days on the wild moors, grew only stronger with every passing season. Nellie continued her narrative, her voice still quiet but gaining a narrative propulsion that swept you along. They were still those inseparable forces of nature, those two wildlings who chose boggy adventures over embroidery lessons any day. But Nellie observes as they began to approach their early teens, something restless started to stir in Catherine. You could feel it, a subtle shift in the way she looked at the world, a nascent awareness of possibilities beyond the bleak stone walls of Wuthering Heights. It's a familiar coming-of-age narrative, really. One day you're happily playing in the mud, the next you're looking around and thinking, is this it? Where are the cute shoes and the elaborate ballroom dancing? She wasn't just curious. She was beginning to discern the finer distinctions of the larger world that occasionally intruded upon their isolated existence, something she couldn't get by endlessly tormenting Nellie. One particular Sunday evening, as dusk was falling like a bruised curtain over the moor, a mischievous idea, born of boredom and Catherine's innate spirit of adventure, took hold. Instead of just their usual aimless rambles, she proposed a true escapade. They would abandon their regular haunts and make their way across the expansive moor, past their normal boundary lines, and spy on Thrushcross Grange. This was Edgar Linton's home, a grand estate lying deep in the valley, unseen from Wuthering Heights, but an ever-present, tantalizing symbol of wealth and gentility. The Lintons were the landed gentry, several notches above the Earnshaws in the rigid social hierarchy of 19th century England, especially as the Earnshaws' fortunes under Hindley's stewardship were declining. They were the proper people, the respectable family. Their world was entirely separate, one of carriages, drawing-room discussions, and probably too many doilies. It was practically the social equivalent of trying to break into Buckingham Palace, or at least your snooty neighbour's garden party without an invitation. Catherine, eager for new experiences and utterly devoid of proper deference, somehow convinced a hesitant Heathcliff to join her. He would have gone anywhere with her, Nellie surmises, his devotion absolute even then. They made their way stealthily across the uneven terrain, past ancient boundary stones, finally reaching the edges of the Grange property. Even from a distance, the difference was striking. Wuthering Heights crouched grimly on the hill, all stern practicality. Thrushcross Grange, nestled comfortably in a sheltered valley, exuded an aura of elegant warmth. Light spilled from its numerous windows like golden tears, casting soft, welcoming glows into the growing darkness. The sound of cheerful music, light and lilting, drifted faintly on the evening air, a contrast to the ceaseless, mournful wind that was Wuthering Heights' constant companion. It seemed a magical place, alive with gaiety and comfort, like looking into a warm gingerbread house after trekking through a blizzard. Curiosity winning out, the adventurous pair crept closer. They clambered over a wall, an easy feat for two children used to scrambling over much rougher terrain, and pressed their faces against the drawing-room window, obscured by climbing roses and heavy velvet curtains slightly parted. Inside they glimpsed a scene of opulent domesticity. It was a complete revelation. Two children, Edgar and Isabella Linton, were primly seated in a room filled with luxurious furnishings, glowing tapestries, polished mahogany furniture, and sparkling crystal chandeliers. They were spoiled, soft children, squabbling not over broken fiddles or the cruel words of an elder brother, but over who should play with the little fancy lapdog. One dropped their tea cake, gasp. The other pushed over their teacup, double gasp. Nellie rolled her eyes a little. These were fragile little things compared to the robust children she'd seen Catherine and Heathcliff develop into. Their argument quickly escalated, not into a passionate brawl but a decidedly undramatic series of tears and theatrical sighs and melodramatic, "Mother, he pushed me." You have to wonder how they ever survived life in those days. This scene, however, wasn't just amusing. It was a revelation for Catherine. This was how genteel people lived, warm, soft, safe, indulging in small, cushioned dramas instead of actual mud fights and existential crises. Their argument was quelled not with shouts and blows, but with gentle parental intervention and promises of sugar plums and probably small pony rides. It highlighted in vivid contrast the harsh realities of their own existence at Wuthering Heights under Hindley's worsening tyranny. It presented an alternative future, one paved with comfort, education, and polite society. The peaceful observation was short-lived, though. The family's pampered house dogs, alerted to the presence of the two grubby, dark-clad figures outside their brightly lit window, erupted into a frantic barking frenzy. They weren't fearsome mastiffs, but clearly possessed the zeal of a particularly aggressive poodle, and they launched themselves at the wall where Catherine and Heathcliff were perched. The dogs, surprisingly vicious, tore at them. While 19th century dogs weren't exclusively guard dogs, many larger breeds on estates still served a protective role and wouldn't be as accustomed to strangers as pampered house pets are today. Catherine was bitten, her ankle savagely clamped by a particularly irate bulldog. The pain was sharp, searing. Heathcliff, always protective, instinctively sprang forward to help her, battling the snapping, growling beasts. He managed to drive them off, but not before the clamour drew the attention of the Grange's domestic staff. Servants poured out, armed with sticks and furious faces, their respectable peace utterly shattered by two ragged children causing a commotion. They were predictably scandalized by the appearance of two wild, mud-splashed intruders. It's hard to sneak in gracefully when you're battling guard dogs covered in dirt and potentially bleeding. Heathcliff, in his attempt to save Catherine, was rather unfortunately mistaken for a marauding gypsy boy or a thief, certainly not an Earnshaw guest. The family's class prejudice kicked in hard and fast. When they eventually discovered Catherine's bleeding ankle and her faint but recognizable features, "Why, it's Miss Earnshaw of Wuthering Heights!" they exclaimed, as if finding a unicorn in their petunias. Their attitudes changed immediately. It wasn't about sympathy for a hurt child, Nellie shrewdly observed, but a recognition of her social standing. Heathcliff, however, received no such courtesy. Despite Catherine's impassioned protests and insistence that he was better than any of them, twice as good, the Grange servants, aided by a stern Mr. Linton, quickly sent him packing. They disparaged him, calling him a gypsy, a beggar, a villain. Heathcliff, muddy, battered and wounded by their cruel words, was escorted rather unceremoniously off the premises. He watched, heartbroken and helpless, as Catherine, pale and tearful, was carried inside to the warm, welcoming, and now to him profoundly alien bosom of the Linton household. She cried for him, her voice filled with anguish, but her protests were brushed aside. This moment, you realize, was perhaps the first wedge driven between their hitherto unbreakable unity. The instant society literally ripped them apart. Catherine stayed at Thrushcross Grange for 5 weeks while her ankle healed. 5 weeks. Imagine sending your teenager to live with a posh family you barely know, and only checking in 5 weeks later. No Instagram DMs, no TikTok updates, just a silent prayer that they hadn't burned down the place or alienated the entire gentry. In that time, she was subjected to a thorough, gentle transformation. Mrs. Linton took her in hand, bathing her, dressing her in silk and velvet, tutoring her in proper deportment and table manners. She was taught to speak refinedly, to sit elegantly, to suppress her wild spirits in favor of gentle conversation. She was introduced to parlor games, polite society, and probably the utterly bewildering concept of having people wait on you. It was a total charm offensive, designed to mold the raw country girl into a perfect lady, and you have to admit, it probably felt rather glamorous after Hindley's gloom. When she returned to Wuthering Heights, Catherine was visibly changed. Nellie observed her with a mix of wonder and trepidation. Gone was the muddy, wild imp. In her place stood a slender, graceful girl, elegantly dressed, her hair artfully arranged, and her manners impeccably refined. She had adopted the veneer of sophistication, smiling sweetly and behaving with a quiet dignity Nellie had never seen before. It was almost like someone had switched her out with a well-trained mannequin. This new persona, however, hid an inner conflict. Scholars often debate whether this transformation was truly embraced by Catherine or was simply a performance of societal expectations. Did she genuinely aspire to gentility, or was she merely putting on an act to navigate a world that otherwise rejected her innate self? Heathcliff, who had kept a heartbroken and solitary vigil throughout her absence, watching the road waiting for her, met this new Catherine with a shock that was palpable even through Nellie's description. He, still the same rough, unkempt boy, felt the profound gulf that had opened between them during those 5 short weeks. Catherine greeted him, but her previous unreserved embrace was replaced by a more hesitant, almost polite peck on the cheek, followed by a giggle about how black and dirty he was compared to the polished, well-behaved Edgar Linton. This playful jab, intended perhaps to bridge the gap with a familiar Barb, landed like a brutal blow, stinging Heathcliff to his core. He was still the loyal, fierce companion, but she, it seemed, had outgrown their shared wilderness. That playful Barb marked the genesis of a pain that would slowly consume Heathcliff. Nellie, the ever-observant, watched their strained reunion, understanding with a sinking heart that the return of this refined Catherine was not a triumph, but the opening of a profound chasm that would only widen over time. The carefree days of running wild on the moor were, it seemed, irrevocably over, and a new, more dangerous chapter of choices and consequences was about to begin. Nellie Dean watches you, her knitting momentarily still, as if absorbing the weight of Catherine's return. You sense the profound change that swept through Wuthering Heights the moment Catherine Earnshaw, newly transformed into Miss Catherine Linton Light, stepped back over its threshold. It was no longer the old wild girl Hindley barely tolerated. It was a young lady, outwardly composed and thoroughly altered. She carried the faint scent of something floral, delicate, and entirely out of place amidst the smell of damp earth and wood smoke that permanently permeated the old farmhouse. Imagine bringing a pampered lapdog to a badger set. That was the immediate atmosphere. The change in Catherine was dramatic, almost theatrical. She returned looking every inch the lady, not just dressed the part but seemingly embodied it. Her movements were more graceful, her voice softer, her wild hair now styled into elegant curls, a visible symbol of her 5 weeks spent under the rigorous tutelage of the Linton household. She was no longer just Catherine Earnshaw, the rough-and-tumble companion of Heathcliff. She was also Miss Linton, the girl who could now sit primly and discuss the merits of various lace patterns without snickering. This societal makeover was common for daughters of ambitious or even just well-meaning parents in the 19th century. A proper finishing was expected, even for those whose families lacked high social standing. It was about preparing them for a good match. Often these finishing schools would also teach accomplishments like watercolor painting, piano playing and needlework, skills highly prized in Victorian society, and skills that poor Catherine probably found immensely dull, much preferring a good run across the moors to anything involving a thimble. This outward polish, however, was a thin veneer, easily scratched. Below it still seethed the fierce, untamed spirit that was the true Catherine. She was a paradox, a wild moor bird temporarily confined within a gilded cage. You could almost hear her inner turmoil, a battle between the expectations of polite society and the deep, unyielding connection she shared with Heathcliff and her wild self. She genuinely admired the grace and comfort of the Grange, and was swayed by the Lintons' polite world. She seemed at times to truly embrace this new persona, playing the role with conviction, almost convincing herself that this refined exterior was her true identity. After all, being comfortable was certainly more appealing than constantly looking over her shoulder for Hindley's next act of casual cruelty. A few weeks of fine linens and endless pastries will certainly change your perspective. Who doesn't like nice things, really? The stark contrast with Heathcliff was immediate and heartbreaking. He, poor boy, had remained at Wuthering Heights throughout her absence, enduring Hindley's constant cruelty, his isolation unbroken, his clothing growing more ragged, his face more grimed from farm work. He was still the embodiment of the wild moors, untamed, rough, and without any pretense of polish. He existed on instinct and raw emotion, having never had the benefit of genteel instruction or silk dresses. Nellie observed the difference with a pang of dread. It was like putting a magnificent wild horse beside a delicately trained poodle and expecting them to perform a duet. They were two different species now, inhabiting two different worlds, separated not just by social class, but by circumstance and burgeoning expectation. Catherine's initial reaction to Heathcliff's appearance confirmed Nellie's fears. She, eager to show off her new sophistication, and perhaps genuinely attempting to bridge the gap with a light-hearted familiar teasing, immediately commented on his unkempt state. "Why, Heathcliff, you are 100 times blacker than ever. You are a perfect pretty child. What makes you look so like a sulky puppy?" She giggled, a new, refined, slightly affected laugh that didn't quite ring true, and it stung him more deeply than any slap. His silence, already formidable, grew even more intense, wrapping him in an almost impenetrable cloak of hurt. He looked at her with eyes that registered not just shock, but deep betrayal. He saw the elegant clothes, heard the changed accent, felt the distance she had created between them, and perhaps instinctively understood the threat it posed to their unique bond. You just know this moment lived rent-free in Heathcliff's head for decades, played on a perpetual loop of bitterness and despair. This was the moment where he likely made a mental note to acquire more suitable wardrobe and perhaps brush up on his aristocratic etiquette. It's hard to scheme for revenge when you look like you've been living in a ditch. The distance between them grew swiftly. Hindley, reveling in Catherine's apparent embrace of refinement, forbade Heathcliff from spending time with her, from influencing her with his low habits. He would even send Catherine, dressed in her finest, to visit Thrushcross Grange, fostering her new connection with the Lintons, while further isolating Heathcliff. Catherine, for her part, was often caught between these two worlds. She still loved Heathcliff fiercely, her raw heart clinging to their past, but she also began to appreciate the luxuries and social acceptance that Edgar Linton offered. She was experiencing the quintessential adolescent dilemma: stick with your long-time, slightly embarrassing best friend, or upgrade to the popular, charming kid with the fancy car and good grades. Except, in 19th century Yorkshire, the stakes were a bit higher than school dances and prom dates. This was about destiny and soulmates and generational curses. Heathcliff's quiet resentment solidified into a dangerous core. He became more withdrawn, spending hours alone, absorbing all of Hindley's cruelty and Catherine's occasional thoughtlessness, transforming them into a concentrated poison that brewed slowly within him. His innate shrewdness, rather than being tamed by Hindley's oppression, sharpened to a lethal point. He plotted silently. Nellie observed him with growing alarm. He was no longer just sulking. His eyes held a deeper, more calculated fury. His stoicism, once a shield, was becoming a terrifying weapon. Mainstream historical fact often overlooks the immense power shifts occurring within Victorian households beyond mere inheritance, where emotional dominance and social hierarchy within even one family unit could be meticulously cultivated and devastatingly enforced by the new master or mistress, mirroring the larger social changes occurring during Britain's industrial expansion and the decline of rural aristocracy. Catherine's behavior was often a tightrope walk. When Edgar Linton began to call regularly at Wuthering Heights, attracted by Catherine's vivacious spirit and newly acquired elegance, Catherine delighted in his polished attentions. He was handsome, wealthy, and refined, the epitome of what society decreed a proper young lady should desire. His mild temper, soft manners, and genuine affection provided a comforting contrast to the grim tension that permeated her own home. Edgar was safe. Edgar was kind. Edgar smelled nice and didn't have permanent mud on his shoes. But sometimes, Nellie noticed, Catherine would instinctively reach for Heathcliff, desperate to recapture their lost intimacy, only to shrink back, perhaps embarrassed by his unrefined appearance or by her own conflicting feelings. It was a rather chaotic triangulation of affection that probably caused more confusion than clarity for everyone involved, especially for the bewildered servants who probably gossiped relentlessly in the kitchen. Did you know that the custom of calling cards in Victorian England, often left at one's home after a visit, was far more elaborate than our casual texting today, complete with specific etiquette and even dedicated card trays near the entrance? They were very much a ritual of social signaling. One infamous day, a casual conversation between Nellie, Catherine, and Heathcliff about their differing desires clearly illustrated the deepening chasm. Nellie was ironing, her presence both necessary and invisible, an eavesdropper by proximity. Heathcliff sat by the fire, brooding, and Catherine sat beside him, restless and preoccupied. Nellie heard Catherine remark to Heathcliff with a kind of restless pride that Edgar was so good and handsome. Heathcliff's immediate response was a sneering, "I am not jealous," delivered with such cold disdain it caused Catherine to snap at him. She then made an impulsive, casual comment about his hair and clothes, wishing he could be more like Edgar Linton. And there it was. the public dismissal. This particular insult, though thrown almost carelessly by Catherine, was like a spear plunged into Heathcliff's chest. His face contorted, a mixture of agony and raw fury. Nellie saw it and understood. This was the moment the spiritual bond, once so inviolable, showed a visible crack. He silently stormed out, retreating into his shell of pain and resentment, unable to articulate the depth of the hurt he felt, or the profound humiliation. He wasn't just offended by the words, he was shattered by the realization that Catherine was willingly stepping away from their shared world, prioritizing social approval and material comfort over their elemental connection. Nellie watched Catherine, who, after Heathcliff left, fell into a moody, irritable silence, clearly regretting her outburst but too proud to admit it. Catherine would often defend Heathcliff to Hindley, declaring that she would be a Heathcliff if she could only live in his state of natural freedom. Yet here she was, longing for a different kind of freedom, one constrained by parlor manners and pretty dresses. This duality within her personality, the wildness battling the gentility, is one of the great unresolved aspects of her character, prompting much scholarly debate. Was she truly a split individual, or was she merely a product of irreconcilable social pressures of the time? Perhaps you think she just wanted to have her wildness and her crumpets too, a perfectly reasonable desire, albeit one unattainable in her time. Their bond, however deeply rooted, was not impervious to external pressures. Catherine's growing enjoyment of Edgar's company, her burgeoning understanding of societal expectations, and her innate yearning for the stability and refinement that the Lintons offered, slowly began to eclipse her untamed, raw devotion to Heathcliff. The simple truth was that living like a moorland gypsy with Heathcliff offered spiritual solace, but little material comfort or social standing. Being Edgar Linton's wife, on the other hand, offered comfort, security, and a respectable future. A future where, presumably, she would not be subjected to daily verbal abuse from her brother, and could expect an endless supply of pristine dresses. It wasn't about love, not entirely, but about the world her generation dictated. The chasm between them deepened, not just from the constant tension created by Hindley's vengeful machinations, but from Catherine's own inner conflict. She found herself pulled between two magnetic forces, two fundamentally different expressions of life, embodied by the wild, elemental Heathcliff and the gentle, civilized Edgar. The friction created by these opposing desires was the source of much of the novel's unfolding drama, threatening to tear Catherine apart, and by extension, the two men who so utterly loved her in their vastly different ways. This elegant shift was just the beginning of her undoing, an intricate dance between the life she craved and the life she felt bound to. Nellie knew that something had irrevocably changed the instant Catherine admired a mirror reflection of her fine clothes at Thrushcross Grange. That innocent admiration for pretty dresses would turn into a chain that bound her to a fate she never truly desired, pushing her beloved Heathcliff ever closer to the vengeful precipice. Nellie's needles quiet slightly, the softer rhythm indicating a lull before the true storm begins. She takes a moment, her gaze far away, as if replaying the scene in her mind with perfect, excruciating clarity. It was, she explains, a pivotal evening. Catherine, ever restless, was now more openly consumed by a deep, internal conflict. She was visibly torn, suspended precariously between her profound, almost spiritual connection with Heathcliff and the more conventional, alluring prospect of marrying Edgar Linton. It was was a classic heart versus head dilemma, except with far more brooding, moors, and existential dread than your average rom-com. Nellie, pragmatic as always, watched this turmoil with a growing sense of foreboding. She'd seen too much of life at Wuthering Heights to believe that any easy solution existed. Catherine, agitated and distraught, came to Nellie in the kitchen seeking counsel, though mostly, it seemed, seeking a sounding board for her tumultuous thoughts. Nellie was polishing pewter, a repetitive task that probably provided a therapeutic backdrop for the emotional chaos. "Tell me, Nellie," Catherine began, "what would you do if you were in my place? I have been so dreadfully unhappy for some time." Nellie, always cautious, probed gently. Catherine then launched into a breathless torrent of contradictions. She confessed her love for Edgar, acknowledging his gentleness, his wealth, his refined manners. He was, in short, a solid, dependable choice for a future, a safe harbor from Hindley's storms. Marrying Edgar would mean status, comfort, and perhaps an escape from the perpetual gloom of the Heights. She'd be Lady of Thrushcross Grange, living in elegance and social standing, a far cry from scrubbing floors or mucking out stables with Heathcliff. After all, what young woman of 19th century society, no matter how wild, wouldn't at least consider the prospect of a comfortable, settled life with a handsome, wealthy gentleman over one fraught with hardship and uncertainty? Practicality had to count for something, right? Not everyone could live solely on passionate embraces and the sheer wildness of their soul. But then, with a desperate shift, she turned to Heathcliff. "My great thought in living is Heathcliff," she declared, her voice filled with anguish. "If all else perished and he remained, I should still continue to be. And if all else remained and he were annihilated, the universe would turn to a mighty stranger." This, you realize, is the famous part. This is the moment she delivers a literary punch that lands square in the gut of every hopeless romantic across time. "My love for Linton is like the foliage in the woods. Time will change it, I'm well aware, as winter changes the trees. My love for Heathcliff resembles the eternal rocks beneath, a source of little visible delight, but necessary. Nellie, I am Heathcliff." She continued, articulating a spiritual connection that transcended mere affection. It was a union of souls, so intertwined that to separate them would be to sever a part of her own being. Nellie listened, disturbed by the intensity of Catherine's words, by the almost unnatural fervor with which she spoke of her attachment to Heathcliff. She reminded Catherine of Edgar's virtues, pointing out the material benefits of a marriage to him. Catherine herself agreed that marriage to Edgar would bring her financial security and social elevation, things that Heathcliff, in his then degraded state, could not provide. She confessed that marrying Edgar would elevate Heathcliff, thinking she could somehow help him from a position of power, elevate him from his lowly station through her connections. Ah, the age-old dilemma of marrying for love versus marrying for a future that's more financially secure, especially when one lacks capital. A very relatable Victorian struggle. Before we all decided it was okay to simply live in sin with our financially challenged soulmate. Scholars still intensely debate whether Catherine's decision to marry Edgar was purely pragmatic and an act of tragic misjudgment, or if it revealed a fundamental flaw in her character, a selfish ambition masking itself as practicality. Unbeknownst to Catherine, a shadowy figure had been quietly listening in the main hall. Heathcliff, ever present like a lurking ghost even before he became one, had apparently overheard the latter part of their conversation. He stood, silent and motionless, his presence somehow intensified by his stillness. He heard Catherine explain her choice, the logical, pragmatic reasons, but his heart, so attuned to Catherine's every flicker of emotion, didn't process the nuanced affection for him she also confessed. He heard her declare her intention to marry Edgar. He heard her state that it would degrade her to marry Heathcliff now, referring to his lower status, but utterly misinterpreting the complex reasoning behind it. The phrase degrade implies a steep drop in social standing. A gentlewoman of the period simply did not marry a rough farmhand unless they wished to lose all social respectability and be permanently shunned. And for Catherine that was unthinkable for her life, as much as for Heathcliff's perceived social advancement via her. He didn't hear the subsequent desperate, passionate declarations of eternal love, of her soul being inseparable from his. He heard enough, though. And what he heard shattered him, cementing his worst fears. His reaction was immediate, visceral, and terrifying. Without a word, he turned and silently stole away from the house, melting into the encroaching twilight and the growing tempest outside. No grand gesture, no furious shouting, just a chilling, definitive disappearance. The stoicism that Hindley had unwittingly instilled in him served him well now. It allowed him to leave without a sound, making his pain unseen but no less real. This moment perfectly aligns with the romantic sensibility prevalent in Bronte's time, which valued intense, tumultuous emotion, even at the cost of rationality. Artists of the period often depicted dramatic escapes into the wild to reflect profound emotional upheaval, linking man's inner landscape with external, tempestuous nature. A quick little fact. In England in the 19th century, the weather often dictated everything from harvest yields to daily travel. Sudden, fierce moorland storms, locally known as moor gales, were notoriously dangerous, especially to someone lost or without shelter. People sometimes carried small flint and steel fire-starting kits for emergencies, but even these offered little protection against the elements. Catherine, realizing he was gone after Nellie mentioned he might have been eavesdropping, flew into a desperate frenzy. The sophisticated veneer shattered, revealing the wild girl beneath. She searched frantically for him, running out into the rapidly deteriorating weather. A ferocious storm, a terrific thunderstorm fittingly enough, had gathered over the moors. The wind shrieked like a banshee, rain lashed down in icy sheets and lightning ripped across the black sky, briefly illuminating the stark, unforgiving landscape. She screamed his name into the howling wind, her cries swallowed by the tempest. She was distraught, heartbroken, instantly regretting her careless words and perhaps grasping in that moment the true devastating implication of her choices. Nellie tried to reason with her, to bring her inside, but Catherine was beyond sense, propelled by a desperate urgency. She ran further and further until she was completely lost in the impenetrable darkness and the drenching rain, crying Heathcliff's name. This sounds about as fun as going camping without a tent and discovering all your snacks are gone. She was gone for hours until the break of dawn, only returning by sheer luck. Nellie, out searching herself, discovered her on the verge of death, huddled and drenched, ravaged by exposure and utterly distraught. Catherine had contracted a severe brain fever, her mind wandering, calling for Heathcliff, hallucinating about their childhood together. Her condition was critical. For days, she hovered between life and death, racked with fever, her fragile body a mere vessel for her raging, tormented spirit. During this time, Heathcliff remained completely untraceable. He had truly vanished into the stormy night, leaving behind him a devastated Catherine and a household thrown into chaos. Did you know that brain fever was a rather vague and encompassing term for any severe febrile illness that caused neurological symptoms in the 19th century, before modern understanding of conditions like meningitis or encephalitis? So it probably just meant, wow, her head hurts a lot and she's quite upset emotionally about a boy and seems physically incapacitated. Not exactly a diagnosis to inspire confidence. The storm that accompanied Heathcliff's departure and Catherine's near-death experience became an indelible mark on the landscape, tearing branches from trees, uprooting ancient sycamores, and ripping off roof slates from Wuthering Heights itself. Even nature seemed to react to the raw, cataclysmic event of their separation. This pathetic fallacy, where nature mirrors emotional turmoil, is a recurring theme in Gothic literature. It's almost as if the Moors themselves were saying, "Oh, for heaven's sake, you two again with the drama? Didn't you learn from last time?" The Lintons, upon hearing of Catherine's illness, rallied to her aid. Edgar, ever solicitous and devoted, visited her regularly, offering what comfort he could. Isabella Linton, also worried, sent messages of concern. Their presence, their gentle attentions, stood in stark contrast to the utter absence of Heathcliff. It was as if his vanishing left a hollow, a gaping wound that neither time nor the polite kindness of others could fully mend. The absence was almost as potent as his presence, shaping the narrative by its very lack. Catherine clung to memories, haunted by visions of their shared past on the moors, the physical manifestations of her delirious brain fever. She would recount long-lost conversations and recall obscure landmarks, all of which only confirmed to Nellie the profound, perhaps unhealthy depth of their shared world. In his absence, Heathcliff became almost mythical to Catherine, transformed into a figure of tragic longing, magnified by her feverish delirium. She became almost a prisoner of her own memories, trapped in the spiritual world she had once shared with him, tormented by the choices that had alienated them. Her decision, born of conflicting desires for security and passionate union, had sent one part of herself fleeing, and it literally sickened the other. The tragic declaration to Nellie was not just a confession, but a prophecy. Her heart would never truly be whole without Heathcliff, no matter who she married. And his sudden, desperate flight from Wuthering Heights in the throes of despair meant he had literally turned his back on the only soul who truly understood him, taking with him not just his physical presence, but a large piece of her own identity. This sudden, violent severance, combined with her physical illness, set a chain of consequences into motion that would shape not only their individual destinies, but the fate of the entire Earnshaw and Linton lineages, ensuring that their names would forever be intertwined by love, hatred, and agonizing regret. It was perhaps the most tragic misunderstanding in literary history, based on overheard snippets and misinterpretations. Catherine hovered between life and death for days, her brain fever ravaging her delicate body and twisting her mind into a painful labyrinth of half-remembered conversations and feverish visions of the moors. You listen as Nellie, her hands still busy with the knitting, recounts how Edgar Linton, soft and solicitous, remained steadfast by Catherine's bedside during this agonizing period. He was gentle, unflagging in his devotion, offering tender comfort and genuine concern. While Heathcliff had vanished into the tempest, Edgar had stepped up, presenting a quiet, enduring presence that contrasted sharply with the passionate but ultimately absent force that was Heathcliff. This was a classic steady Eddie scenario versus the tempestuous bad boy. And for Catherine, hovering near death, the steadiness held a profound, calming appeal. Did you know that in 19th century Britain, brain fever was a catch-all diagnosis for any severe delirium accompanied by fever, often due to underlying conditions like typhus, meningitis, or even intense emotional distress? So, while we know a boy made her sick, they simply noted she had a very hot forehead and seemed utterly confused. As Catherine slowly began to recover, fragile and pale but clear-headed once more, the events of that fateful night must have returned to her with chilling clarity. The brutal realization of her cruel words, coupled with Heathcliff's disappearance, left her riddled with a silent guilt. Yet Edgar remained, a comforting, steadfast presence. His unshakable kindness, his handsome face filled with adoration, and his very obvious financial stability offered a compelling alternative to the constant storm and struggle that characterized Wuthering Heights. And let's be honest, after nearly dying from a fit of emotional torment and hypothermia, the idea of a warm house, a quiet life, and someone who would genuinely take care of you would have been exceptionally alluring. Who wouldn't trade dramatic angst for a lifetime supply of warm tea and gentle affirmations at that point? The inevitable happened once Catherine regained a semblance of her health. Though she remained perpetually changed by the experience, her once unbridled energy tempered by a lingering fragility. Edgar Linton, unable to suppress his devotion, sought her out, first with gentle visits, then with ever more lingering looks and declarations of affection. In a private conversation, or rather a subtly overheard conversation that Nellie probably accidentally caught a fair bit of, he proposed marriage. Edgar's proposal would have been proper, formal, delivered with earnest politeness and undoubtedly a trembling hand. There were strict codes of courtship in Victorian England, no casual dating or Netflix and chill until you both figured out what you were. Proposals were serious affairs, often involving the parents and very precise social rituals. Catherine accepted. Nellie, present in the household as a sort of trusted family retainer, a position common in larger homes where servants were part of the domestic landscape, could only observe with a quiet sense of dread. Catherine attempted to justify her decision to Nellie later, probably while Nellie was once again busy polishing something utterly unremarkable. He is handsome and pleasant to be with, Nellie, and above all, he is rich, and I shall be the greatest woman of the neighborhood, and I shall have a better opportunity of assisting Heathcliff if I marry Edgar. This was her reasoning, the elevation she craved, the opportunity to secure Heathcliff's future from a position of power, the pragmatic choice for a good match. Her intention to marry Edgar wasn't born of passionate love in the way her connection to Heathcliff was, but rather from a careful weighing of practicality, social expectation, and an underlying belief that she could help Heathcliff by doing so. It was a rather roundabout way of trying to help her friend, almost like getting rich to buy a giant golden parachute for your less fortunate buddy. A somewhat dubious strategy, perhaps, but one understandable given the era's rigid class system where status often determined destiny. Nellie, being the voice of pragmatic wisdom, felt deep misgivings. She gently pointed out the inherent contradictions in Catherine's affections, sensing that this union, while superficially advantageous, contained the seeds of immense future unhappiness for all parties involved. Nellie reminded her that her passionate, defining love was for Heathcliff, not Edgar. Nellie, though generally quite impartial, must have looked at Catherine's delicate fingers, still faintly blue from the moor chill that never quite left Wuthering Heights, and worried they were grasping at an ill-fitting crown. But Catherine was resolute. believing her spirit strong enough to compartmentalize, to have both the eternal rock of Heathcliff and the comfortable foliage of Edgar. It was, as countless scholarly debates have discussed, Catherine's profound tragic flaw, her inability to accept the irreconcilability of her desires, trying to reconcile two utterly different kinds of love that simply couldn't coexist. The marriage itself was a rather muted affair at Wuthering Heights. There was no Heathcliff, of course. His absence was a heavy, suffocating blanket that cast a long shadow over the ceremony, even amidst Edgar's genuine happiness and Catherine's seemingly radiant composure. Nellie observed the contrast in Catherine's behavior at the ceremony. She was radiant, undeniably beautiful, yet there was an underlying tension, a haunted quality in her eyes that even the grandest white gown couldn't conceal. Victorian weddings were often smaller, less ostentatious affairs than their modern counterparts, especially if the couple was gentry but not royalty, with the focus on family joining rather than elaborate public displays. So it was probably nice, but not the sort of lavish party that might have been if the two families weren't living amidst simmering resentment. The only drama came from the perpetually sullen Hindley Earnshaw, who presided over the occasion with a grim countenance and probably several too many drams of whiskey. Resenting Edgar Linton simply for existing in a state of prosperity he could only dream of. He likely grumbled to himself throughout the entire thing about the waste of perfectly good celebratory sherry on such an unsuitable union. After the quiet vows were exchanged, Catherine departed Wuthering Heights for Thrushcross Grange, transitioning from the raw, wild nature of her birthplace to the polished, civilized world of her new home. It was like swapping out your favorite well-worn but muddy hiking boots for delicate satin slippers. At Thrushcross Grange, Catherine stepped into a life of impeccable gentility, order, and exquisite comfort. The Grange itself was a masterpiece of domestic tranquility, surrounded by meticulously manicured gardens, warmed by countless fires, its rooms filled with soft lamplight and richly upholstered furniture. Imagine moving from a charming but dilapidated drafty old cabin into a plush modern home, with underfloor heating and unlimited internet. A delightful change of pace for anyone. For Catherine, it must have been a revelation after the pervasive chill and neglect of Wuthering Heights. She enjoyed her new status as Mrs. Linton, delighting in the attentions of Edgar, who adored her utterly, patiently, and without question. He granted her every indulgence, admired her beauty, and provided a safe, cushioned world for her to inhabit. Life at Thrushcross Grange was utterly devoid of the dramatic passions and simmering tensions that were her daily bread at Wuthering Heights. Dinners were orderly affairs, conversations were polite and predictable, and conflict, when it arose, was handled with quiet civility rather than fiery outbursts. Isabella Linton, Edgar's younger sister, a timid but romantic girl, became Catherine's constant companion, admiring her vibrant spirit, eager to absorb her glamorous air. Everything was proper, everything was regulated, every silver fork gleamed. You can almost see Catherine practicing her delicate tea sips and trying not to bolt outside when an awkward silence descended. This careful cultivation of genteel living was crucial to maintaining one's social standing during the Victorian era. It showcased wealth and refinement, signaling that one was part of the civilized world, utterly separated from anything rough or wild. Many small idiosyncratic rules developed for everything from dining etiquette to fashion, marking class divisions very clearly. Like wearing bright purple gloves in your backyard, you might be eccentric, but wearing them at the Lord Mayor's ball you might simply be unfashionable and slightly scandalous. Yet despite the outward serenity and all the comforts that Edgar could lavish upon her, a subtle disquiet gnawed at Catherine. She embraced her role as the Lady of the Grange, presiding over drawing-room calls and participating in polite society, and at first found pleasure in this. But in the quiet moments, in the solitude of her beautiful, orderly bedroom, a deep void remained. The wildness, the fierce elemental connection to something unbound and raw, lay dormant within her, yet was not extinguished. The absence of Heathcliff, his dark, brooding energy, and the unyielding challenge he represented, was a gaping wound. It was like trying to fit a piece of a raging tempest into a neatly folded blanket. It simply wasn't going to lie still. She occasionally expressed to Nellie her feeling of a great spiritual loss, hinting at a separation not just from Heathcliff, but from a vital part of her own being, the wild, passionate Catherine, who only Heathcliff truly saw and answered. The scholars still argue the complex implications of her choosing safety over passionate fulfillment. Was it a pragmatic, survivalist instinct? A tragic misjudgment of her own emotional needs? Or merely the devastating consequence of a societal framework that left women little choice between the hearth and ruin? For Catherine, even though her immediate environment became calm, the emotional landscape within her remained tumultuous. She might have traded the chaotic Wuthering Heights for the serene Thrushcross Grange, but she couldn't escape herself. She would periodically glance at the bleak, distant rise where Wuthering Heights stood, a grey smudge against the stormy horizon, and Nellie observed the wistful sadness that clouded her eyes. The peace was external, bought at the cost of an inner tension, a constant, low thrum of unresolved desire that threatened to crack her polished veneer. This temporary truce with her own nature could only last so long before the passions she buried within would inevitably resurface, ready to once again send shockwaves through both houses and across the moors. And that, you realize, was exactly what was destined to happen. Her serene period, so carefully crafted, was only waiting for a very specific shadow to fall. Catherine's marriage to Edgar Linton brought a semblance of peace to Thrushcross Grange. You imagine the tranquil scenes Nellie described. Tea in the drawing room, quiet rides in the carriage, polite calls from neighbouring gentry, and the endless pursuit of perfection in social etiquette. Catherine played the part beautifully, adopting the graceful manners of a proper lady, hosting and being hosted, attending to Edgar's doting affections. She truly seemed, for a time, settled, enveloped in a cocoon of comfort and civility. Edgar, gentle and earnest, cherished her. Isabella, his sister, adored Catherine, captivated by her fiery spirit, softened by her new gentility. It was almost idyllic, almost perfect, if you simply overlooked the faint, recurring sigh from Catherine, or the way her eyes sometimes wandered to the distant, desolate line of the moors. 3 years passed. 3 long years without a single sign of Heathcliff. His absence was a heavy silence, a persistent phantom limb of pain for Catherine, one that even Edgar's devoted affection couldn't entirely fill. Everyone at Thrushcross Grange had probably written him off, presuming he was either dead, imprisoned, or had simply wandered into a bog from which he'd never emerged. This disappearance was certainly fitting with the common romantic notion of the Byronic hero, who often undertook solitary journeys into the wilderness to deal with personal torment before returning mysteriously changed. It's a rather dramatic way to go on a personal development retreat, isn't it? Much less effective than, say, a good therapist. During the 19th century, long sea voyages were also incredibly common for trade and military purposes, and many individuals might disappear for years working on ships, seeking fortunes in the colonies, or simply traveling extensively without the immediate communication we now expect. Letters could take months to cross oceans if they arrived at all. Then, one quiet autumn afternoon, while Edgar was out visiting a sick parishioner and Isabella was attempting to perfect her pianoforte scales, which Nellie hinted sounded more like a startled cat walking on piano keys than anything truly musical, a figure arrived at Thrushcross Grange. He appeared unexpectedly at the doorstep, his shadow falling across the sun-drenched threshold. Nellie, who was the first to answer the knock, remembered her heart leaping into her throat. This was a true theatrical entrance, one you might expect from a returning villain in a Gothic melodrama. Standing there was a man, but not the Heathcliff she remembered, the unkempt, stoic farm boy. This was a man transformed. He was impeccably dressed from his highly polished boots to his well-tailored broadcloth coat, everything hinting at a life of sophisticated luxury and refined tastes. His hair was neat, his hands no longer scarred and grubby but refined, though a residual savage strength still seemed to reside beneath their calm surface. The rough edges were smoothed over, but the underlying wildness remained, like a powerful current hidden beneath placid waters. He held himself with a new, quiet dignity, an imposing presence that commanded immediate attention, far removed from the deferential stance he'd once assumed as Hindley's servant. This transformation wasn't merely sartorial, it was an aura. You might assume he'd simply won the lottery, though perhaps not enough to buy the moors. However, one historical detail often overlooked is that the Industrial Revolution was creating new pathways to wealth that were independent of traditional landed gentry. A savvy individual could amass a fortune through speculation in stocks, new industrial ventures, or trade routes that weren't always respectable, but certainly lucrative. So his wealth didn't have to be from inherited property or old money. It could be the result of a shrewd, perhaps ruthless climb through emerging economic opportunities. But it was his face that truly startled Nellie. While no longer overtly sullen or boyish, it held a deeper, more profound darkness. His eyes, though intelligent, still held the unreadable, almost terrifying intensity that she remembered from his childhood, only amplified by maturity, and Nellie feared some secret torment. It was the face of a man who had seen things, endured things, and come out of them not broken but sharpened, honed into something altogether more dangerous. This wasn't a peaceful glow of self-improvement. It was the formidable aura of something forged in hellfire. He carried a cane, more for effect than necessity, Nellie mused, leaning against the doorframe like a silent, formidable threat. And the oddest thing, Nellie noted, his laugh when it occasionally surfaced during the meeting was a curious husky sound, lacking genuine warmth but holding a sardonic edge. He laughed, she thought, as though he could not breathe out an honest breath without an effort. Not quite the joyful, open sound of a well-adjusted person. It makes you wonder how he acquired these gentlemanly skills. Maybe he watched an abundance of fancy people and decided to imitate them, but with added brooding. Did he study books of etiquette under candlelight? Or perhaps, as some fringe historical theories suggest, some lost years in biographies often indicate involvement in illicit activities or shadowy enterprises. One wonders. Catherine's reaction to this unexpected visitor was, predictably, a violent rush of emotion. when Nellie, unable to contain her astonishment, simply blurted out, "Oh, Master Heathcliff! Oh, dear Heathcliff!" Catherine came flying out of the drawing room, her polite composure utterly forgotten. Her initial joy was palpable, unconstrained, like a dam breaking. She clung to him, weeping, her heart soaring at his return. It was a chaotic reunion. She was laughing and crying simultaneously, a woman overwhelmed by a powerful mix of relief, exhilaration, and perhaps a touch of fear at the reappearance of the most elemental part of her life. She seemed completely unaware of, or unwilling to acknowledge, the sophisticated veneer Heathcliff now possessed, focusing instead on the powerful current that had always flowed between them. But her immediate euphoria quickly mingled with agitation. Her joy seemed tinged with something brittle, almost hysterical, as if her carefully constructed world at the Grange was suddenly crumbling before her eyes. The conflict within her, the choice between the quiet security of Edgar and the wild passion of Heathcliff, was abruptly thrown into stark relief. Nellie observed her closely, noticing the trembling hands, the way she darted anxious glances between Heathcliff and the door where Edgar would soon appear. Catherine's nervous system, you can infer, was screaming. The presence of the object of her ultimate spiritual devotion, yet also the man whose very existence was a reproach to her choice of marital convenience, threw her into immediate psychological chaos. When Edgar returned and found Heathcliff sitting in his drawing room, the tension thickened visibly. Edgar, usually so calm and composed, felt his control slip. His demeanor, described by Nellie as grave and rather formal, betrayed a deep-seated uneasiness. He extended a stiff, polite greeting, making it clear that while he was allowing this unexpected visitor under his roof, for Catherine's sake, he did so with palpable resentment. He found himself confronted by a rival who was not just a familiar figure from his wife's wild youth, but now, unnervingly, Heathcliff was his equal in appearance and perhaps even superior in terms of commanding presence. He wasn't the ragged gypsy boy anymore, but a polished, menacing stranger who dared to sit in his home and breathe the same air as his beloved Catherine. Edgar, a very typical Victorian gentleman, was utterly bewildered by the shift in Heathcliff's social status. While it wasn't impossible for someone from a humble background to rise, it often involved some form of public enterprise or connections. Such a swift, untraceable accumulation of wealth in an individual of obscure origin might be viewed with intense suspicion, possibly linked to nefarious dealings like smuggling, piracy, or simply being generally disreputable. People generally like to know where your money came from. The ensuing scene, a muted but charged power struggle in the otherwise quiet drawing room of Thrushcross Grange, was a masterpiece of barely contained emotions. Catherine was exuberant, wanting Edgar to welcome Heathcliff warmly, wanting her two worlds to peacefully coexist, as if that were ever going to be possible. Edgar, struggling to maintain his composure, found himself challenged by Heathcliff's new, cool arrogance, his deliberate coolness, his air of mocking superiority that seemed to convey that he possessed a claim to Catherine that no mere marriage certificate could nullify. Heathcliff didn't offer overt aggression, Nellie recalled. Rather, he merely existed with an undeniable force that unnerved Edgar. He was almost dismissive of Edgar, as if his claims to Catherine were so secondary they barely registered. His whole presence in the room said, "I'm here for her, you're just living in it." Isabella Linton, Edgar's younger sister, however, was immediately fatally captivated by Heathcliff. Young, romantic, and somewhat naive, she saw in him a thrilling, dangerous figure, an embodiment of the Gothic hero she'd read about in her romantic novels. She was drawn to his brooding intensity, his dark good looks, the mysterious aura of wealth and unspoken power that surrounded him. Her crush was immediate, passionate, and utterly desperately foolish, like falling in love with the brooding anti-hero of a particularly bad fan fiction. Nellie, watching Isabella's flushed cheeks and starry eyes, sighed inwardly, knowing that Isabella was utterly unprepared for the ruthless nature of this transformed man. Isabella's romantic imagination, perhaps a symptom of too many sentimental novels and not enough direct exposure to the darker realities of human nature, made her a perfect, unsuspecting pawn for Heathcliff's burgeoning, insidious schemes. She found his silence magnetic, where others might find it unsettling. She mistook his brooding for profound sadness rather than calculated malice. Scholars still debate the extent of Isabella's naivete. Was she truly so blind, or did her societal conditioning about romantic love simply prevent her from seeing the obvious danger Heathcliff represented? Or perhaps she simply yearned for anything that resembled excitement. Heathcliff, observing Isabella's fascination, noted her carefully. He didn't miss the glimmer of admiration in her eyes, the shy, captivated glances. He was ruthless, and a plan began to form in his cold, calculating mind. Isabella was a Linton, and for Heathcliff, anyone associated with Edgar Linton was now a potential tool for his growing bitter desire for revenge against the man who had stolen Catherine's worldly allegiance. He saw a means, not a person, a new pawn in a complex, terrifying game of retribution against those who had degraded him and usurped his place. His arrival, seemingly an act of rediscovering old friendships, was, in reality, a carefully orchestrated return to initiate a chilling campaign of psychological torment and ruin against the very people who thought they were safe in their genteel world. This was less a family reunion and more the slow deployment of a weapon of mass emotional destruction. Heathcliff, Nellie recounts, barely took his eyes off Isabella Linton from the moment he walked into Thrushcross Grange's drawing room. His newfound wealth and cultivated air of mystery only intensified the allure for a sheltered girl like Isabella, who had likely only ever encountered the gentle, predictable Edgar Linton and her brother Hindley's perpetually sour disposition. You observe the dangerous glint in Heathcliff's eyes, a cold, calculating gleam that had nothing to do with genuine admiration and everything to do with bitter strategy. Isabella was a Linton, a connection to the very family who now claimed Catherine, and as Nellie well knew, Heathcliff rarely acted without a hidden, far-reaching purpose, usually involving meticulous plans for eventual vengeance. It was like watching a villain outline his next move, except instead of a white board and complex diagrams, he was simply giving Isabella a devastatingly intense stare over the rim of a teacup. Isabella, for her part, was utterly, pathetically smitten. She saw Heathcliff not as the transformed, dangerous man Nellie now recognized, but as a darkly romantic figure straight out of the Gothic novels she devoured. Think tall, dark and brooding, with a mysterious past and deep unspoken sorrows. It's almost comical, isn't it? The way young, impressionable people can create entire complex backstories for someone based purely on aesthetics and a general sense of being emotionally unavailable. She probably imagined him riding a wild stallion across the moors, dramatically gazing into the distance while brooding about, well, whatever brooding heroes brood about. Perhaps the difficulty of finding a decent coffee on the moors, or the perpetually bad Wi-Fi signal. Historically, sensation novels, often precursors to Gothic thrillers, and highly romanticized poetry like Byron's Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, significantly shaped the romantic imagination of many young ladies during the Victorian era. These narratives frequently featured intense, unconventional heroes, influencing what an isolated, idealistic girl like Isabella might find captivating. So, Isabella was practically doomed from the moment Heathcliff set his dark eyes on her, equipped only with a fragile education and an overactive imagination fueled by flowery prose. Nellie watched with mounting alarm as Heathcliff deliberately began to cultivate Isabella's infatuation. He would ignore her for long stretches, then fix her with a sudden, intense gaze that would send her little heart fluttering like a trapped bird. He spoke rarely, but when he did, his words were often sharp, cynical, yet edged with an undertone of suppressed passion that Isabella undoubtedly interpreted as a sign of his deep, wounded soul. He knew exactly what he was doing, planting seeds of obsession, drawing her into his dark orbit, slowly, deliberately. This was the equivalent of carefully breadcrumbing someone in a long-term relationship, leading them along with just enough hints of attention to keep them utterly strung along, except, for evil. He certainly possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the emotional vulnerabilities of others and exploit them. One quirky tidbit: the fascination with the Byronic hero was so prevalent that young women would often write poetry to such figures, sometimes imagining passionate correspondences. Isabella's quiet idolatry of Heathcliff might have been one of these unspoken, fantasized affairs of the heart for her, before he turned his malevolent gaze upon her. Catherine, watching all this unfold, grew increasingly agitated and unhappy. She loved Isabella after a fashion, seeing in her a milder, more delicate reflection of Edgar. She also knew Heathcliff intimately, his capacity for love, yes, but also his frightening capacity for vengeance and cold manipulation. She understood he was using Isabella, treating her as a mere tool in his grand, unspoken scheme for retribution. Catherine tried, repeatedly and vehemently, to warn Isabella. "He is a fierce, pitiless, wolfish man," she cried to her, "a creature of the wild. He'll crush you, Isabella. He doesn't love you. He could no more care for you than I for a pet dog." She meant it, trying to shock her sister-in-law out of her romantic delusion. Catherine even called him a moral tiger, once saying he might do him Edgar more harm, but I will be more hurt. But Isabella, blinded by her crush and by Heathcliff's potent allure, dismissed Catherine's warnings as jealousy. You see how tragic it was. Catherine, caught between loyalties, trying to protect a girl who thought Catherine was merely possessive of her old friend. Isabella saw it as an ultimate betrayal. Why would her dear Catherine stand in the way of her true happiness, especially with someone as intriguing as Heathcliff? Oh, to be so deeply in love with an idea rather than a reality. It's almost sweet, in a running full speed towards a brick wall sort of way. Edgar, too, became deeply concerned by Heathcliff's persistent presence at the Grange and his growing, alarming influence over Isabella. His polite civility evaporated, replaced by stern pronouncements and simmering rage. He confronted Catherine, forbidding her to entertain Heathcliff, demanding she cut ties with him for the sake of the Linton family's reputation and Isabella's future. His attempts were futile. Catherine, defiant at heart, refused to comply, seeing Edgar's demands as an infringement on her personal freedom and a denigration of her beloved Heathcliff, no matter how much she knew he was trouble. This defiance also exposed the lingering fissures in their own marriage. Catherine's continued connection to her elemental past, represented by Heathcliff, grated against Edgar's carefully constructed domestic ideal. A mainstream historical fact is that in 19th century patriarchal society, a husband had significant legal authority over his wife. including control over her visitors and social circle, especially if those visitors were perceived as a threat to reputation or family honor. Edgar, by asserting his husbandly authority, was acting perfectly within societal norms, but Catherine, ever the rebel, chafed against such restrictions. One memorable volatile scene escalated into a furious argument between Catherine, Heathcliff, and Edgar right there in the Grangers' drawing room. Nellie was a silent, helpless witness to the unraveling drama. Edgar, with unusual assertiveness, confronted Heathcliff, telling him bluntly, "If you come as a Linton's guest, be civil. If you come as a common ploughboy, be silent." Edgar ordered Heathcliff out, threatening him with physical removal if he didn't comply. But Heathcliff, unaccustomed to Edgar's rare fits of temper and utterly unmoved, simply scoffed at his attempts, treating him with derisive scorn, even sneering at his physical inadequacy. Heathcliff responded to Edgar's assertion with a contemptuous shrug and, in a subtle show of physical dominance, moved closer to Catherine. It was a standoff between two completely different types of men, the polite, genteel, somewhat ineffectual Edgar, and the rough, formidable, and menacing Heathcliff. Who needs polite insults when you can simply loom? Catherine, caught in the middle, saw the escalating tension, the raw masculinity clashing in front of her, perhaps out of desperation to diffuse the situation, or simply because her own emotions were in such chaos. She made a reckless accusation. "Heathcliff and Edgar, don't try to master me," she exclaimed, feigning a sudden fit, a bout of hysteria, demanding to be left alone, and eventually falling into what appeared to be a convulsive seizure. Nellie, ever the practical one, noted it felt like a manipulated fit rather than genuine illness. She later speculated to you, the listener, that Catherine's fainting spell was less about genuine medical distress and more about a desperate manipulative tactic to get Edgar and Heathcliff to back down and cease their destructive bickering over her. This moment is fiercely debated by literary scholars. Was Catherine genuinely overwhelmed by emotion and health, or was she cynically deploying a feminine weakness as a strategic manipulation in a situation where she otherwise had no agency? Did her breakdown signify an inability to cope with the profound moral conflict, or a theatrical attempt to assert control in an environment where her choices were being violently constrained? Heathcliff, unmoved by what he perceived as a melodramatic display, finally took his leave. Edgar, heartbroken and confused by Catherine's fit, turned his wrath on Nellie, blaming her for having facilitated Heathcliff's continued presence and for not adequately protecting Catherine's well-being. He was bewildered by Catherine's attachment to Heathcliff and her volatility, blaming Nellie, who as the only confidant, often bore the brunt of their dysfunction. Poor Nellie. Imagine being the only sane person in a room full of emotional chaos, blamed for all of it. She might as well have a flashing neon sign over her head saying, "I just work here, please don't kill the messenger." After Heathcliff left and Edgar retreated in angry bewilderment, the drawing room at Thrushcross Grange was filled with an almost suffocating tension. The air vibrated with the aftermath of emotional warfare. The silence that followed was heavy, laden with unspoken accusations and unresolved pain. This dramatic confrontation, witnessed by Isabella from the periphery, only fueled her misguided romantic fantasies. She saw Catherine's histrionics not as manipulative, but as a desperate declaration of deep love, and Heathcliff's unyielding nature as a testament to his own profound, unwavering feelings. She simply absorbed the scene and reframed it to fit her pre-existing notion of intense, tragic love, seeing Heathcliff as a formidable lover to fight for. This romantic blindness, rooted deeply in the pervasive idealized depictions of love and hero worship of the period, created a perfect storm for Isabella's disastrous decisions. The stage was set then for Heathcliff's next cruel maneuver. With Catherine now withdrawn into her self-imposed suffering, a dangerous blend of illness and passive aggression, making herself sick over the conflict, and Edgar preoccupied with managing his now volatile wife, Heathcliff had an open field. He would use Isabella, innocent and blindly devoted as she was, to achieve his vengeance on Edgar. Isabella represented the Linton fortune, the Linton bloodline, a perfect vehicle to corrupt and taint everything Edgar held dear right under his very nose. You see him smiling grimly to himself in the cold, damp morning air, walking away from the Grange. The pieces were all in place for a meticulous, horrifying game, one that would destroy not only Isabella's life, but also send painful echoes throughout the Grange, directly impacting Catherine and Edgar and drawing Thrushcross Grange deeply into the morass of Wuthering Heights' ancient bitterness. Heathcliff's silent intrigue was a powerful destructive force, patiently awaiting its moment to fully ignite and scorch the refined landscape of Thrushcross Grange. The storm had passed, but the chill left behind was more profound and insidious, already setting Isabella on a catastrophic course she couldn't possibly foresee. The grand drawing room of Thrushcross Grange now stood silent, holding the echoes of that explosive confrontation. Nellie Dean continued, her voice heavy with the memory, recounting the grim aftermath. Catherine, true to her dramatic tendencies, or perhaps truly broken by the emotional onslaught, retreated into a dangerous spiral of illness and despair. She confined herself to her room, refusing to eat, refusing to speak, lapsing into what appeared to be fits of delirium where she would cry out for Heathcliff or rage against her constricted existence. Nellie watched her closely, a mix of pity and exasperation in her heart. While certainly not faking all her symptoms, Catherine was performing for an audience of one. Edgar. Her self-inflicted starvation was a powerful, if desperate, weapon in her silent war against the confines of her life. Imagine trying to stage a drama in your living room and realizing only one person is paying attention, and even that person is bewildered. Such theatrics of the mind, however, did occasionally turn truly perilous. Many physicians in the 19th century observed conditions akin to anorexia nervosa, which was not understood as a distinct disorder, but recognized as consumption or a decline, sometimes attributed to emotional or spiritual distress. So whether genuine or self-induced, Catherine's state was becoming dangerously fragile. Edgar Linton, usually the epitome of calm, was thrown into a state of profound distress and bewilderment. He blamed Nellie for Catherine's deterioration, believing she hadn't adequately defended Catherine from Heathcliff's influence. He simply couldn't comprehend the complex destructive emotions that bound his wife to her childhood friend. To him, it was a simple betrayal, a wife choosing the companionship of a rival over her loving husband. He saw only Heathcliff's nefarious influence, unable to grasp the soul-deep yearning that plagued Catherine. Edgar was, at his core, a creature of order, propriety, and rational affection. The raw, tumultuous passion between Catherine and Heathcliff was entirely outside his experience, something he simply couldn't process. His pain was genuine, his attempts to understand fruitless. He retired to his study, distraught, feeling his home, his carefully cultivated paradise, shattering around him. He communicated largely through Nellie now, creating an almost unbridgeable gap between himself and Catherine, making him truly isolated in his sorrow, the silent victim in his own story. You could tell that even Edgar, kind as he was, would not cope well with a bad Yelp review, let alone an actual marriage crisis. Heathcliff, however, showed not a flicker of remorse or concern. He continued to visit Thrushcross Grange, undeterred by Edgar's coldness or Catherine's illness, indeed perhaps emboldened by it. He wore an expression of cool, deliberate triumph. Each glimpse of Edgar's suffering was, to him, a small victory, a delicious drop in his growing chalice of vengeance. His objective wasn't just to inflict pain, it was to unravel the Linton family, strand by meticulous strand. His continued presence and air of confident entitlement further grated on Edgar, amplifying the subtle mockery in Heathcliff's bearing. He moved through the Grange like a dark ghost of its true past, constantly reminding Edgar of a shared secret world from which he was utterly excluded. This type of slow psychological torment, far more insidious than open warfare, highlights Heathcliff's calculating mind. The primary object of Heathcliff's malevolent attentions was Isabella Linton. She, poor, lovesick, misguided Isabella, was a perfect tool. Despite Catherine's vehement warnings, "He is a rough diamond, a pearl oyster, that hides pearls in his bosom," or sometimes a savage tiger, depending on Catherine's mood swings. Isabella's infatuation with Heathcliff only deepened. She simply chose to see what she wanted to see, the tragic hero, the dark outsider capable of profound love. She probably convinced herself Catherine was just being dramatic, or perhaps a little jealous. She hung on his every glance, his every veiled word, eager to misinterpret his cruelty as a sign of his deep, tormented soul. It was a romantic delusion of epic proportions, a testament to the intoxicating power of bad judgment and Gothic novel tropes. You really couldn't write a dating profile that clearly says dangerous and expect it to work for a smart person. And Isabella was clearly not a smart person when it came to men. Many young women of the period, shielded from harsh realities by strict upbringing, could indeed form unrealistic romantic expectations influenced by popular literature. Novels, however, were not the same as reality, which, for many, was an unpleasant surprise. Did you know that some strict Victorian parents tried to censor romantic novels precisely because they believed they filled young ladies' heads with dangerous, unrealistic expectations of love and marriage? Clearly, Isabella's parents weren't vigilant enough, or else she just bought her forbidden reading material from a particularly questionable traveling salesman. Heathcliff deliberately nurtured Isabella's delusion. He began sending her secret notes, brief, enticing messages slipped through servants, or even through the surprisingly helpful Nellie, who, caught in the middle, often ended up as an unwilling messenger pigeon. He'd arrange clandestine meetings in the deserted corners of the Grange gardens under the guise of casual walks, whispering false promises of deep understanding, hinting at a powerful, unspoken connection only they shared. His words would be laden with dark poetry and dramatic intensity, designed to feed her longing for a life of grand passion rather than one of sedate civility. He knew just how to speak to her heart, painting himself as the misunderstood soul who longed for solace and comprehension, and that only she could provide it. What a charming way to entrap a naive person. He never actually told her he loved her, just that she understood him, which for Isabella was far more meaningful. It was the quintessential soft launch of a toxic relationship. He hinted at the Lintons' coldness, playing on Isabella's feelings of being unappreciated or overlooked. especially when her brother Edgar was consumed with Catherine's illness. He skillfully twisted her innocence, using her romantic fantasies against her. He spoke of Edgar's stiffness and insipid conventionality, subtly elevating his own wild nature by contrast. The intellectual pursuit of character in 19th century thought often hinged on the idea of one's nature and whether it was tamed or wild. Heathcliff exploited these inherent tensions to his advantage. Isabella was completely hooked, falling deeper and deeper into his snare, oblivious to the insidious manipulation. She saw a forbidden romance where he saw a tool for systematic destruction. Edgar, meanwhile, exhausted and heartbroken by Catherine's deteriorating state, finally issued a stern ultimatum to his wife. "Choose between me and Heathcliff." He was a patient man, but even his endless store of placid goodwill had reached its limit. He confronted Catherine in her room, giving her a choice. If she continued to insist on a relationship with Heathcliff, he would forbid it and permanently remove himself from her life, cutting off any and all communication, severing the bond between them, perhaps literally disinheriting her in his heart if not in practice. This act of drawing a definitive line in the sand, while entirely understandable, often provoked precisely the opposite of its desired effect from Catherine, who hated to be told what to do. His desperation led to an act of cold formality, completely out of character for him. This kind of patriarchal ultimatum, though perhaps legally permitted in the era, rarely solved complex emotional entanglements. It's like telling your teenager, "You either do your homework or I will love you less." Rarely effective, yet so often deployed. Catherine, still physically weakened and mentally unbalanced by her self-imposed crisis, received this ultimatum not as a compassionate boundary, but as the ultimate unforgivable betrayal. Edgar, her loving husband, had drawn a battle line between her two selves, her two defining loves. In that moment, her fragile grip on reality seemed to snap. Her distress escalated into violent paroxysms of what Nellie perceived as genuine delirium. She railed against Edgar, against Wuthering Heights, against the Linton family, against everything that felt like a trap. She refused food even more adamantly, withdrawing further into her mental and physical torment. It was no longer a manipulation. It was a devastating disintegration of her body and mind, perhaps as a direct consequence of Edgar's cruel but necessary ultimatum. Scholars still passionately debate the precise moment and extent of Catherine's psychological break. Was it an inherited mental predisposition exacerbated by her traumatic childhood, a hysterical response to societal pressure and the clash between duty and passion, or a convenient plot device to hasten her demise? Regardless, the effect was devastating, creating real pain, not just dramatic flouncing. In the midst of this internal and external chaos, Isabella was approached directly by Heathcliff with a dramatic proposal. Perhaps not an outright marriage proposal yet, but an undeniable suggestion of future union, an invitation to a secret, grand escape from the staid confines of the Grange, and into a world of real passion. Heathcliff likely suggested elopement, a clandestine, illicit flight which in 19th century society was a huge scandal. Elopement circumvented family permission, marriage settlements, and generally ensured utter social ruination, particularly for the woman. It was a clear power play. Snatching the bride without permission from the groom's brother was a brutal public humiliation for Edgar. Nellie was the only witness to Isabella's mounting, misguided desperation. She found a series of increasingly frantic notes between Isabella and Heathcliff, revealing his persuasive machinations and her absolute eagerness to flee with him. Nellie was horrified. She recognized the chilling finality in Isabella's decision. This wasn't an act of love, she knew. It was an act of despair for Isabella, and one of calculated destruction for Heathcliff. It sealed not just Isabella's misery but also Edgar's, extending the pain Heathcliff felt by involving those he despised, but in a very specific, strategic way. This move promised to undermine Edgar's reputation and perhaps, eventually, give Heathcliff a legal claim to Thrushcross Grange or the Linton fortune if, through some grim machinations, he managed to outlive the weak Edgar Linton, Isabella, and then Linton Heathcliff himself. Not that Heathcliff ever gave you the grand PowerPoint-enabled reveal of his 5-year revenge plan, but it became glaringly obvious over time. One grim night, not long after Edgar's ultimatum, Isabella made her move. Driven by a whirlwind of false hope, romantic illusion, and a desperation to escape her suffocating existence, she gathered a few personal items and fled Thrushcross Grange. Nellie, awoken by a quiet sound, observed her departure in the cold pre-dawn gloom, her heart sinking like a stone. Isabella moved stealthily, her small determined figure swallowed by the shadows, leaving behind the warmth and security of her family home for the uncertain, terrifying embrace of Heathcliff. It was an act of catastrophic folly, akin to selling your very soul for a false promise. The silence she left behind at Thrushcross Grange was deafening, the quiet confirmation of a deeply disturbing loss. Not just of a daughter, but of an entire illusion of safety. Her departure cast an even deeper gloom over the Grange, further plunging Edgar into isolated misery and reinforcing his sense of betrayal. The shock and public scandal of an elopement, especially with a character like Heathcliff, would have been devastating for a family of their standing, creating irreparable damage to their social reputation. The Grange, once a haven of order and refinement, now felt besieged by forces it barely understood. This desperate flight and Isabella's self-destruction were, in Heathcliff's cold eyes, a perfect initial victory in his larger scheme of tormenting the Lintons and destroying everything they valued. He had gained a foothold in their lives, one that promised not reconciliation but endless, escalating conflict and the grim unraveling of a once proud lineage, spreading the Heights' contagion of suffering into the unsuspecting peace of the valley. And as Nellie continued her quiet narration, the grim pieces of the game Heathcliff was playing began to assemble into a chillingly coherent, utterly ruthless design. You could sense the impending doom, almost feel the weight of it, knowing that this flight was just the beginning of a truly horrifying endgame. Isabella Linton, with her heart thrumming a frantic, hopeful tune, stole out of Thrushcross Grange into the deep, unforgiving darkness. Nellie Dean, observing from a shadowed window, felt a cold dread settle in her stomach. Isabella, poor, foolish child, likely envisioned a dramatic moonlit flight worthy of a tragic romance, galloping across the moors into a thrilling, passionate future with her brooding hero. She probably imagined him scooping her onto a majestic black horse, riding off into a lightning-kissed sky, hair whipping dramatically in the wind, like something from a Gothic romance novel illustration. The reality, Nellie knew, was far more mundane and brutally chilling. This was no romantic tableau. This was a desperate escape, an act of ruin. Her reasons, as Nellie later pieced together from fleeting glances and anguished cries, were a concoction of naive yearning, an overactive imagination, and profound emotional neglect within her own home. With Catherine perpetually ill, and Edgar consumed by his quiet despair, Isabella, a sheltered young woman with no experience of the real world, felt utterly unseen, longing for intensity and connection. Heathcliff, with his dark magnetism, his aura of forbidden danger, and his insidious whispers of a love only she could truly understand, played on this longing with terrifying precision. He fed her delusions, painting himself as the misunderstood Byronic figure who needed only her to heal his wounds and provide an escape from the pain of a cruel world. He'd promised her, in vague, flowery terms, a life of profound passion away from the polite dullness of the Grange. He suggested their escape would be a bold stroke, a declaration of love against a stifling world. And Isabella, utterly convinced that Heathcliff held the key to a love story far more grand than Edgar and Catherine's fraught partnership, took the bait. It wasn't about love, not really. It was about the idea of it, filtered through a lens of melodrama. You know, like ordering something online based on an amazing photo, and then realizing it's far less glamorous and significantly smaller when it arrives. The elopement itself was swift and utterly devoid of any romantic flourish. Heathcliff wasn't waiting with a carriage or a band of faithful retainers or even a pre-packed picnic. Nellie recalled Isabella slipping out a quiet back door, probably fumbling in the dark with her meager belongings, stumbling along the rutted track before encountering Heathcliff. It was dark, probably cold, and probably very muddy. Not quite the grand getaway she'd surely dreamt of. Elopements in 19th century Britain were typically scandalous events, almost always ruining a young woman's reputation and social standing permanently, particularly if the match was considered unsuitable by her family. Her value on the marriage market was utterly destroyed. It would not only shame her, but deeply shame the entire Linton family, reflecting poorly on Edgar's ability to control his own household and protect his sister's virtue. This, you realize, was precisely what Heathcliff wanted: maximum social damage, maximum public humiliation for the Lintons. He was weaponizing Victorian societal expectations. Upon Isabella's dramatic, pathetic departure, chaos briefly descended upon Thrushcross Grange. Edgar, already on an emotional knife edge due to Catherine's declining health, reacted with profound fury and bitter anguish. His sister, stolen by the very man who had already brought such distress to his wife, became another cruel trophy in Heathcliff's revenge. Edgar immediately disowned Isabella, writing to her, and likely spreading the word amongst his social circle that she was dead to him, that he no longer recognized her as his sister. This act of disinheritance, while emotionally devastating, also carried significant legal weight for a period where family connections defined social and financial security. It was not uncommon for a family to cut off a member who eloped or married against their wishes, effectively removing them from any familial support or inheritance. It's harsh, but that's how they played hardball in the Victorian era when it came to honor and social order. He couldn't stop Catherine's affections for Heathcliff, but he could control Isabella's social standing, at least on paper. Nellie recounts Isabella's frantic letter, received some weeks after the elopement, revealing the horrifying truth of her situation. This letter became the source of much of what Nellie tells you about Isabella's brutal awakening. The journey to Wuthering Heights after their union. Whether an official marriage had actually occurred by then is still ambiguous. Possibly intended to further Isabella's ruin rather than legitimate her status, was bleak and miserable. Heathcliff wasn't charming, He was contemptuous, distant, utterly devoid of the romantic fervor Isabella had anticipated. He didn't ride his figurative black horse. He was likely simply leading her by the arm through muddy lanes in stony silence, his true objective finally visible to her horrified eyes. She arrived at Wuthering Heights to a shockingly rude welcome from her new family, the Earnshaws. Hindley Earnshaw, Catherine's increasingly dissipated and debauched brother, the master of the Heights, treated Isabella with open scorn. He too saw her as an object, a rich plaything for Heathcliff, perhaps. The atmosphere was of unrelenting misery, not of grand passion. Isabella was subjected to relentless physical discomfort and emotional abuse from Heathcliff from the moment they crossed the threshold of Wuthering Heights. Her illusions were shattered instantly. The love-struck dream was brutally replaced by a cold, hard nightmare. She realized Heathcliff didn't love her, didn't even respect her. He treated her as a prisoner, a mere instrument in his revenge against Edgar. Her first night there, she describes her wedding, a sham in her perception. Heathcliff had immediately dropped his feigned courtship and revealed his cruel intent, not only to make her his wife but to humiliate her thoroughly. She recalled with utter horror her first interview with him alone, how he ground his teeth as he told her how he might be kind to you and it would do him more hurt to make him think that you were happy. You know he does not love you, and do I? It was less of a declaration and more a terrifying insight into the sheer depth of his calculated malice. Isabella learned to her horror that her new husband did not intend for her to be happy. He intended her to be a weapon in his war against Edgar, enduring silent misery on his behalf. This cruel psychological torture would continue for weeks, isolating Isabella from any hope of rescue or reprieve. He wouldn't be hitting her. He would just be the worst husband ever, the master of the passive-aggressive side-eye. It's probably harder than just getting a punch in the face. She recounts in her letter a terrifying argument between Hindley and Heathcliff. Hindley, fueled by drink and resentment one evening, attempted to ambush Heathcliff, loading his old pistol and aiming it at Heathcliff upon his late return. This is quite an escalation. Such violent outbursts were perhaps not uncommon among severely alcoholic individuals, but definitely not typical polite household behavior. The pistol, a small-bore muzzle-loader, misfired, or Heathcliff, sensing danger, swiftly turned, and Heathcliff disarmed Hindley with ruthless ease, knocking the pistol from his hand and proceeding to brutally beat him, using a large wooden pole from the chimney, turning Hindley's intended aggression into his own humiliating subjugation. Isabella witnessed it all, utterly terrified. She realized she had fallen not into the arms of a romantic hero, but into a den of wild beasts and raw violence, far worse than anything Edgar could have conceived. Isabella describes finding Heathcliff's weapon on the hearth, lying half out of a handkerchief she has knotted around its haft. It was a horrifying sight. You certainly didn't read about this in her romance novels. The grim reality of 19th-century domestic violence, while rarely publicly discussed, was unfortunately pervasive. Homes with significant tensions and easy access to weapons, as Hindley certainly had, could easily descend into outright brutality. Her dream of marrying her handsome hero and escaping to a world of passion and fulfillment evaporated like mist on a hot morning. She now understood Catherine's warnings, but too late. Heathcliff didn't want love. He wanted to destroy. He wanted to cause Edgar suffering, and Isabella, being Edgar's beloved sister, was a convenient vehicle for his ongoing vendetta. She was not a wife. She was a trophy, and a bargaining chip meant only to cause anguish for her brother. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. She was now truly imprisoned, not just by the four walls of Wuthering Heights, but by the chilling indifference and cruelty of her own husband. Her honeymoon at the Heights was probably shorter than the queue for your favorite morning coffee and definitely much less satisfying. It turned out happily ever after was not included with the package, it seems. She had given up all her comfort, all her societal standing, and even her brother's love, for nothing but misery. She found herself utterly alone in this dark house, tormented by Heathcliff's disdain, bullied by Hindley's presence, and surrounded by servants who seemed to revel in her discomfort, as they were the ones who truly despised Heathcliff, and she, through association, became another target for their resentment. This utter isolation is part of Isabella's particular torment, as she has alienated the very people who would protect her at the Grange. Scholarly discussions often question Isabella's agency in this section. Was she purely a victim of Heathcliff's manipulation and societal romantic illusions? Or did her own desperate desire for escape and dramatic love contribute significantly to her tragic downfall? Does her naive romanticism absolve her of responsibility for her ruin? Her initial misery quickly festered into desperate resentment. She grew bitter and disillusioned, wishing herself dead, utterly regretting her decision to flee. She would watch Catherine in the next section of the story, dying a tragic death, and Isabella herself barely clung to her existence as the story of the next generation slowly began to intertwine. Nellie concluded this dark episode by reiterating the profound despair that gripped Isabella after her fateful elopement. It was a tragedy born of innocence corrupted and hope twisted into a chilling mockery. Her fervent longing for romance had not delivered her true love, but instead had flung her head first into the vortex of Heathcliff's obsessive vengeance. Isabella's flight was not an escape to freedom, but a harrowing entry into the heart of a consuming darkness, leaving behind a ruined past and facing a future of agonizing sorrow, isolated in a grim fortress that cared nothing for her youthful dreams. You felt a wave of profound sympathy for her. She literally just wanted some excitement and got trapped in a waking nightmare. Isabella's tragic elopement left a raw, gaping wound at Thrushcross Grange. You listen as Nellie Dean, her voice heavy with the relentless passage of time and sorrow, shifts the narrative back to Catherine. While Isabella's dramatic, self-inflicted ruin played out, Catherine was caught in her own agonizing spiral, one of profound physical and mental decline. Her dramatic displays, the refusal to eat, the volatile shifts in mood, slowly morphed from emotional manipulation into a genuine, debilitating illness. It wasn't just a theatrical fit anymore. It was a devastating disintegration of her body and mind, perhaps spurred by the unholy tangle of emotions, her love for Heathcliff, her obligation to Edgar, her desperate inability to reconcile her wild spirit with the confines of genteel life. It's hard to stay in a constant state of internal drama without your nervous system deciding to stage a full-on revolt. Her spirit was willing to cause trouble, but her body eventually decided it was going on strike. Catherine's health plummeted rapidly after Edgar's ultimatum and Heathcliff's increasingly brazen incursions into her carefully constructed world. She would lie in her room for days, alternating between periods of quiet delirium and violent outbursts of frustration. Her once vibrant eyes grew haunted, reflecting a world seen only by her. Her beauty faded, replaced by the pallor of consumption and a perpetual look of weary distress. It was heartbreaking, Nellie observed, to see such a force of nature being consumed from within. Physicians of the 19th century, with their limited medical understanding, often grappled with conditions that we now understand as psychosomatic or directly linked to intense mental distress manifesting as physical symptoms. Without modern diagnostic tools, any severe illness accompanied by dramatic mood swings was often attributed to a weak constitution, consumption, or simply vapors, which, let's be honest, often seemed to be the medical equivalent of shrugging and saying, "Dunno, too much angst, probably." In her delirium, Catherine's mind wandered back to her childhood, a simpler time, when she and Heathcliff roamed the moors as two inseparable halves. She would hallucinate vivid scenes of their adventures, their forbidden escapades in the heather, the rough embrace of the wind on their faces. She'd talk of the small spring in the hollow where they once shared a secreted, slightly mouldy plum, or recount precise details of forgotten sun-drenched hillsides they explored. She spoke constantly of Heathcliff, her true soulmate, the wild spirit intrinsically tied to her own, reiterating again and again, "I am Heathcliff." Her connection to him wasn't just memory. It was an active, haunting presence in her fractured mind. She became, in a way, more intimately Heathcliff's than she ever was Edgar's. Nellie, caught between the two suffering souls, bore the brunt of Catherine's volatile emotions. She nursed Catherine tirelessly, tending to her physical needs, yet bearing the brunt of her frequent outbursts of anger and accusations. Catherine would rail against Edgar for what she perceived as his betrayal, his lack of understanding. "He would tear my Heathcliff out of my heart as if I had any but Heathcliff," she'd cry, clinging to Nellie like a drowning person clinging to a straw. Her pain, Nellie realized, was rooted in her own contradictory desires, but Catherine had projected it onto the men around her. It's often the case, isn't it? When things go wrong, it's never really your fault. Always someone else's inability to cater to your specific brand of emotional chaos. Edgar Linton, though patient and kind, was fundamentally out of his depth. He loved Catherine purely, steadfastly, but his refined, gentle nature could not comprehend the tumultuous passions that raged within his wife. He treated her with tender solicitude, read to her, tried to comfort her with polite affections and rational discourse. But for Catherine, such gentle reason was entirely insufficient. It was like offering a starving lion a cucumber sandwich. He wanted to help, but he couldn't grasp the true nature of her spiritual malaise, the way she cleaved to an elemental passion he could never provide. He kept his study door bolted against the intrusions of Wuthering Heights dramas, literally closing off his more polite, ordered existence. His devotion, though admirable, was tragically ill-suited to her wild heart. Edgar still held on to the conventional view that physical love was for companionship and children, but true devotion, a higher form of love, was a spiritual union, a subtle point that scholars still contend was either Edgar's inherent weakness or his defining strength against Heathcliff's raw physicality. During this period, Isabella sent a desperate, lengthy letter to Nellie from Wuthering Heights, begging to be rescued. She poured out her misery, describing the horror of her new life with Heathcliff, detailing his cruelty and cold contempt, how he treated her less like a wife and more like a tool. Nellie, heartbroken by Isabella's plight, hid the letter from Edgar. He was suffering enough. There was no point in compounding his distress with the knowledge of his sister's brutal marriage. This decision by Nellie to censor information is a controversial one, a subtle nod to the power dynamics within the Victorian domestic sphere, where servants, though low in status, could sometimes hold immense sway over family narratives. In an era without telephones or instantaneous communication, the flow of information was much more easily controlled and filtered, and Nellie, the trusted confidant, wielded significant, almost invisible influence. This also spared Edgar the profound embarrassment of knowing Isabella had lowered herself to marrying a person he had actively tried to rid from his life. Nellie watched Catherine, who grew paler and weaker by the day. She noted that Catherine was now physically wasting away, losing weight, a shadow of her former vigorous self. There were mornings when Nellie wondered if Catherine would even make it through the day. The only flicker of light in Catherine's haunted eyes was when she briefly touched upon a memory of Heathcliff, or more darkly cursed his absence. She seemed caught in a perpetual, tormenting loop of memory and despair. One quirky medical tidbit from the time is that, to alleviate a fever, some doctors still prescribed blistering, applying irritating substances to the skin to draw fluids out and cure the patient, or leeches. Imagine telling Catherine she needed a few bloodsuckers and a boil on her back to get over her man-related anguish. Thank goodness Nellie relied on simpler methods, mostly cool compresses and muttered prayers. Amidst her anguish, Catherine suddenly became fixated on the window, particularly the one in her bedroom that overlooked the garden and, far in the distance, the ghostly grey shape of Wuthering Heights. She began speaking as if Heathcliff was still out there, beckoning to her from their old haunts, pulling her spirit away. Nellie tried to humour her, but the intensity of Catherine's delusions grew stronger, more real. She truly believed her spirit was longing to be back on the wild, untamed moors with Heathcliff, feeling constricted by the neat garden paths and soft drawing rooms of Thrushcross Grange. "I'm wearying for a home," she confessed to Nellie during a brief, lucid moment. "Not of heaven. My heaven is home." Her home, of course, being where Heathcliff resided, whether on earth or in some other less defined realm. Her agony culminated one late night, as a tremendous storm brewed, echoing the inner turmoil within Catherine. Her condition deteriorated rapidly. Nellie rushed to send a messenger for Edgar, who had ridden out to be near Isabella in her supposed agony, but was clearly only serving his own emotional distance. This external storm served as a classic pathetic fallacy, a literary device where the weather mirrors the character's emotional states. The more tormented Catherine became, the more the elements raged. It was as if the universe itself was responding to her dying agony with a truly spectacular tantrum of thunder and lightning. You'd think the electricity bill would be sky-high. Edgar returned, distraught but helpless. His world was fracturing around him, a storm within and without. He tried to console Catherine, to coax her, but she barely recognized him, lost in a feverish labyrinth of her own design. Nellie continued to monitor Catherine's breath, which was growing increasingly shallow. Her delirium deepened. She cried out again for Heathcliff, desperate, begging for his presence. Her entire existence, even on her deathbed, was a painful push and pull between the two men who, in their own distinct ways, utterly defined her, yet couldn't complete her. The struggle between societal convention and passionate instinct, exemplified by her marriage choice, was quite literally killing her. It felt like the weight of every bad choice, every unspoken word, every contradictory emotion was pressing down on her lungs. Scholars still extensively debate the true nature of Catherine's physical illness. Was it psychological, manifesting physically, or a genuine but untreatable 19th century disease exacerbated by her emotional state? Some argue she truly succumbed to consumption or some unidentifiable infectious fever, while others maintain it was the ultimate tragic physical manifestation of her soul's inability to live fragmented, an act of self-annihilation by a woman who could not reconcile her inner wildness with outer social pressures. Her fate is inextricably tied to the fundamental choices she made about identity and love. She literally couldn't live divided. She couldn't have her posh cake and her wild muddy tea too. It became abundantly clear that Catherine was in her final hours. Her struggle was immense, drawing the life out of her. You can imagine the heavy silence in that sick room, punctuated only by the occasional gasp for breath and the relentless storm outside. It was a bleak, terrifying vigil for Nellie, the soul's steadfast presence. It's hard to watch anyone slip away, but knowing her deep affections and complex role in Catherine's life made it particularly heartbreaking for the old housekeeper. Every effort Nellie made to comfort Catherine seemed in vain, as Catherine was truly suffering, caught in the grip of a powerful torment that went beyond the physical. It felt like she was fighting her own mind, trapped by memories, longing and bitter regrets, which, to be honest, sounds far worse than any ordinary fever. Her soul in those moments was quite literally screaming for the completion it could only find in the wild, terrifying embrace of her true soulmate, the elemental, dangerous force that was Heathcliff. This agonizing decline wasn't just a physical decay. It was the harrowing spectacle of a powerful spirit being slowly crushed under the unbearable weight of irreconcilable choices, ultimately paving the way for one final, devastating, emotionally brutal reunion. Nellie Dean's face, etched with profound sadness, seems to shimmer in the candlelight as she continues her quiet narrative. The silence in your room feels heavy now, permeated by the weight of Catherine's final agonizing hours. You hear the faint whimper of the wind outside, still an echo of the deeper storm that raged within Thrushcross Grange on that dreadful night. Catherine was teetering on the very precipice of life, consumed by fever and delirium, yet her tortured spirit clamored fiercely for the one person she truly loved. Despite Catherine's failing health and Edgar's solemn decree to bar Heathcliff from the Grange, fate, in its cruelest form, intervened. Earlier that evening, during the tempestuous hours of Catherine's delirium, Heathcliff had sent a message via Nellie's servant, demanding to see Catherine. Nellie, caught in a desperate bind between her loyalty to the Linton family and her deep-seated pity for Catherine, and perhaps a glimmer of sympathy for Heathcliff, agreed. She knew it was a colossal risk, a violation of Edgar's trust, but she also understood the desperate, profound yearning that burned in Catherine's heart. And besides, Catherine was clearly on her way out. What was the worst that could happen now? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot, if you're a Bronte character. This act of civil disobedience by Nellie, risking her livelihood for a clandestine meeting, really speaks to the depth of the drama and the moral ambiguity of characters within the confined, hierarchical structures of 19th century households. It demonstrates how domestic servants, often unseen, held considerable, albeit unofficial, power within their sphere. So when Edgar Linton, exhausted and broken by his vigil at Catherine's bedside, had finally left the room for a brief respite, likely to grab a brandy or weep quietly into a velvet cushion, Nellie acted. She ushered Heathcliff in, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and tragic expectation. Heathcliff entered, no longer disguised by his new gentility. The veneer had been ripped away, revealing the raw, brutal anguish beneath. His face, usually so controlled, was a mask of stark terror and overwhelming grief. He stalked towards the bed where Catherine lay, a ghost of her former self, and knelt beside it. There was a raw, primitive power emanating from him, a sense of barely contained ferocity. It was as if the Moors themselves had burst into the well-ordered quietude of Thrushcross Grange. The mere weight of his suppressed emotions must have shifted the very air in the room, making Nellie feel she was in the presence of a natural disaster. Catherine, remarkably, roused herself, as if Heathcliff's potent presence infused her with a surge of fading life. Her eyes, which had been clouded with delirium, cleared, fixed on him with a heartbreaking intensity. Nellie observed the almost painful contrast, the vital, tormented man beside the fragile, ethereal woman. Her physical decline became immediately secondary to the intense, passionate outpouring that erupted between them. This wasn't a quiet farewell. It was a furious, heart-wrenching confrontation, a last desperate reckoning between two souls who were both destined to be intertwined yet fatally pulled apart. Catherine launched into a torrent of anguished accusations. "You and Edgar have broken my heart, Heathcliff," she cried, her voice surprisingly strong. "You have been in hell for 1/4 century for my sake." She blamed him for his long absence, for his desertion after overhearing only half of her painful confession. "Why did you despise me so?" she demanded, tears streaming down her hollowed cheeks. "You were like a rough, uncultivated wild fellow, who might hear all day and never move for what I said. What use was it telling you, after I heard you go, that I had lost you? As if I cared how he might suffer when I am dead, who has been the occasion of my death. You said I was heartless. You are the one without pity." She lashed out, full of self-pity and searing regret, accusing him of creating the very situation that had led to her suffering. Her blame was less logical and more an instinctive outcry against the unbearable reality that had brought her to this pass. A historical perspective often overlooked in romantic interpretations is the limited agency of women in 19th century society, making their emotional choices and eventual breakdowns often a direct product of societal constraints rather than inherent flaws. Heathcliff, initially rigid with pain and barely able to utter a word, finally burst forth with his own bitter reproaches, driven to desperation by her suffering. "You have killed yourself. Can't you see I am in agony?" he roared, his voice raw with despair. "You loved me then. But what right had you to leave me, for the poor fancy of being my lady at Thrushcross Grange? Was it not sufficient that your love cost me an agony of 5 years? Why did you deceive yourself and me? Why did you do this to me?" He was referring to his lost years of wandering suffering, trying to escape the pain she had caused him by choosing Edgar. His face, twisted in profound pain, was a mixture of wrath and utter devastation. "You teach me now how cruel you've been, cruel and false," he accused her. "Why did you come back? Why did you abandon me, only to show me how I was condemned by my own weakness? It was like two wounded animals, each biting the other, unable to escape the mutual torment, a real scream fest, much better than anything on reality TV these days." He confessed his incessant torment since her illness, how he was eternally tormented by thoughts of her, wishing he could swap places with her in suffering so that she might find peace. He pleaded with her not to find peace without him. "Don't go, Catherine, not without me," he whispered, a desperate, raw plea that clawed at her heart. Their voices rose and fell, an impassioned, tortured duet of love, regret, and agony, their words cutting each other deeper than any knife. They accused, they forgave, they wept, their hands locked together as if trying to hold on to the last vestiges of their shared existence. Scholars still intensely debate the nature of their final embrace. Was it a genuine mutual forgiveness, a symbolic reaffirmation of their spiritual union despite physical and emotional damage, or was it a desperate, toxic codependency that only emphasized their profound mutual dysfunction? It's like arguing over whether that weird band from the 80s was ahead of its time or just genuinely terrible. Catherine's grasp on Heathcliff's strong hands was surprisingly firm, almost desperate. "Kiss me, Heathcliff," she pleaded, a desperate demand more than a request. "Kiss me and let me hold you." He enveloped her in a crushing embrace, a passionate, sorrowful kiss, perhaps the most honest expression of their love they ever shared. He held her close, tightly, as if he could prevent her soul from slipping away, absorbing her dying breaths, drawing her spirit into his own. Nellie could see Catherine clinging to him with every ounce of her dwindling strength, her pale hands clutching his black hair. Her eyes were closed, a faint, fragile smile on her lips, a moment of profound peace stealing over her tormented features as she felt her true self once more embraced. This physical union, so passionate and all-consuming, hinted at a supernatural merging, blurring the lines between life and death. The air in the room, thick with suppressed emotion, became charged with the intensity of their connection. Nellie watched, weeping openly. This wasn't a marriage, it was a melding of souls, one now nearing its violent end. The embrace lasted what felt like an eternity, suspended in time, oblivious to the outside world, to Edgar's impending return. In that final embrace, Catherine's head dropped against Heathcliff's shoulder. Nellie, witnessing this agonizing tableau, moved closer, fearing the inevitable. She touched Catherine's face. The faint tremor of life that had animated Catherine's frail body seemed to falter, then extinguish entirely. Her breath was shallow, almost imperceptible. She sighed one final trembling breath, a breath that felt like the spirit of the moors returning to its untamed wilderness. And then silence. Heathcliff reacted with a chilling guttural howl, a sound of primal anguish that Nellie never forgot. It was not a sob, but a tormented scream, more animal than human, rising from the deepest depths of his being. He had lost her, not just physically, but irrevocably. He had arrived hoping to draw her back, but she had merely held on to him in her dying moments, and then released herself. He laid her gently on the bed, her head fallen sideways, an unreadable stillness on her face. Her passing, so gentle and swift in its actual occurrence, stood in stark contrast to the dramatic emotional tempest that preceded it. Nellie, after confirming the quiet truth of her demise, simply stood back, giving Heathcliff a moment with his ultimate loss. Suddenly, footsteps thundered in the hall. Edgar Linton, finally returning from his weary sojourn, was already there. Heathcliff, with a superhuman burst of grief and rage, knew he must flee before Edgar discovered him there. He flung the bedroom window open, the biting moor wind rushing in, and silently vanished into the night, leaving a gaping void and an almost impossibly peaceful stillness on Catherine's face. The moment Edgar entered the room, his eyes scanned Catherine. He touched her face, then screamed, a high-pitched, desolate cry that finally confirmed the unthinkable. He had arrived just as her spirit departed, witnessing her loss as both Heathcliff and his own pain escaped through the window. This specific historical element, arriving just too late, is often used in Gothic literature to amplify the dramatic irony and underscore the hero's ultimate failure to save the one he loves. He clasped her hands, only to realize they were already growing cold, her stillness already complete. Nellie stood by, a silent, helpless witness, unable to provide solace, for both men were consumed by their own devastating loss, leaving only an aching silence in the magnificent chamber where Catherine had spent her last breaths. The immediate effect on Edgar was crushing. He fell upon Catherine's body, utterly undone, sobbing like a child, heartbroken, utterly lost without the vibrant woman who had defined his world, despite their recent tensions. The genteel, restrained Edgar Linton was gone, replaced by a man ravaged by raw, unadulterated grief. Nellie, even in her sorrow for Catherine, pitied Edgar's profound loneliness, his bewildered grief a sorrow entirely unlike Heathcliff's rage. One screamed and ran, the other sobbed quietly beside the silent bed, left only with memories of the peace she had brought before the old love returned. The air, only moments ago electric with passion, was now suffused with an aching emptiness. Catherine's life, filled with intense passion, contradiction, and ultimate torment, had now drawn to its final devastating close. But her legacy, far from being concluded, was only just beginning to truly haunt Wuthering Heights. And tragically, Heathcliff, the very air within Thrushcross Grange hung heavy and still, the kind of silence that swallows every sound, every gasp. Nellie Dean, her voice now a low murmur, described the shattering aftermath of Catherine Linton's death. Edgar Linton, the quiet, genteel husband, was utterly broken. You imagine him collapsing by her bed, cradling her still warm hand, his cries of anguish muffled by the plush curtains and the weight of his despair. This wasn't the genteel, controlled grief you might read about in polite society's funeral notices. This was raw, visceral agony. He wept, Nellie recalled, with a profound desolation, such as she never saw equaled for a long time. His heart, already strained by Catherine's illness and Heathcliff's provocations, had simply snapped. He truly loved her, utterly and unconditionally, despite their tensions and her tumultuous nature. And in that moment, for Edgar, everything he loved, everything that had brought him comfort and joy, had just vanished. You really couldn't get a good cup of tea at the Grange for weeks, Nellie later admitted, as Edgar remained in deep mourning, retreating to his study like a wounded animal. It was a dark, somber house, draped in black for both the lost light and the shattered spirit of its master. Meanwhile, Heathcliff, after his wild exit through Catherine's window, disappeared into the stormy night as swiftly as he had arrived. But his departure from the room didn't signify his absence from her presence. Nellie, through later observation and hushed revelations, knew that Heathcliff went to Catherine's resting place in the earth. He waited by her grave at the crossroads, an unsanctified spot, away from consecrated ground. This detail of being buried at the crossroads has fascinated literary scholars and folklorists alike, leading to many discussions about its symbolic meaning. Is it a mark of Catherine's refusal to belong to one single world, positioned eternally between the Heights and the Grange? Or a nod to ancient British pagan traditions, where crossroads burials were often reserved for suicides or those considered outcasts, preventing their spirits from troubling consecrated land? In mainstream 19th century beliefs, burial at crossroads, often with a stake through the heart, was generally for suicides and highwaymen, meant to prevent the restless dead from walking. Given Catherine wasn't a suicide, her burial there hints at a very strong statement about her tumultuous existence. Regardless, you could sense the enduring power of the wild moor in death, as in life, an almost defiant symbol. There in the howling wind, he cried out to her, a furious, tormented plea. Be with me always, take any form, drive me mad, only do not leave me in this abyss where I cannot find you. I cannot live without my life, I cannot live without my soul. This was a prayer and a curse, a demand that her spirit remain, not rest, to perpetually haunt him, to remind him of her loss. His suffering, though unseen by Edgar or Nellie in that desolate moment, was a torment perhaps even greater than Edgar's quiet, bewildered grief. It was an existential agony, a soul-wrenching cry against the universe for stealing his very essence. You can picture him, a lone, dark figure silhouetted against a bruising sky, shaking his fist at the heavens. What a spectacle! People nowadays would simply go on social media to express such profound anguish. Not Heathcliff. He preferred dramatic, wind-swept moorland tantrums. Catherine's funeral was a quiet affair, shrouded in profound melancholy. Edgar was consumed by his grief, attending like a phantom of his former self. Hindley Earnshaw, Catherine's brother, made an appearance, clearly more interested in the future disposition of property than in expressing any genuine familial sorrow, his face already red from excessive drink. Heathcliff, Nellie confirms, did attend, though unseen by the Lintons. He hovered on the periphery, a grim, shadowy figure, witnessing her final passage with a hidden agony that only Nellie could sense. His presence was not for mourning, but for witnessing the irrevocable physical finality of her loss, confirming she was truly gone from his sight. He came, as always, not to fit in, but to merely absorb more suffering. However, amidst the profound despair, there was one flickering light, a symbol of fragile hope, a fragile connection to the future. Just a few hours before Catherine's death, she had given birth prematurely to a baby girl, named Catherine after her mother. Nellie called her Little Cathy to distinguish her from the departed. This unexpected arrival complicated everything, weaving a fragile new thread into the grim tapestry of the heights. She was a delicate, sickly infant, tiny and vulnerable, yet utterly innocent of the maelstrom that had just claimed her mother's life. Her tiny wail, when Nellie carried her into the death-laden quiet of the house, was a raw contrast to the muffled sobs and the desolate silence. It was life bursting into death, however inconveniently timed. A bittersweet moment indeed, much like remembering to send a gift for the baby shower, but arriving an hour after the gender reveal, or, death. Edgar Linton immediately poured all his remaining love and devotion into his infant daughter. Little Cathy became his solace, his reason for existing, the fragile hope for a future devoid of the overwhelming pain he was experiencing. He withdrew completely from the world, devoting himself entirely to raising her in the sheltered, peaceful confines of Thrushcross Grange. He rarely left the house, preferring to spend his days doting on his daughter, reading to her, surrounding her with love and tenderness, shielding her fiercely from the harsh realities of Wuthering Heights and its dark inhabitants. He even banned Nellie from speaking of Wuthering Heights or anything related to Catherine's past sorrows. He simply wanted to create a pristine, perfect bubble of childhood for his beloved Cathy, believing he could protect her from the tragic fate that consumed her mother. A sweet delusion, as Nellie might say. This single-minded focus on raising the child in an idyllic bubble was characteristic of many Victorian parents, particularly in wealthy families, who sought to protect their offspring from the harsher aspects of society or family shame. Child mortality rates were high, so every child was precious, particularly heirs. Historians still debate the effectiveness and morality of Edgar's deliberate attempts to shield young Cathy from the truth of her past. Was it a protective act of paternal love, or an emotionally unhealthy denial of a critical part of her identity, inadvertently setting her up for further disillusionment? Little Cathy, growing up within the nurturing but isolated walls of Thrushcross Grange, developed into a remarkably different character from her mother. While Catherine Earnshaw had been wild and fiery, little Cathy, surrounded by refinement and quiet learning, was generally docile, sweet-tempered and well-educated, possessed of a lively intelligence and a genuine kindness. She had her mother's spirited nature, but it was refined by her environment, expressed in wit and cheerfulness rather than unruly defiance. Nellie noted with fond amusement that little Cathy still held her mother's sharp intellect and occasionally fierce loyalty, just now in a well-mannered package. "It's like your mischievous grandmother, only she speaks French and reads poetry, but can still secretly plot her revenge over a game of cards." For Heathcliff, Catherine's death, far from bringing closure, merely intensified his long-simmering obsession. Her grave was no barrier. He didn't just visit her grave, he often slept on it, feeling a physical closeness to the only being he ever truly loved. His profound grief didn't dissipate. It mutated into an even darker, all-consuming fixation, binding him inextricably to her memory. He spoke to her, raged at her, even confessed to digging up her grave in a moment of despair to be nearer to her. "I felt that she was there, where the worms were crawling," he later revealed to Nellie in a moment of profound, terrible honesty, demonstrating the horrifying extent of his obsession. This obsessive mourning, verging on the necrophilic, goes beyond typical grieving, becoming a grotesque manifestation of his undying, possessive love. His revenge, which had been brewing, now solidified into a singular, overarching purpose: to possess everything that had ever belonged to Catherine, and to utterly annihilate anything associated with the Lintons who had come between them. The immediate object of his long-game revenge was Isabella Linton, who was trapped at Wuthering Heights. Isabella continued to suffer terribly, enduring Heathcliff's escalating psychological torment and neglect. She tried with desperate ingenuity to escape, finally succeeding one day in a frantic, terrifying flight from the heights after yet another violent quarrel and an apparent brutalization by Heathcliff, who throws a knife at her and causes her nose to bleed. She fled, disheveled, desperate, making her way towards Thrushcross Grange, begging for sanctuary, still clinging to some faint hope that her brother would relent. When she finally arrived, covered in mud and fear, Edgar provided her with assistance to escape permanently, perhaps sending her money, but never saw her in person again, having already publicly disowned her. He sent his physician and trusted legal advisors to tend to her, arranging for her removal from the district so she would no longer be a source of shame or pain. Nellie watched Isabella's anguished departure with pity but no real surprise. Her dream of a great passion had transformed into a living hell. She made it, Nellie confirmed, all the way to the south of England, living a quiet, isolated life there, determined to stay far away from the malevolent reach of Heathcliff and Wuthering Heights. This is a critical turning point. Catherine's physical departure marks the real commencement of Heathcliff's elaborate revenge. He views her death not as an ending, but as the final push for him to destroy the people and places he associates with her ultimate rejection of him. He is still Heathcliff, driven by dark passions, but now he is also a formidable landowner and master. Her physical loss ignites a fresh, terrifying impetus. He would claim what was hers, degrade those who had prospered, and utterly shatter the remnants of a world that dared to separate him from his soulmate. Little Cathy, too young and innocent to understand the maelstrom that had claimed her mother, became Edgar's sole focus, nurtured in a quiet bubble of affection. But the dark shadow of Wuthering Heights, now truly governed by Heathcliff's vengeful spirit, lingered like an ominous cloud on the horizon, slowly creeping closer, waiting for the precise moment to engulf her idyllic existence and ensnare her into its ancient, bitter legacy. The stage was set, and the grim long game of revenge had just begun, and the pawn he would now aim for was Catherine's own beloved, unwitting daughter. It was like playing chess, but Heathcliff decided the pawns were sentient beings he could thoroughly abuse, rather than just move from square to square. Nellie Dean pauses her knitting for a brief moment, her eyes fixed on some distant memory before she sighs, the sound filled with the echoes of regret. Isabella Linton's presence at Wuthering Heights had, by this point, deteriorated from naive infatuation into utter, soul-crushing misery. You hear Isabella's desperate, fragmented accounts as filtered through Nellie's own understanding. Life with Heathcliff wasn't a passionate, gothic romance. It was a psychological and physical purgatory. He treated her not as a wife, but as a perpetual reminder of his hatred for Edgar Linton. Every cutting word, every dismissive glance, every cruel, intentional slight was aimed at her brother, reflected through Isabella's despair. He rarely resorted to overt violence, but his sheer, terrifying indifference and calculated neglect were far more insidious than any fist. She was a trophy he didn't care to display, a captured bird whose wings he relentlessly plucked, feather by agonizing feather. Isabella was often left alone for long periods, starving for companionship and basic kindness. Hindley Earnshaw, in his perpetual drunken haze, only compounded her misery, occasionally making crude advances or verbally abusing her further, while the household servants, hardened and likely resentful of Isabella's upper-class background now lowered to their level, offered no sympathy. Her days at Wuthering Heights, a far cry from the opulent, polite tranquility of Thrushcross Grange, were filled with bitter isolation and profound regret. Imagine moving from a luxury penthouse into a dimly lit, damp cellar where everyone hates you and the plumbing doesn't work. It probably wasn't even worth it for the street cred. Did you know that instances of wives facing such social ostracism and control over property and even physical movement within their husband's domain were alarmingly common in the 19th century due to incredibly limited legal rights for married women? A woman's property effectively became her husband's upon marriage, leaving her largely vulnerable. Isabella had traded legal autonomy for nothing. One morning, the relentless psychological pressure culminated in an intense, frightening altercation that drove Isabella to her breaking point. After a particularly harrowing argument with Heathcliff, Isabella, maddened by his relentless cruelty, snapped. Details, as Nellie recounted, were horrifying and desperate. Isabella had a moment of violent, raw fury, a mirror of Catherine's own fiery temperament, finally cracking under the sustained pressure. She snatched up a small fire tongs, a rather impractical weapon, and hurled it at Heathcliff, managing to scratch his cheek. Heathcliff, with a furious snarl, then struck her with a whip. Nellie didn't go into excessive detail, but she stated it caused blood from her nose to flow fast on the linen before her. This physical act was the ultimate breaking point. He hadn't only beaten her, but to Nellie, Heathcliff had stripped her of the illusion that she was special or more cherished than Edgar and reduced her to a common brute. Her illusion shattered utterly. She fled from Wuthering Heights in a blind panic. Her escape was less a daring act of heroism and more a desperate, panicked flight from utter despair. She literally walked out of the house, alone and largely without belongings, desperate to be free from her living hell. It was winter, and the moors would have been a brutally cold, unforgiving landscape. Isabella, not the robust Catherine of earlier years, would have found this arduous journey to be exceptionally difficult, a testament to her sheer will for freedom. She was probably covered in mud and grime within minutes, completely ruining any lingering hopes of her remaining genteel in appearance. Imagine escaping an abusive relationship only to discover you have to traverse several miles of mud and stinging wind. Not ideal. A rather overlooked aspect of 19th century mobility for women, especially from upper classes, is how dependent they were on male escorts or carriages for long distances. Traversing desolate landscapes on foot alone would have been viewed as both dangerous and utterly improper, exposing a woman to all kinds of risks and further tainting her reputation. She made her way to Thrushcross Grange. But you see, the bitterness of Edgar's rejection, his deep and immediate disinheritance, meant that she couldn't simply return home and reclaim her old life. Edgar had sent word that she was dead to him, effectively cutting her off socially and financially. However, he was not entirely heartless. Though he would not permit her physical presence and did not speak with her, Edgar provided a sum of money and made arrangements for her safe, permanent departure from the region. Nellie handled the grim business, seeing to Isabella's initial needs, ensuring her wounds were tended to, and then arranging her departure for the south of England. This formal, detached benevolence from Edgar demonstrates both the strict social codes of the period regarding female honor and reputation, and Edgar's own deep wounded pride and pragmatic avoidance of further scandal. Isabella, too ashamed and broken to try and persuade Edgar, probably just yearned for a quiet existence, a respite from the violence she'd experienced. She had effectively run away to join the unmarriable club, except instead of a fancy clubhouse, she got a life of anonymous exile. So Isabella went south, settling in a small, quiet town somewhere far away from the piercing winds and bitter memories of the Yorkshire moors. Nellie received occasional letters from her, painting a picture of a woman striving for peace in anonymity, choosing obscurity over the continuing humiliation of life with Heathcliff. In that relative solitude, freed from her direct tormentor, she began the painful process of piecing herself back together. This self-exile, though perhaps socially damning, paradoxically offered a sense of freedom for Isabella. Away from judgment, she found her quiet fortitude. Historians still discuss whether Emily Bronte depicted such southern retreats as genuine havens or merely convenient ways to remove troublesome characters from the main plot, illustrating that society's answer to damaged women was often simply to render them invisible. Some months after her flight from Wuthering Heights and away from the punishing environment, Isabella gave birth to a son. She named him Linton Heathcliff. Nellie remembered the somber news conveyed in Isabella's letters. The boy was delicate, frail, afflicted with a perpetual sickly disposition from birth. He was always weak, physically small for his age, prone to illness, and seemingly inherited nothing of his father's brute strength or the formidable spirit of his mother. It was as if Heathcliff's malice, the dark force of his father's bloodline, had seeped into him and weakened him from the very start. Imagine having a child who inherited all the delicate constitutions but none of the resilience. He sounds like a perpetually sneezing, grumpy cotton ball. His name, Linton Heathcliff, an unhappy marriage of the two surnames, already hinted at the divided nature of his parentage, a constant reminder of the tragedy that begot him. The fragility of Linton, an invalid child, reflected common medical realities of the time. Chronic illnesses were pervasive, and many children grew up with lifelong health issues, unable to perform manual labor or lead physically demanding lives. Isabella, Nellie explains, cared for her son with quiet devotion, finding solace in motherhood and fiercely protecting her fragile child from the world that had so cruelly used her. She instilled in him, as much as his sickly constitution would allow, some measure of refinement and softness. She certainly shielded him from the horrifying truth of his father, painting a perhaps softer, albeit false, portrait. She raised him as a fragile young gentleman, instilling in him what graces she still possessed, and focusing all her remaining energies on his precarious existence. This is a common pattern for single mothers trying to raise a fragile child in difficult circumstances. You overcompensate. There are no two ways about it. She didn't want him to inherit the wild nature of his father or suffer his brutality. However, even in the tranquil, distant south, the shadow of Heathcliff stretched long and far. Though Isabella tried to shield her son, she knew the day would come when Heathcliff would inevitably claim him. She must have known Heathcliff, having established himself as the master of Wuthering Heights and owner of Hindley's now vast gambling debts, would eventually desire his son. Not out of affection, but because Linton was his rightful heir, the final piece in his grand design for total vengeance, an instrument to control Thrushcross Grange through marriage if necessary. Scholars often interpret Heathcliff's later acquisition of Linton not out of paternal love, but as a ruthless, pragmatic move within the convoluted laws of inheritance and property transfer at the time, particularly aimed at further subjugating the Lintons and seizing their estates by future manipulation. His lack of personal affection for Linton confirms this cold, calculated motive. Isabella lived for a decade, enduring her self-imposed exile, constantly mindful of her sickly son and the chilling threat of his Vengecliff's return. When Linton was 12 years old, her health, fragile to begin with and weakened by the continuous strain of her earlier life, began to fail seriously. She felt her end approaching. Her last desperate act was to send for Edgar Linton, her estranged brother. Not for solace, Nellie knew, but out of a desperate need to place her son under Edgar's care. She knew Edgar was good, kind, and capable of loving her sickly, emotionally delicate boy in a way Heathcliff never could. It was an ultimate act of maternal self-sacrifice, hoping to shield her son from the profound misery she had endured, a recognition of her own failure to protect him earlier, and a final, bittersweet attempt to reach out to the family she had alienated. This quiet, poignant plea was a subtle but profound callback to her earlier misguided hope in the family, a quiet act of defiance against Heathcliff by protecting his weakest element from him. Edgar surprisingly responded. He traveled south, showing a flash of his inherent decency, proving he hadn't entirely shed his family affections, despite the public disinheritance. He saw Isabella, spoke to her briefly, perhaps offering some comfort. Nellie doesn't provide explicit details, leaving her direct meeting with Isabella slightly vague, but you can imagine the heartbreaking tenderness of that final interaction. It allowed for some sense of partial forgiveness, if not full reconciliation, at her dying breath. She placed Linton, frail and bewildered, into Edgar's custody, effectively abandoning her life to give him a future. Isabella then died quietly, finally freed from Heathcliff's oppressive shadow. She was buried simply, far from the moor, in an unmarked grave away from the stormy passions that had destroyed her. Edgar dutifully brought his nephew, Linton Heathcliff, back to Thrushcross Grange. Nellie had received word that a gentleman in Liverpool had informed Heathcliff of his son's mother's death. Heathcliff hadn't travelled to claim his son at the time of Isabella's death, but he waited for him to arrive into Linton territory first, which, to Edgar's eternal frustration, became a grim reality almost immediately. But for the little Cathy Linton, this strange, delicate, sickly boy was to become a perplexing, unsettling new presence, a first uncomfortable encounter with a wider world that included the terrifying yet mysterious Heathcliff and his dark, destructive intentions. The brief period of reprieve was over for Isabella, and a new era of manipulation and suffering, this time involving an even more vulnerable generation, was about to begin for everyone at Thrushcross Grange. The arrival of Linton Heathcliff, so physically slight, yet so immensely significant, was a direct and unavoidable consequence of the prior generation's choices and the very foundation of the ensuing narrative that would engulf the Lintons and, more specifically, young Cathy. Nellie Dean shifts slightly in her chair, her knitting a comforting, monotonous rhythm as she recounts Hindley Earnshaw's grim trajectory after Catherine's marriage and subsequent death. You listen intently, realizing that not every character's decline is as dramatically grand as Heathcliff's, or as heartbreakingly delicate as Catherine's. Some simply rot, slowly and ungracefully. Hindley's initial assertion of control after his father's death had begun a long, inexorable slide into utter dissolution and despair. He was never equipped to manage Wuthering Heights. His short-sighted selfishness, exacerbated by a deep-seated inferiority complex regarding Heathcliff, eventually drove him to ruin. He became, Nellie states with a sad shake of her head, the most degraded being ever met. What a character review. If this were a job interview, he'd fail miserably before even shaking hands. After his wife, Frances, passed away after the birth of their son, Hareton, Hindley truly lost what little grip he had on sanity and sobriety. Frances, a fragile woman who had suffered terribly from consumption, gave up her ghost not long after Isabella's elopement. Nellie noted the curious coincidence of Frances's illness taking hold more severely after the tumultuous wedding ceremony of Catherine and Edgar Linton, though scholars now believe Frances may have suffered from tuberculosis, which often worsened with pregnancy. Her demise effectively removed the one tiny, fragile, albeit weak moral anchor Hindley still possessed. Her nervous giggling, irritating though it was, at least served as a consistent background noise, rather than the bleak silence that followed her death. Her departure plunged Hindley into a spiral of unchecked alcoholism, viciousness, and desperate self-loathing. His already volatile temper became explosive, his personality dissolving under the constant consumption of gin and misery. Hindley neglected his responsibilities, treating his small son Hareton with profound indifference, sometimes even active cruelty, echoing the very torment he inflicted upon Heathcliff years ago. Hareton, still an infant at his mother's death, was left to Nellie's care initially, but as Hindley descended further into his self-destructive pit, the boy often ran wild and uneducated. This reversal of fortunes for the natural heir to Wuthering Heights is bitterly ironic. Hindley had scorned Heathcliff as a gypsy, stripped him of his education, only to inadvertently and later deliberately inflict the same fate on his own child. A proper Victorian father was expected to actively manage his estate, supervise his children's education, and be a moral exemplar for his family. Hindley failed miserably on all counts. A truly bad father, if ever there was one. Did you know that the 19th century, particularly after the temperance movement, saw a growing awareness of the devastating impact of alcoholism on families and society? Yet, support systems for those battling addiction were virtually non-existent, leaving many to succumb entirely. With Catherine gone and Hindley's household dissolved into perpetual chaos, Heathcliff found his opportunity. His initial goal after returning rich had been vengeance, and now with Catherine's death, his fury intensified, morphing into a grand, sweeping scheme of cosmic retribution. His initial desire was to utterly degrade Hindley Earnshaw, who had so degraded him in childhood. And he succeeded with brutal, terrifying efficiency. Heathcliff didn't just want to see Hindley suffer. He wanted to destroy him utterly, strip him of everything, reduce him to a pitiable state of abjection and desperation. He began subtly at first, manipulating Hindley's profound weakness for gambling and drink. Heathcliff played on Hindley's vices like a cruel puppet master, using a variety of schemes, including a kind of early subprime lending operation on the rural scale. Heathcliff would loan Hindley money to feed his addictions, but only by taking property as collateral, often with exorbitant interest rates. As Hindley spiraled deeper into his alcoholism, he foolishly and eagerly accepted Heathcliff's endless stream of bad deals, blind to the slow, systematic stripping away of his own inheritance. Heathcliff probably wore a little black cape as he wrote up these loan agreements, stroking a hypothetical villain's cat. Hindley gradually gambled away everything: the cattle, the horses, the fields, and eventually the very house of Wuthering Heights itself. It became Heathcliff's property through cunning and manipulation, and completely legitimate through legal channels that Hindley willingly signed. It wasn't a hostile takeover by force, but a deliberate, slow, calculated draining of a pathetic, weak man. Nellie observed with grim clarity as Hindley's financial ruin mirrored his moral decay. The estate, once an Earnshaw family inheritance, was entirely gone. A dark humor of the historical facts related to land ownership. Property transfers, while regulated, often faced unique complications in rural areas if proper registrations were not kept up. However, Heathcliff, with his keen understanding of money, ensured everything was meticulously documented and legal. So Hindley's debt to him, and thus Heathcliff's eventual ownership of the property, was indisputable. And Heathcliff moved into Wuthering Heights as the undisputed master. Hindley, who had once thrown him out, now lived as an impoverished tenant in his own former home, trapped by his debts, a prisoner in his own property, a shell of a man, forced to confront the presence of the very boy he had brutalized daily. It was a complete role reversal, a grotesque and painful vindication for Heathcliff. Hindley lived in constant fear of Heathcliff, trembling before his silent, chilling authority, utterly debased by his situation. His alcoholism became worse, turning into constant delirium, fits of mania, and physical weakness. He was often prone to terrifying, violent outbursts, but never enough to overcome Heathcliff, who had acquired a new level of self-control and cold competence. It really shows you, being the wronged party and getting to act on revenge can often make you exceptionally focused. Forget therapy. A few years of meticulous vengeance plotting clearly provided Heathcliff with unprecedented levels of discipline. Amidst Hindley's deepening despair and under Heathcliff's tyrannical control, young Hareton Earnshaw, Hindley's son, suffered immensely. Hindley neglected him entirely, often treating him with cruel indifference or simply as an annoyance in his drunken stupors. He even, in a moment of pure hateful spite, once allowed Hareton to dangle from the banister as a baby after an argument, saved only by Heathcliff, oddly enough. Heathcliff, however, had his own plans for Hareton, plans far more insidious than simple physical abuse. He had taken Hareton away from Nellie's careful tutelage and actively sought to replicate the debasement he had suffered at Hindley's hands. He systematically, ruthlessly deprived Hareton of any education, ensuring he grew up ignorant, coarse, and seemingly brutish. Heathcliff forced him to work like a common farmhand, denying him schooling, teaching him curses, making him a mirror of the very uncultivated man Hindley had tried to make him into. Heathcliff was making Hareton an unsophisticated, illiterate bumpkin. "I want to degrade him below his family's lowest estate," Heathcliff gloated to Nellie, articulating his chilling design. "He will grow up to be as ignorant and rude as I was before I sought better society." This systematic psychological abuse aimed not just to humble Hareton, but to entirely erase his birthright as an Earnshaw, making him dependent and helpless. Hareton grew into a rough, uncouth young man, capable of intense physical labor, but incapable of reading, writing, or any refined social graces. He became almost a parody of the natural man Hindley once disdained in Heathcliff, now Heathcliff's creation, trapped by Heathcliff's deliberate denial of education. This is such a brutal way to ensure a family doesn't rise from the ashes. Destroy their mind, not just their body. The rise of elementary education for children, even in rural areas, gained significant traction in the 19th century with the growing belief in its importance for societal progress. Thus, actively denying Hareton a proper education was a deliberate act of profound sabotage, setting him far apart from the more learned characters. Many social critics at the time would see this denial of education as a grave injustice. Hindley's downfall continued with increasing speed. His already poor health deteriorated further from drink, lack of food, and self-neglect. He suffered fits of rage and delirium tremens. One bitter winter's night, still relatively young but looking far older, Hindley finally succumbed to his self-inflicted misery, found dead from a mixture of his illness and perhaps alcohol poisoning. Nellie, though no fan of Hindley's, mourned the tragic end of the boy she had once cared for, a sad casualty of his own weaknesses and Heathcliff's unyielding vengeance. His death left Heathcliff the undisputed master of Wuthering Heights and all the lands surrounding it. With the demise of Hindley, Heathcliff's vengeance felt chillingly complete in this particular part of his grim tapestry. So Wuthering Heights became Heathcliff's permanent domain, his dark castle on the moor. The last of the Earnshaws, Hareton, now lived as Heathcliff's completely subservient, uneducated ward, and Heathcliff now turned his formidable attention to his next, much grander prize, Thrushcross Grange. He already held its financial future somewhat captive due to Hindley's accumulated debt on it. Heathcliff effectively owned the Earnshaw debt from Hindley, so his new ownership wasn't immediate ownership of the Grange, but rather positioned him for eventual dominance if the Lintons should somehow fail, or he found another avenue to claim it. He had married Isabella Linton, produced a sickly son who was a rightful heir, and positioned himself to gradually destroy the remaining Linton legacy, and to reclaim what he felt was rightfully his through sheer manipulation and legal chicanery. This ruthless degradation of Hindley and the enslavement of Hareton's potential wasn't just revenge. It was a profound act of personal assertion by Heathcliff, a perverse form of self-healing achieved by recreating his own pain on someone else. It's truly fascinating and horrifying how a deeply traumatized individual can weaponize their own suffering. He transformed Wuthering Heights into a reflection of his own twisted spirit, a dark, foreboding place where warmth and love withered, and only a pervasive atmosphere of cold dominion remained. With the stage cleared of the old failing master, Heathcliff was now firmly, terrifyingly in charge. The shadow he cast over Thrushcross Grange and young Cathy was long, cold, and utterly inescapable. And Nellie knew, with a sinking heart, that the next part of his meticulous, brutal revenge would focus on the one pure, untouched soul left in this entire tragic tale. Cathy Linton. Nellie Dean's gaze, though distant, held a clear softness as she spoke of Catherine Linton, now little Cathy. After Catherine Earnshaw's death and Isabella's eventual departure and death, Cathy became the sole focus of Edgar Linton's life, and by extension, Nellie's. You picture the girl, born into such a tumultuous world yet protected by a shell of profound, doting love. Edgar, heartbroken and almost pathologically afraid of repeating his wife's tragic fate, dedicated himself utterly to raising his daughter. He deliberately shrouded her in a bubble of almost total isolation within Thrushcross Grange. He wouldn't let her step foot outside its meticulously manicured grounds unless absolutely necessary, and certainly never within a stone's throw of Wuthering Heights. His unspoken mantra, you can infer, was, if I can just shield her from anything raw, anything wild, anything from that house, she will be safe. Cathy grew up as a remarkable contrast to her tempestuous mother. Whereas Catherine Earnshaw was fierce and impulsive, Cathy Linton, born of comfort and restraint, developed a gentler, more delicate temperament. She was lively, yes, but also docile and obedient, always ready to please her doting father. Her intelligence, inherited from her mother, was channeled into intellectual pursuits. She loved books, learned languages, French, you know, for proper young ladies of the time, and pursued her studies with earnest delight. She learned to play the piano rather elegantly, unlike Isabella, who simply startled household cats. She was witty and playful, her bright, gentle nature radiating joy into the sorrowful, quiet atmosphere of the Grange. It was almost as if she were designed to be the antithesis of everything dark and destructive that Wuthering Heights represented. She was sunshine, polite conversation, and proper lace, as opposed to Heathcliff's constant drizzle and menacing looks. Her world revolved around her father, Nellie, and the Grange's expansive, peaceful gardens. Edgar ensured her life was meticulously structured, surrounded by beauty and learning. He rarely allowed her to venture beyond the grounds, concocting gentle excuses about the dangers of the moor, spinning tales of imaginary dangers to keep her safely contained. He hired tutors, encouraged her reading, fostered her kind heart, all within the safe confines of his ancestral home. This sheltered upbringing was intended as protection, but Nellie, ever the practical observer, also knew it served as a cage, however gilded. She couldn't know the reality of the wider world, and she possessed a powerful curiosity inherited from her mother, albeit one buried under layers of gentle upbringing. This idyllic existence was maintained by Nellie, who served as Cathy's confidant and second mother. Nellie cherished Cathy, taking pains to fulfill Edgar's wishes by omitting all mention of Wuthering Heights and the violent passions of the previous generation. It was a well-intentioned lie, a narrative blackout meant to safeguard Kathy's innocence and happiness. This suppression of painful history is a significant element in many domestic narratives of the era. The idea that ignorance could be bliss was strongly held by many, though it often led to disastrous consequences in the long run. No telling a kid their great-aunt married an abusive monster. Just the gentle tales of flowers and teacups. Thank you very much. Did you know that children's literature in the Victorian era was generally moralistic and sanitized, aiming to instill piety and good conduct, often avoiding the complex and darker realities of life? Kathy's literary world would have been far removed from her mother's tumultuous reality. Despite her confined life, Kathy harbored a lively and inquisitive spirit. She was intelligent, naturally observant, and increasingly curious about the vast world beyond the Grange gates. She often pressed Nellie for stories, hungry for tales that weren't limited to polite tea parties or botanical facts. There's something about human nature that always wants what it cannot have, isn't there? Whether it's the forbidden cookie or a secret, potentially dangerous neighbor. This curiosity, the small rebellions inherent in her nature, was perhaps the one direct inheritance she had from her mother. An innate hunger for the unseen, a spirit that craved more than her comfortable cage provided. As Kathy grew older, nearly reaching her 13th birthday, the delicate bubble of her childhood began to show the first fragile cracks. Her burgeoning curiosity and growing independence pushed gently against the strict boundaries Edgar had imposed. One fateful day, she stumbled upon a small gap in her father's carefully constructed fence, a small, neglected breach in the wall that usually surrounded her protected world. It wasn't a deliberate act of defiance at first, more an accidental discovery. Oops, what's over here? Moment. She took one of her spirited walks beyond her familiar limits. It's almost inevitable, isn't it, that the child with a fiercely protected curiosity would find the one tiny loophole? This small excursion took her straight into uncharted territory, uncharted by her at least. She inadvertently stumbled upon the remote paths that led directly to Wuthering Heights, now, effectively, Heathcliff's domain. She wandered through the familiar moorland, but now, a subtle fear permeated the crisp air, as if the landscape itself held secrets of the past that were gradually reaching for the present. For most of the past 13 years, Kathy had lived as if Wuthering Heights simply didn't exist, a phantom menace only discussed in hushed tones between the servants. Now it stood, solid and imposing, just beyond a forgotten hollow, like a bad surprise waiting to happen. It was like suddenly discovering that your quiet, seemingly harmless neighbor was actually a notoriously reclusive villain, and you've just tripped into their garden. She did not merely discover the physical edifice of the house. No, of course not. That will be too simple. She discovered its inhabitants, encountering Hindley Earnshaw's now coarse, uneducated son, Hareton, who had been purposefully degraded by Heathcliff. Must have been a profoundly unsettling experience for the gently reared Kathy. Hareton, in stark contrast to the refined gentleman she knew, was a raw, muscular yet emotionally complex figure, speaking in thick dialect, dressed in rough farm clothes and unable to read even the simplest text. He was a genuine product of the wild, untamed nature, scarred by Heathcliff's methodical cruelty. Nellie, witnessing the accidental meeting of these two wildly disparate young people, felt her heart ache with foreboding. It was like watching a porcelain doll interact with a half-wild badger, fascinating, but inherently fraught with danger. A brief historical point about regional dialect. During the 19th century, distinct regional accents and dialects were much more pronounced across England, reflecting localized communities with less geographic mobility. Hareton's heavy Yorkshire dialect would have made him sound uneducated and coarse to Cathy's refined ears, but also carried a certain rustic charm to those from the region. Hareton, recognizing her instantly as a Linton, their distinguishing fair features made them almost immediately identifiable to someone who knew the Earnshaws and Lintons for generations, initially acted with gruff suspicion. Heathcliff had clearly poisoned his mind against anyone from Thrushcross Grange. Yet a spark of natural kindness, suppressed but not extinguished by Heathcliff's influence, emerged in him. He was a gentleman by birth, after all, and something about Cathy's delicate appearance stirred a chivalrous, if rough, protectiveness within him. He may have appeared to be an uncultured ruffian, but his intrinsic noble character was struggling to surface through the thick layers of enforced ignorance. He still bore the indelible marks of Hindley's past cruelty, scars that were deeper than skin deep. Emotional scars were something the good old medical science of the time knew absolutely nothing about how to solve, besides maybe just stop worrying. The encounter was a stark clash of two vastly different worlds, each representing an extreme facet of the Earnshaw-Linton legacy. Cathy, accustomed to politeness and intellectual conversation, found Hareton's blunt speech and obvious lack of education bewildering. She was shocked, even horrified by his rough appearance, his inability to read the simplest text, and by the remnants of what Nellie, with an inward sigh, knew was his true nature. A rough intelligence suppressed by a determined act of sabotage. In one memorable instance, Cathy, proud of her literacy, made the grave mistake of showing Hareton a book, encouraging him to read a passage. Hareton, deeply ashamed of his illiteracy, flushed dark with embarrassment and fury, cursing his upbringing and furiously throwing the book across the yard. This visceral reaction made Cathy retreat, chastened, realizing that her kind intention had perhaps struck a raw nerve. It wasn't about love yet. It was about an encounter with utter incomprehension. Their unexpected meeting was cut short by Heathcliff, who appeared like a hawk circling its prey, just as Cathy was exploring the vicinity of his property. He recognized her instantly, the delicate, fair features reminiscent of Edgar Linton, and a sickening twist of his bitter satisfaction must have curdled in his gut. Here she was, the daughter of Catherine, but also the daughter of Edgar, a perfect conduit for his renewed vengeance. Heathcliff was probably thinking, well, if it isn't my two favorite forms of revenge combined into one unsuspecting teenager. His cold gaze, chillingly astute, pierced through Cathy's innocence. He was already planning. He welcomed her to Wuthering Heights, feigning polite civility that had a predatory edge, observing her keenly, calculating his next move. He did not outright seize her immediately, understanding that a delicate balance was needed. His malevolent plan needed time and precision. He had to re-establish his claims to Hareton first, solidify his power at Wuthering Heights. But the accidental encounter planted the first crucial seed. For Cathy, it was her first chilling, undeniable glimpse of the true reality beyond the sheltered walls of Thrushcross Grange, a world steeped in bitterness, illiteracy, and simmering animosity. It marked the beginning of her forced involvement in the ancient, unyielding feud that consumed her mother. She was introduced to Heathcliff's grim domain, a raw and brutal antithesis to the gentle, refined home of her father. This unwitting stumble across Hareton and the imposing presence of Heathcliff wasn't just a brief outing for young Cathy. It was her irrevocable, terrifying first step into the deep, turbulent river of her family's long and tragic history. Her bubble had finally burst, revealing the chilling landscape she had been shielded from for so long. And the old battle, the ancient animosity, was just beginning to stir once more, pulling the unwitting daughter directly into its destructive current. Edgar Linton's world revolved around his daughter, little Cathy. His attempts to shield her from the very existence of Wuthering Heights, to filter her life through a veil of polite refinement and curated serenity, had created a singular existence for her. You saw her growing up in the soft lamplight of Thrushcross Grange, surrounded by books and gentle affection, never a harsh word, never a breath of the tumultuous past that had consumed her mother. It was like living inside a particularly elaborate, if slightly stifling, jewel box, filled with beautiful things and very few surprises. Her education was impeccable, her manners flawless, her spirit as sweet as the finest honeycomb, even though Nellie knew she possessed an inherited quick wit and occasional flashes of spirited defiance. She was the best of both Catherine and Edgar, tempered by circumstance. But as Nellie often observed with a knowing sigh, a mother's blood ran strong, even if carefully diluted by a father's protective anxieties. Cathy, for all her docility, harbored an insatiable, restless curiosity. It hummed beneath her polite exterior, like a tiny bird beating its wings inside a silk purse, longing to escape and discover what lay beyond the familiar garden walls. She devoured books, absorbing stories of distant lands and daring adventures, imagining herself venturing beyond her well-trodden paths. A mainstream historical fact often forgotten is how vast and untamed the moors were, representing genuine wildness, different from England's cultivated farmlands, providing a powerful, almost mystical contrast to the rigid order of the Grange. It was very easy for one to wander and get genuinely lost if one was accustomed only to gentle paths. And Cathy was very much a girl of gentle paths. Edgar, perhaps sensing this restless spark in her, further tightened the reins. His rules were simple. She was to stay within the Grange estate, never to venture beyond its boundaries without a chaperone. He painted vivid, cautionary tales of gypsies, of wild animals, of bogs that swallowed careless wanderers, all designed to frighten her away from the specific wildness he most feared. You can picture her nodding sagely, promising to obey, all the while thinking, that sounds interesting. Her father had unknowingly equipped her with a powerful incentive, forbidden knowledge. Then came the accidental opportunity. It happened, Nellie recalls, when Cathy was nearly 13, during one of her spirited pony rides. She was a proficient rider, fearless in the saddle, despite Edgar's fussing. One fine afternoon, chasing a mischievous rabbit, or perhaps simply following an impulse, she found herself pushing past a section of the stone wall she didn't recognize. It was old, crumbling in parts, long neglected by Edgar, who had chosen to fortify the visible perimeters of the Grange, but overlooked a less obvious hidden corner where his property intersected with, yes, Wuthering Heights. She trotted through the opening, her pony sure-footed, her spirits soaring with a delicious sense of newfound freedom. It was like finding a secret passage in a video game you thought you knew backwards. The landscape immediately changed. Gone were the neatly trimmed hedges and manicured lawns of the Grange. Here the grass grew coarse and long, wildflowers sprouted in riotous disarray, and the air felt wilder, biting at her cheeks with an invigorating sting. Up ahead, stark against the grey sky, stood the familiar yet terrifying silhouette of Wuthering Heights. It wasn't welcoming. It was a bleak, foreboding structure, seemingly sculpted by the very winds it bore its name from, a grim sentinel crouched low on the hill. It emanated a sense of age, neglect, and something darker, something profoundly unwelcoming that sent a subtle chill through Kathy's excitement. She had never been so close. Her pony, unaccustomed to such rough terrain, stumbled slightly. Kathy dismounted, her heart thumping not from fear, but from a dizzying mix of adventure and nascent apprehension. She found herself staring, openly, at the ominous house that was the source of her father's unspoken terrors. As she watched, a figure emerged from the stables, tall and powerfully built, wearing the rough clothes of a farmhand. This was Hareton Earnshaw. He moved with a kind of brute grace, his shoulders broad, his hair wild and unkempt, a striking contrast to the polished elegance of Edgar Linton. He looked to Kathy less like a man and more like a wild creature of the moors, rugged and unapproachable. She'd probably never seen anyone without impeccably groomed hair in her life. Imagine encountering someone who looks like they lost a fight with a bramble bush. Quite a shock for someone who probably owned several hairbrushes for her pets. Hareton, seeing the fine pony and the even finer girl, stopped. His face, often clouded by resentment and the burden of his ignorance, held a flicker of surprise, followed by immediate suspicion. He knew a Linton when he saw one. Heathcliff had trained him to mistrust anything connected to the Grange, feeding him a steady diet of grievances. Hareton, still carrying the deep shame of his forced illiteracy, rarely approached strangers, let alone young women of high social standing. His attempts at politeness were awkward, even rough, coloured by his thick Yorkshire dialect, which Kathy, accustomed to refined English, barely understood at first. Nellie recalls thinking it was like two different languages colliding. A scholarly debate has often focused on the subtle implications of dialect in 19th century literature. Does it inherently mark a character as lower class or more authentic? Hareton's dialogue often reads as phonetically rustic, revealing his lack of formal education rather than simple provincialism. Kathy, intrigued despite her initial shock and radiating an innocent sweetness, approached him. Her ingrained kindness and the desire to be agreeable as her father had always taught her overshadowed any prejudice. She spoke to him, probably about her pony or the strange moorland scenery. Hareton responded, initially gruff and defensive, embarrassed by his speech and his evident rusticity compared to her dazzling composure. Yet there was something in Kathy's unaffected innocence that began to break through his hardened shell. He probably thought, well, this isn't what Heathcliff said Lintons were like. She's actually nice. Perhaps it was her delicate complexion, or her polite manner, or just her general lack of sarcasm, which he certainly would have not understood. As their awkward conversation progressed, Kathy, with genuine good intentions, offered to show Hareton a book she carried in her saddlebag, an illustrated children's story, hoping to share her love of reading. "Do you like books, sir?" she asked, genuinely eager to connect over a shared interest. Hareton recoiled. His eyes, full of shame and sudden fury, darted to the book. He understood that she was mocking him, highlighting his illiteracy. It was a brutal reminder of Heathcliff's methodical efforts to keep him ignorant, to make him unworthy of his true birthright. He snatched the book from her hand, furious, and threw it to the ground. "To the devil with your books," he mumbled, flushing dark red. conflict, simmering just beneath the surface of his gruffness, exploded in that single shame-filled act. Kathy, utterly taken aback by his unexpected violence, instinctively recoiled, a mixture of fear and confusion clouding her bright eyes. This scene, Nellie said, was like watching two fragile ecosystems colliding, Kathy's cultivated gentleness meeting Hareton's suppressed savagery. The abruptness of Hareton's temper deeply unsettled Kathy. She saw in him not just a rude country boy, but something more raw, more wild and deeply unhappy. She realized with a sudden pang that his ignorance wasn't something he chose, but something imposed. And this insight sparked not contempt, but a nascent empathy within her. This recognition that his rough exterior concealed a deeply wounded and humiliated soul began to soften her initial judgmental perspective, paving the way for something more complex than simple class-based interaction. Before Kathy could process the full impact of this unexpected encounter, Heathcliff, ever vigilant, appeared. He approached with a cool, unnervingly polite smile, his eyes fixed on Kathy with an almost predatory glint. He instantly recognized her Linton features. The bright eyes, the fair hair, the delicate build, all so reminiscent of his hated rival, Edgar. "So Miss Linton has come to call," he remarked, his voice a low purr of menace. He introduced himself formally, enjoying the girl's slight startle. He knew exactly who she was. Catherine's daughter, Edgar's heiress, the next vital piece in his overarching plan of revenge. He observed her closely, weighing her delicacy against her underlying intelligence, assessing her potential as a pawn. This chilling moment cemented in Kathy's mind that the forbidding house wasn't just a grim dwelling. It was home to this terrifying, enigmatic man, a creature who radiated suppressed power and a malevolent purpose that felt acutely unsettling even to her innocent spirit. Heathcliff's sudden appearance was a cold, precise hand reaching into Kathy's carefully sheltered world. He did not let slip his knowledge of her identity immediately, instead probing her about her father and where she was supposed to be. He began subtly trying to charm her, testing her boundaries, a chillingly effective performance. A peculiar, almost fringe tidbit often recounted in tales of isolated northern England is how many self-made wealthy men, like Heathcliff, were seen as having the evil eye, or supernatural influence if their origins of wealth were vague. The sheer power of Heathcliff's charisma combined with his perceived dark mystique would certainly have unsettled Kathy, instinctively without explanation. Edgar, informed by Nellie, who, seeing Heathcliff's dangerous proximity, decided the protective veil needed reinforcing, sent a servant to retrieve Kathy almost immediately. Her brief foray into the dangerous world of Wuthering Heights was cut short, but the damage, or rather, the ignition of her curiosity, was done. She returned to the Grange with her polite manners reinstated, but her inner world irrevocably changed. She had touched the wildness, met a stranger from another world, and had a brief, chilling encounter with the formidable Heathcliff. The world was clearly larger, darker, and more complex than her father had led her to believe. Kathy's mind was now a buzzing hive of questions. Who was that wild, angry young man? Why was he so uneducated? Why did her father forbid her from speaking of Wuthering Heights, this fascinating, dreadful place? Her encounter with Hareton sparked an immediate sense of concern and intellectual curiosity. What was Heathcliff's relationship to Hareton? To this place? To her own, hidden past? The perfect bubble Edgar had so meticulously created had been breached. and through that small, unnoticed crack, the untamed spirit of Wuthering Heights began to creep in, slowly but surely pulling young Cathy into the very heart of the conflict her father had desperately tried to bury. The peace at Thrushcross Grange felt suddenly fragile, its ordered existence threatened by the wild elemental force lurking on the moor. The casual accident had become the first calculated move in Heathcliff's patient, devastating game of retribution, targeting the very generation meant to escape the bitterness of the past. The stage was set, and the first young pawns were now on the board, whether they knew it or not. Nellie Dean had just detailed Cathy Linton's accidental stumble onto Wuthering Heights, her brief, unsettling encounter with Hareton, and the formidable presence of Heathcliff himself. You saw the subtle cracks form in Edgar Linton's carefully constructed world of domestic bliss. Cathy's curiosity, once gently simmering, now threatened to boil over, propelled by the raw strangeness of Wuthering Heights. But while Cathy's mind was still reeling from the encounter, a new, unavoidable shadow loomed, one that would draw her, and Thrushcross Grange, deeper into Heathcliff's meticulous plan for vengeance. Nellie shifted slightly, adjusting a loose strand of her practical cap. "You see, sir," she began, lowering her voice a little. Just as Miss Cathy was coming to her senses after that visit, another chain began to pull on Mr. Edgar, a sad chain, but one Heathcliff surely delighted in. Nellie then elaborated, reminding you of Isabella Linton's quiet death in the south of England. Isabella, broken by her cruel marriage and driven to isolation, had clung to her son, Linton Heathcliff, raising him away from his monstrous father. Her last dying wish had been to place him in Edgar's compassionate care, believing he was the only one who could provide a loving home and a chance for a better life for her delicate child, shielded from Heathcliff's malevolent influence. Edgar, proving his innate kindness, had travelled south, collected his nephew, and brought him back to Thrushcross Grange. This gesture, born of family loyalty despite the personal humiliation Isabella had inflicted, speaks volumes of Edgar's forgiving, if deeply wounded, nature. Linton Heathcliff arrived at the Grange, a curious, fragile specimen. Nellie remembered the child's striking physical delicacy, a pale, sickly boy with a fair complexion like a Linton, but Heathcliff's dark, penetrating eyes. He was perpetually frail, prone to coughs, wheezing, and exhaustion. Imagine trying to explain to someone from the 19th century that their perpetual feebleness was simply a generally weak constitution, maybe asthma. They'd probably still assume he'd been cursed by a grumpy fairy at birth. This chronic frailty would be described with a series of vague, sweeping ailments during the era. Delicate lungs or a weakness of the humours were as common a diagnosis as the latest seasonal influenza. Such ailments in children were not uncommon, leading to constant concern among parents who often held their breath with every cough, knowing the terrifyingly high child mortality rates. It truly put the grim in Grim Reaper for many families back then. Edgar surprisingly treated Linton with genuine kindness. His heart, still aching from the loss of Catherine, and having found little solace, clung to the delicate boy with paternal fondness. He provided Linton with the best medical care available, surrounded him with comforts, and treated him with a patience Nellie had rarely seen from him towards any other than Cathy. For a few weeks, Linton was carefully introduced to the rhythms of Thrushcross Grange, finding himself in a life of relative ease compared to whatever secluded existence he'd known with his dying mother. He became part of Cathy's small world, initially, though his timidity and sickly nature made him a rather passive playmate compared to Kathy's budding energy. They were like two distinctly different breeds of kitten. One was energetic and curious, and the other got tired merely existing, but the relative peace was always temporary. Nellie knew that Heathcliff, like a lurking beast, would not let this precious, delicate commodity simply live in peace. Heathcliff waited. He chose his timing with cold, calculating precision. He didn't storm the Grange gates immediately, no. That would have been too straightforward, too crude for his particular brand of slow-burn torment. He waited for Linton to settle, for Edgar to grow accustomed to his nephew's presence, for Cathy to form some nascent bond with him. This delay made his eventual demand far more devastating, like watching someone prepare their meal perfectly before you suddenly snatch it away. Heathcliff, with his heightened legal acumen, which, historians debate, may have come from a hidden past involvement in less than reputable London business circles, perhaps gambling debts or mercantile dealings that operated on ruthless but legitimate legal principles, was acutely aware of his legal rights as Linton's father, but he wanted his seizure to be as emotionally brutal as possible. He needed Edgar to feel the pain of relinquishing his newest charge. Then, one fine spring day, while Cathy was tending her pet finch and Edgar was immersed in his beloved books, the Grim Reaper, in the form of Joseph, Heathcliff's perpetually grim servant, arrived at Thrushcross Grange with a message. He presented Edgar Linton with a curt note from Heathcliff, delivered in Joseph's characteristic drawl, which Nellie noted sounded like a grumbling stone in a mud puddle. The note, stripped of any polite salutation, stated simply that Heathcliff had been informed of Isabella's death, that Linton was his legal son, and that he demanded his son be delivered to Wuthering Heights that very morning. There was no room for negotiation, no soft words. It was a cold, direct order, an undeniable assertion of his paternal rights under 19th century law. A quirky historical tidbit. It was generally accepted that fathers, regardless of their moral standing, had absolute legal custody rights over their legitimate children. A mother had virtually no legal claim to her children once the father chose to exercise his parental authority. Even a bad father like Heathcliff held undisputed sway. This legal truth rendered Edgar, for all his love, completely powerless. He might as well have been arguing with a particularly stern, emotionally devoid brick wall. Edgar, upon reading the terse demand, was visibly distraught. He felt a profound helplessness, knowing he had no recourse. His pale face flushed with indignation and despair, his hands trembled. He held a desperate conversation with Nellie, lamenting Heathcliff's audacity, his insidious determination to infect every corner of his life with misery. "He will treat the poor lad ill, Nellie, I know it," he despaired, fearing for Linton's delicate constitution and sensitive nature under Heathcliff's brutal reign. He wished Linton was less legitimately Heathcliff's so that he could make a more successful claim. But the unfortunate truth was that he could do nothing. Heathcliff's claim was indisputable. Nellie watched as Linton, bewildered and tearful, was informed of his impending departure. Cathy, seeing her frail cousin being so abruptly ripped from the security of the Grange, reacted with genuine sadness. She didn't quite understand the complexity of the adult conflict, but she recognized the raw distress in Linton's eyes, the profound unfairness of it all. She probably hugged him, confused but comforting. Poor Linton, weak and utterly submissive, barely offered a whimper of protest. He sounds like the type of kid who'd meekly follow an instruction even if it meant jumping off a cliff. He packed his meager belongings with Nellie's gentle help, the few books he possessed, his fragile spirit already shrinking from the terrifying unspoken fate awaiting him. Joseph, the grim servant, ushered Linton out, and Nellie stood by the gate, a silent, unwilling accomplice to the grim transfer. She saw Heathcliff waiting some distance up the road, atop the rise towards Wuthering Heights, a dark, motionless figure, surveying the scene with cold, predatory satisfaction. He offered no greeting, no gesture of welcome. His son, his precious, delicate legal chattel, was merely transferred from one master to another, one purpose to another, without a shred of paternal affection. The act, Nellie knew, was merely a transaction, the beginning of a meticulously designed trap. His lack of personal engagement confirmed his motivation. It was less about welcoming a beloved son and more about taking delivery of a complicated financial instrument. Heathcliff probably gave him a quick once-over to confirm the delivery was successful and there weren't any accidental refunds. For Heathcliff, this acquisition of Linton was a crucial turning point in his overarching scheme of cosmic retribution. His hatred for Edgar Linton and his bitter desire to completely obliterate the Earnshaw-Linton lineage now consumed him entirely. Linton, though sickly and far from an ideal heir in terms of brute strength or even wit, was legitimate. He was his blood, carrying the combined names of the two houses, a fragile bridge between two powerful warring dynasties. This frail child represented the ultimate horrifying means to Heathcliff's end goal, gaining full control of Thrushcross Grange and ensuring that the Linton family, who had come between him and Catherine, would finally be entirely stripped of their property and their future, humiliated and subsumed by his dark legacy. His immediate plan for Linton was clear and chillingly pragmatic. Heathcliff intended to marry Linton to Cathy Linton, Edgar's sole heiress. By doing so, upon Edgar's death, the two estates, Wuthering Heights, which Heathcliff already owned through Hindley's gambling debts, and Thrushcross Grange, would effectively merge under the control of Heathcliff, acting as Linton's guardian, and then directly inherit to Heathcliff if Linton should, as expected, fail to live very long. This strategic use of a paper marriage and convoluted inheritance laws, designed to pass entire estates to unlikely heirs through careful manipulation, reflects a fringe yet significant aspect of 19th century property dealings, particularly concerning vulnerable minors or individuals who were clearly not intended to be beneficiaries. Lawyers would find loopholes, families would squabble endlessly, and sometimes very unsavory characters like Heathcliff would come out on top. Such schemes of marriage for inheritance were not new to the English social landscape, often used to preserve fortunes or unify estates through deliberate, strategic matches rather than affection. This calculated coldness utterly stripped any sense of genuine human connection from the arrangements. Scholars still contend whether this kind of brutal transactional approach to family life is a hyperbolic representation of societal cruelty or a deeply insightful critique of patriarchal institutions. Heathcliff knew Linton was sickly, weak, and possessed none of his own fierce resilience. He recognized the boy's weakness even then, finding him exasperating. He called him an ailing creature and complained that he was not worth one tear. There was no affection, only thinly veiled contempt for his son's perpetual feebleness. He never treated Linton with love, only as a tool. He would constantly rail at Linton's lack of strength, his pathetic nature, but it did nothing to shift the cruel calculation in his eyes. He planned to force Linton into the union with Cathy, to expedite his ultimate revenge against the Lintons. He'd obtained the weak, sickly pawn. Now he just needed to arrange the inevitable endgame. He didn't even attempt to conceal his contempt for the boy. Linton was clearly only a vessel for a purpose, not a son to be loved or cared for. He really was about as paternal as a tax collector, probably even less cuddly. So Linton Heathcliff was wrenched from the fleeting peace of Thrushcross Grange, escorted like a sad, bundled parcel towards the forbidding, desolate Wuthering Heights. He was a bewildered sacrifice on the altar of his father's vengeful desires, utterly unaware of the sinister future his new purpose dictated. And back at the Grange, Cathy, disturbed but largely uncomprehending, watched the event unfold, seeing only a sad goodbye to a timid cousin. Little did she know, this forced relocation was merely the grim opening of a meticulously orchestrated drama that would inevitably entangle her directly into the legacy of hatred and loss, pushing her further and further from her idyllic, protected life and into the grasping, merciless shadow of Wuthering Heights and its true master. The game, Heathcliff thought, had finally truly begun. Linton Heathcliff's arrival at Wuthering Heights was less a homecoming and more an entry into a highly uncomfortable, forced acquaintance with his biological father. You sense the immediate contrast for the sickly boy. After a few precious weeks of gentle comfort at Thrushcross Grange, surrounded by his kind Uncle Edgar and sweet cousin Cathy, Linton was now thrust into the raw, forbidding atmosphere of Heathcliff's domain. The soft rugs of the Grange were replaced by cold stone flags. The quiet, cultivated calm by the rough sounds of the farm and Heathcliff's chilling silences. He had simply exchanged one set of unfamiliar comforts for a whole new level of brutal, unsettling discomfort. Heathcliff, Nellie recounted with disdain, exhibited not a flicker of parental affection towards his newfound son. There were no tender embraces, no heartwarming moments of reunion. Instead, Heathcliff met Linton with cold, barely disguised contempt. "You are a puny, pitiful wretch," he allegedly muttered to Nellie and Joseph, entirely unconcerned if Linton could hear him. "Hardly a robust enough twig to hold this estate in place." He found Linton's physical weakness and inherent cowardice intensely frustrating, a sharp contrast to his own fierce resilience and imposing physicality. He desired an heir who possessed the strength to command, not one who constantly coughed into his handkerchief. Linton was simply a tool in Heathcliff's overarching scheme for revenge, a pawn, a necessary mechanism for gaining control of Thrushcross Grange through marriage, not a son to be nurtured. It's hard to have parental pride when your son reminds you more of a damp dish rag than a glorious future henchman. This complete lack of natural affection and immediate disdain for Linton's weakness serves to solidify Heathcliff's utterly ruthless character. Historians might point to it as a chilling critique of a patriarchal system that values a male heir more as a symbol of power and lineage than as an individual person. Linton was housed at Wuthering Heights, under the nominal care of Joseph and the rough servants, but truly isolated. Heathcliff largely ignored him, preferring his silent, bitter solitude. He tasked Hareton, now thoroughly indoctrinated into a life of hard labor and casual brutality, with seeing to Linton's physical needs. Hareton, confused by Linton's inherent delicacy, and often irritated by his petulant complaining, fulfilled these duties begrudgingly, often with gruff impatience rather than tender care. Imagine asking a strong, rough farmer to babysit a perpetually whiny, sickly teenager. Not a match made in heaven. Hareton probably just wanted to be back outside with the animals and mud, not supervising the feeble boy's latest breathing spell. Predictably, Linton's already fragile health deteriorated further under the harsh realities of Wuthering Heights. He was always sick, coughing, wheezing, easily tired. The damp, cold air of the moors exacerbated his lung ailments. The crude fare at the heights was hardly conducive to a delicate constitution. He constantly complained of pains and ailments, developing a peevish, self-pitying disposition. He whined incessantly, demanding attention, playing on his weakness for sympathy and gaining what he could from the rough servants or the bewildered Hareton. This is the ultimate stereotype of the sickly, spoiled child. Every sniffle is a tragedy, every cough a national disaster. However, this manipulation, while annoying, was born of real helplessness. Heathcliff, far from softening towards his ailing son, grew only more disdainful. He would occasionally snap at Linton's constant complaints, mock his frailties, or threaten to deprive him of food and comfort. He did, however, understand the precariousness of Linton's life and the importance of keeping him alive just long enough to serve his purpose. This chilling calculation underscores the transactional nature of his paternal love. Linton was not merely a son. He was a living legal document, a ticking clock against Edgar Linton's last will and testament. And Heathcliff had no patience for poorly kept documents or clocks that failed to tick in time. As Linton weakened further, a new dynamic emerged, subtly, between Heathcliff and his son. Heathcliff realized that Linton's manipulative tendencies could be weaponized. He quickly discerned that Linton, despite his weakness, possessed a certain shrewd, selfish cunning, using his feigned illnesses and petulant demands to extract sympathy and attention. Heathcliff began to exploit this, coaching Linton, encouraging his complaints and his self-pity, shaping him into a finely tuned instrument of emotional torture, particularly where Cathy was concerned. He began to groom Linton, not for independence or strength, but for dependency and deceit, knowing that his son's fragility and inherent self-pity would elicit sympathy from Cathy, the exact quality Heathcliff lacked and couldn't deploy himself. This sophisticated manipulation of his son's worst traits is an example of the moral decay that permeated Wuthering Heights, where everyone used and abused everyone else. Did you know that the idea of emotional intelligence and manipulative psychology was very nascent in 19th century thought? It often fell into general observations of cunning or slyness, rather than a true psychological analysis of behavior, leaving individuals often unaware of how they were being subtly preyed upon. Scholars might argue that Heathcliff's particular brand of psychological abuse in the novel demonstrates an uncanny, intuitive understanding of human nature on Bronte's part, even predating formal psychological study. One particular incident cemented Linton's manipulative tactics. Nellie recalled him claiming to be on the verge of death merely to coerce Hareton into bringing him extra tea, moaning and groaning theatrically, then perking up almost instantly once he got his way. Hareton, usually so thick-skinned, fell for it every time, illustrating the pathetic degree to which he'd been manipulated to a kind of unquestioning obedience to Heathcliff and those of the family. Meanwhile, back at Thrushcross Grange, Edgar Linton was under the mistaken impression that his nephew, Linton, was living in a rather agreeable, albeit distant arrangement with Heathcliff. Much like a polite boarding school, Edgar maintained limited communication with Wuthering Heights through messengers and stiff notes, deliberately avoiding personal contact with Heathcliff himself. He didn't want his peace disturbed. He worried about Linton, of course, but preferred to manage the worry at a distance, rather than witness the raw, unpleasant truth of the Heights firsthand. This head-in-the-sand approach was classic Edgar, protecting his fragile sensibilities from uncomfortable realities. He was a master of selective avoidance, a coping mechanism as ancient as time itself. You too have probably just tried to ignore that suspicious-looking email about your car warranty. Heathcliff's strategic long game began to unfold, with Linton as its unwitting focal point. He subtly started dropping hints to Joseph, then to Nellie when she paid brief, infrequent visits, about Linton's poor spirits and his desire for company. He hinted that Linton craved the society of young gentlefolk, obviously directing his comments towards Cathy Linton. This was all part of his master plan, subtly reintroducing Linton to Cathy's orbit, knowing Edgar's cautiousness about the heights. He hoped to use Linton's feebleness as a catalyst for a reconnection with Cathy. And since Nellie was generally on Edgar's side and cared for both young people, he hoped to, indirectly, pull her into his schemes too. The underlying plan was insidious. By forcing a union between Linton and Cathy, Heathcliff aimed to eventually control Thrushcross Grange itself. With Hindley's death, Heathcliff owned Wuthering Heights and held mortgages over parts of the Earnshaw lands connected to the Heights. But he had no direct claim on Thrushcross Grange beyond what he could get through his bloodline. Linton was his legal heir, a direct descendant of Isabella Linton and thus related to Edgar, and by extension, Heathcliff's connection to the Grange fortune. By having Linton marry Cathy, he would effectively unify the two properties under his eventual control. And with Linton's obvious frailty, his eventual demise would transfer all property rights to Heathcliff, or even more likely to Hareton, as Heathcliff's preferred heir by default if Heathcliff died after Linton without direct descendants of his own, or else simply control the estate while Linton was underage. This calculated approach to property ownership, using strategic marriage and anticipating eventual deaths, was an uncomfortable but legal reality for 19th-century families vying for land and status. Scholars have explored how this property intrigue, though central to the novel, highlights the bleak financial realities that constrained many individuals and often overshadowed personal desires or affections in an era where women's property rights were limited. So while Linton Heathcliff languished in sickness and selfish complaints, becoming his father's manipulated puppet, Cathy Linton, bright, kind, and increasingly curious, remained blissfully unaware of her impending doom. The initial accidental encounter between her and Hareton at Wuthering Heights was only the first innocent spark. The truly menacing part of the plot, involving the fragile Linton, was just beginning to stir, its grim machinery whirring slowly into motion under Heathcliff's precise direction. The weak, sickly son would become the cruel instrument of the strong, vengeful father. Wuthering Heights now contained two pawns, the brutalized, uneducated Hareton and the sickly, manipulative Linton, both waiting for Heathcliff to use them in his continuing efforts to shatter every vestige of peace from Edgar Linton, and to complete his cosmic retribution against a world that had denied him Catherine's ultimate embrace. Nellie sighed. The calm she longed for had proven, once again, to be simply a prelude to a more sinister manipulation. Nellie Dean's concern deepened as she recounted the increasingly frequent interactions between Cathy Linton and Linton Heathcliff. Edgar Linton, blissfully ignorant of Heathcliff's meticulous plotting, continued to believe he was safeguarding Cathy's delicate nature by confining her to the Grange. But Heathcliff, master manipulator that he was, understood Edgar's protective instincts perfectly. He wouldn't storm the castle. He would build a subtle bridge, one delicate enough to seem harmless, yet strong enough to bear the crushing weight of his vengeance. He had Linton now, a frail, petulant creature, but a perfect instrument. The initial meetings between Cathy and Linton were not random encounters. but carefully orchestrated events, subtle nudges from Heathcliff. He started by sending indirect messages to Edgar, suggesting that Linton was fading without proper companionship, specifically hinting that the only company that might brighten his spirits was his kindly cousin Cathy. Edgar, softened by his grief and genuine concern for his ailing nephew, felt a familial obligation. Nellie herself, ever practical and genuinely worried for Linton's failing health, often found herself caught between her duties and her pity. She might have, just once, slightly overstated Linton's ailing condition to Edgar to get him to relent a little more, justifying it as compassion. After all, a kind visitor was far more appealing than watching a young man waste away, constantly complaining and wheezing. A historical fact of the time is that, ironically, many 19th century medical practitioners did indeed recommend fresh air and pleasant company for consumptive patients, often in seaside towns, though a dark, isolated house like Wuthering Heights was likely not on their prescription list. So, carefully chaperoned by Nellie, Edgar wouldn't risk Cathy going anywhere near Wuthering Heights unescorted. Cathy began visiting Linton at a predetermined spot. It was usually a boundary wall between the two estates, a place neither Edgar nor Heathcliff thought overly compromising. Think of it like a carefully arranged play date at a neutral, mutually agreed upon, slightly depressing park, designed to avoid parental conflict. Heathcliff orchestrated these meetings, subtly implying to Linton that Cathy was desperate for his company, inflating the feeble boy's ego to make him feel more important than he actually was. Linton, for his part, adopted a pose of profound suffering, moaning about his illnesses and expecting Cathy to dote on him, offering unending sympathy. He complained about his meals, the cold, his chest, the weather, Hareton's lack of sympathy, pretty much everything except the inherent moral depravity of his own father. What a charming conversationalist. It was probably more appealing to hear about than his real state of suffering, if he wasn't exaggerating quite so much, because in fairness to him, Heathcliff's fathering was genuinely awful. Cathy initially was deeply sympathetic. Her nature was kind and gentle, and she felt genuine pity for her sickly cousin, cooped up in the bleakness of Wuthering Heights with such a frightening figure as Heathcliff as a father. She tried her best to brighten Linton's miserable existence, bringing him books, talking to him cheerfully, patiently enduring his self-pitying tirades. She felt a responsibility, almost a Christian duty, to bring comfort to the ailing boy. It's hard to watch someone suffer, even if they complain a lot. Her attempts, however, were frequently thwarted by Linton's selfishness. He never reciprocated her kindness. Instead, he demanded more, whined endlessly, and quickly grew possessive of her attention. He would sometimes refuse to read the books she brought him, insisting she read to him instead, even if it exhausted her. He'd insist she give him her pet birds to play with and promptly neglect them, demonstrating his utter disregard for others. You'd think she would catch on after the third whiny anecdote, but nope. Kind souls sometimes have blind spots, especially for the perpetually suffering. Scholars debate whether Cathy's initial pity was a form of self-delusion, avoiding the more complicated reality of Linton's character, or merely a genuine attempt to overcome obstacles in pursuit of simple companionship. Heathcliff, always watching from a calculated distance, observed these interactions with chilling satisfaction. He saw Cathy's compassion, her inherent goodness, and delighted in the knowledge that his sickly pawn was subtly, yet effectively, ensnaring Edgar Linton's prized daughter. He often spoke to Nellie in passing, dropping cryptic hints, almost daring her to interpret his motives. "She is too soft, Nellie. Needs some toughening up," he might sneer, glancing at Kathy with a disturbing blend of resentment for Edgar's influence and a grim determination to corrupt her for his own ends. He knew that the only currency Linton possessed was his physical debility and his Linton connections, and Heathcliff planned to fully exploit them both. The true nature of Linton's character, however, began to slowly emerge to Kathy, even through the haze of her sympathy. She noticed his manipulation, his childish tantrums when he didn't get his way, his innate selfishness. His whining often grated on her nerves despite her patience. Nellie recalls Kathy complaining about Linton's perpetual self-pity and his cowardly character. He was sickly, yes, but he also leveraged that sickness, demanding her constant attention and even manipulating Heathcliff occasionally for extra privileges. One instance involved Linton feigning a severe attack to avoid writing a letter, successfully getting both Heathcliff and Kathy to coddle him. It seems a delicate ailment. Well-timed, can be a potent weapon against strong-willed individuals. You'd probably fake a bad cough if it got you out of having to do dishes too, right? Heathcliff began pushing for more frequent meetings, demanding Kathy's presence, arguing it was vital for Linton's declining health. His true motive, of course, was to solidify Kathy's connection to Linton and to habituate Edgar to their frequent visits, gradually eroding Edgar's strict boundaries. These meetings became increasingly uncomfortable, forcing Kathy into strained emotional labor, constantly trying to cheer up Linton, whose chronic ill health only grew worse. Nellie often warned Kathy or expressed her own concerns to Edgar about Linton's weakness and Heathcliff's intentions, but Edgar dismissed her, blinded by his paternal instincts to his nephew's frailties and his faith in Kathy's chaperoning. He felt the meetings were safe, provided Nellie accompanied her. A quirky, almost humorous aside occurred when Linton once attempted to flatter Kathy by calling her beautiful, like an angel, only to immediately follow it with a series of complaints about his headache and how tiresome she was for wanting to play too boisterously. He clearly didn't understand the nuances of a compliment. Such social awkwardness, born of his secluded and sickly upbringing, also played a part in Kathy's growing exasperation with him. He was a difficult patient and an even worse friend. He was, to Kathy's surprise, much less romantic and far more self-pitying than any hero in her well-bound books. This disconnect between idealized romance and harsh reality was a continuous subtle thread in the interactions between Kathy and Linton. Heathcliff's manipulation of Linton was not purely for Kathy. He used Linton's frailty as leverage against Edgar, constantly reminding him that his last direct blood relation might pass without heirs. Heathcliff's long game relied heavily on Linton's demise after marriage to Kathy, thus consolidating the two properties. The legalities surrounding marriage, death, and inheritance were convoluted in 19th century England, often relying on precisely timed events. Heathcliff had clearly, methodically, studied every clause of inheritance law and marriage settlements, a subtle but significant element of his cunning, usually relegated to lawyers or those of gentle birth. As the months passed, Kathy grew tired of Linton's self-absorbed nature and incessant whining. Her initial pity began to wear thin, replaced by exasperation and even flashes of her mother's impatient temper. She understood, in her young way, that Linton was manipulating her. She was a kind, intelligent girl, but not a fool. The romantic allure of healing the broken bad boy had well and truly evaporated. She was seeing the reality beneath the sickly pallor, a self-centered, spoiled invalid who only truly cared about himself. The concept of love she experienced with Linton was a far cry from her imagination's grand visions. She started skipping the boundary wall rendezvous, fabricating minor excuses to avoid these increasingly draining interactions. These intermittent periods of refusal caused Linton, instigated by Heathcliff, to unleash waves of whining complaints and even manipulative threats. Threats of falling sicker, of being alone and desperate. Heathcliff would occasionally intervene, appearing suddenly at these boundary meetings, subtly pressing Cathy to attend, implying her absence exacerbated Linton's ailments. His language would be superficially polite but with an underlying menace, a reminder that he could compel her if he chose to. "My son misses your sweet disposition, Miss Linton," he'd purr, his eyes holding a far deeper, more sinister meaning. Cathy was caught in an invisible, powerful web of manipulation. She could sense Heathcliff's watchful eye, his calculating gaze. She was a valuable commodity to him, a means to an end. The constant push and pull between the two families filtered through these awkward meetings between Cathy and Linton, frayed Edgar Linton's already strained nerves. He had his daughter, the joy of his life. But he also had a deeply ill nephew tied to a man he detested, constantly reminded of past grief and future threats. His increasing anxieties manifested in withdrawal. He preferred to remain sequestered within his study, leaving Nellie to navigate the treacherous currents of communication between the Grange and the Heights. It sounds rather like someone who needs to log off Twitter and embrace reality for a change, to be honest. This increasing reclusiveness limited his already thin emotional capacity to truly observe Cathy's distress or Heathcliff's malevolent machinations. Cathy's innocence was slowly chipped away, not by harsh revelations, but by the relentless tedium and the subtle cruelty of Linton's self-pity and Heathcliff's grand design. Her childhood was ending, gently but irrevocably. Her spirit, though initially subdued, began to resent the demands placed upon it. The forced young love that Heathcliff meticulously cultivated wasn't a romance. It was a psychological endurance test for Cathy, subtly draining her vitality, tying her to the very house her father fought so hard to keep her from. And this slow, subtle corruption was perhaps far more painful than outright hostility for young Cathy. This entire scheme of emotional leverage for material gain underscores the true horror of Heathcliff's revenge, extending far beyond the immediate damage to Edgar or even Isabella, encompassing future generations as sacrificial pawns. The trajectory was set. Heathcliff, with a patient, terrifying resolve, used the ailing Linton as the principal lure. He wanted to tie Cathy directly to Wuthering Heights through marriage. He wanted Edgar Linton to live long enough to witness the total downfall of his line, to see his only beloved child dragged into Heathcliff's sphere, but to also know he couldn't fight it. The manipulation continued, slow and insidious, turning seemingly innocent meetings into profound steps towards an irreversible trap, fueling Heathcliff's thirst for a profound and complete revenge against all who stood between him and his spectral, haunting Catherine. Cathy's visits were gradually creating a path, not to connection, but to catastrophe, a new line of unwitting descendants entering into the tragic web. Nellie Dean's voice carries a fresh current of anxiety as she recalls the darkening shadows over Thrushcross Grange. You feel the approaching weight of inevitable loss. Edgar Linton, the picture of quiet stability, began to physically decline. It was slow at first, a creeping weakness that perhaps went unnoticed amidst the delicate dance of social obligations and the subtle maneuvering orchestrated by Heathcliff. But as time wore on, the frailty became undeniable. His previously erect posture slumped slightly, his movements grew slower, and a constant weariness clouded his intelligent, kind eyes. It was a general decline, Nellie surmises, probably a lingering consequence of the immense grief he harbored after Catherine's death, coupled with the constant, insidious strain of Heathcliff's presence and machinations, which was like a continuous low-level poison to Edgar's delicate nerves. Stress kills, after all, and Edgar was under about 30 years of concentrated stress. He hadn't really recovered from Catherine's initial brain fever. This was just the sad denouement. Edgar became increasingly withdrawn, spending more and more time in his study, isolated with his books, almost hiding from the harsh realities beyond its comforting walls. He sought solace in intellectual pursuits and quiet reflection, an increasingly reclusive and melancholic existence. His once meticulous appearance sometimes wavered, hinting at his decreasing care for the outside world. He relied on Nellie to manage the household and, more importantly, to gauge Cathy's interactions with Linton Heathcliff. He didn't want to engage directly with Wuthering Heights. It brought back too much pain. His love for Cathy was now almost obsessive in its tenderness, the only light remaining in his dimming life. He viewed her, Nellie confirms, as his fragile treasure, the last remnant of his beloved Catherine, and the only remaining representative of his lineage. Every time he looked at her, he was looking at his past, his present, and his precarious future, which frankly is an unfair burden to place on any teenager. A historically poignant fact. Many wealthy Victorians spent their final years under the care of live-in nurses, relying heavily on the domestic staff as their health declined. For men, this reliance sometimes led to a profound dependence that stripped them of their public authority, further deepening their sense of private isolation. As Edgar's health visibly waned, Heathcliff's predatory patience began to thin. The grand scheme, simmering for years, now needed to reach its brutal conclusion. He sensed Edgar's weakness, like a shark smelling blood in the water. His tactics, once subtle nudges, now became more direct, more demanding. He pressed for more frequent and lengthier meetings between Cathy and Linton, now almost openly referring to the potential of a future union. He understood that Edgar's weakness meant the marriage would need to happen soon, before the ailing Edgar lost too much mental acuity, or worse, found a way to somehow break the fragile legal claim that Linton, Heathcliff's pawn, represented. Heathcliff couldn't risk the will being changed, or any unexpected legal wrangling by Edgar, while Edgar still had some mental fortitude left. It was a race against Edgar's clock, not just Linton's. Linton Heathcliff himself, ever frail, only grew worse. His chronic cough became a constant hacking, his breath shallower, his vitality diminishing day by painful day. He was now almost entirely confined to the interior of Wuthering Heights, his condition precluding any further meetings at the Boundary. This forced the meetings between Cathy and Linton to shift. Heathcliff demanded that Cathy now come to Wuthering Heights, into his domain, where he could control every aspect of their interaction and intensify the pressure. Nellie, now increasingly alarmed by Heathcliff's audacity and Linton's decline, would reluctantly accompany Cathy, feeling like a sacrificial lamb being led to the slaughter, knowing she was being coerced into an impossible position. She tried to convey her increasing uneasiness to Edgar, hinting at Heathcliff's evil intentions, but Edgar remained stubbornly in denial, only allowing the visits with the most stringent conditions, and Nellie as chaperone, effectively sticking his head in the sand. He would never hurt a girl, Edgar would sigh, wishing that Heathcliff's vengeance did not stretch to women or the future generation, a rather naive interpretation of Heathcliff's depths of villainy. You can practically hear Nellie sighing to herself about Edgar's particular brand of soft, well-meaning blindness. These visits to Wuthering Heights for Cathy became increasingly disturbing. The oppressive atmosphere of the house, perpetually grim and unwelcoming, began to chip away at Cathy's naturally cheerful disposition. She hated the bleak silence, the lack of warmth, and the constant presence of Heathcliff's malevolent gaze, which was always watchful, always assessing. Linton, too, was increasingly unbearable. His sickness intensified his self-pity, turning him into a perpetually whining, demanding invalid. He would whine for attention, for her presence, for relief from his vague but incessant ailments. He even occasionally confessed in frightened whispers his terror of his father, painting Heathcliff as a truly monstrous figure, perhaps in an attempt to elicit further pity from Cathy and tie her to him through their shared suffering. "He would shake me out of bed, Miss Cathy," he'd whimper. It worked to some extent, deepening Cathy's compassion even as her frustration mounted. This sounds about as fun as being trapped in a small room with someone who complains non-stop about every possible malady, whilst also periodically giving you sad puppy dog eyes and clutching their chest. Truly an excellent date idea. The true nature of Linton Heathcliff as Heathcliff's unwitting accomplice became horribly clear during these forced interactions. Heathcliff compelled Linton quite brutally to cooperate, to draw Cathy in, to pursue her even if he found her vitality annoying. Linton would often speak words that clearly were not his own, phrases subtly echoing Heathcliff's calculated intentions. It was a puppet show, with Heathcliff pulling the strings of his frail son to entrap the robust daughter of his despised enemy. Linton became a desperate lover on Heathcliff's command, compelled to flirt, propose, or manipulate entirely against his true weak character and his self-preservation instinct, which would have simply preferred silence and quiet oblivion. He really just wanted to be left alone with his hot tea and a particularly absorbent tissue. The use of proxy manipulation in literature, where one character subtly controls another, is a powerful technique for portraying psychological tyranny. Heathcliff uses Linton's frailty to coerce him into this unnatural courtship, highlighting a deep cruelty. A historical perspective often neglected, the pervasive power dynamics within 19th century households, especially rural estates where masters had almost total authority over servants and family, often permitted such extreme psychological pressure on vulnerable individuals with very little legal recourse. Edgar, meanwhile, clung desperately to the hope that Cathy would marry a respectable gentleman, or perhaps one of his cousins. He spoke to Nellie with growing anxiety about his concern for Cathy's inheritance. With Hindley gone and the Heights in Heathcliff's possession, Edgar had only his estate and Cathy as his legitimate legacy. He consulted lawyers, frantically trying to find legal avenues to secure Cathy's fortune, to protect it from Heathcliff's grasping hands. His greatest fear, as Heathcliff well knew, was the unification of the two properties under Heathcliff's domain through the marriage of Linton to Cathy. He desired to ensure that Cathy's substantial inheritance would be safe from Heathcliff's future greedy claims on her. The complexities of 19th century inheritance law, especially with regard to the succession of property through female lines or by children from different potentially disputed marriages, could be incredibly convoluted. Such legal quagmires were common, requiring careful planning and expensive lawyers to avoid unexpected property transfers or contested wills. Historians sometimes argue these land inheritance complexities fueled much of the personal conflict and long-term disputes within such prominent families. During one of their later forced visits to Wuthering Heights, Edgar's health took a critical turn for the worse. The old solicitor who lived miles away would struggle to reach the Grange quickly. Sensing the opportune moment, Heathcliff, in one of his most audacious and cruel acts of direct manipulation, directly manipulated Cathy's deepest affections. He wrote a desperate letter in Linton's name, appealing to Cathy's kindness and sense of duty. The letter claimed Linton was near death, begging Cathy to visit him, confessing his utter loneliness and despair. Cathy, genuinely heartbroken by her cousin's apparent suffering, pleaded with her father to allow her to go. Edgar, gravely ill and wanting to secure Cathy's future for her, knowing he was unable to continue protecting her and needing a stable home for her, but blinded by his weakness, refused vehemently at first, citing the risk of catching an ailment. But Heathcliff knew exactly what buttons to push, making the fake plea irresistible. "Your uncle," the note, supposedly from Linton, read, "treats me abominably." It sounded less like Linton and more like the opening of a bad romance novel that should never have made it past the editor's desk. Yet Cathy, despite her weariness, genuinely fell for it. This calculated exploitation of Cathy's filial love and empathy sealed her tragic fate, leaving her emotionally compromised and incredibly vulnerable to the brutal traps that Heathcliff had so painstakingly set for her. It felt like Heathcliff was taking unfair advantage of Cathy's good Samaritan tendencies. And so, one particularly miserable afternoon, as the mist clung low to the moor, Cathy and Nellie once again set out for Wuthering Heights. The very air, charged with unspoken doom, seemed to reflect Edgar Linton's waning strength and the inexorable pull of Heathcliff's malevolent will. They rode not towards a hopeful future, but towards an insidious, well-laid trap designed by a vengeful genius to utterly extinguish the light of the Lintons and consolidate his reign of sorrow. Edgar Linton, the fragile master of the Grange, clung to his life, his fading vision fixed on the happiness of his only child, blissfully unaware that her compassion was about to become the very chain that bound her to his darkest enemy. The time for the grand finale of Heathcliff's plan was fast approaching, orchestrated not through strength but through orchestrated weakness, aiming for nothing less than total control over the future of both cursed estates. The Linton lamp was flickering low, and Heathcliff, candle in hand, was about to snuff it out. Nellie Dean's voice grew solemn, dropping to a low, mournful tone that underscored the chilling turn of events. You hear the finality in her words as she recounts the fateful journey of Cathy Linton and herself to Wuthering Heights. They arrived on a bleak, overcast afternoon, the sky as heavy as the mood within the dilapidated stone walls of the old house. The very air at Wuthering Heights seemed to cling to secrets, each creak of the floorboards a whispered history of sorrow and pain. For Cathy, it was another duty visit, a kindness offered to a sick cousin. For Heathcliff, it was the final devastating move in his chess game of vengeance. They found Linton Heathcliff as weak and pitiful as his last letter had described, if not more so. He lay shivering by the hearth, thin and wasted, coughing incessantly, his breaths shallow. Cathy's compassion was immediately stirred, genuine pity eclipsing any lingering resentment she held for his prior petulance. She knelt beside him, offering comfort and concern, her kind nature oblivious to the manipulative strings still attached to his feeble condition. She offered to help him get warm, asking Joseph for a cup of tea for the poor, shivering boy. Imagine offering a tea in the heart of the literal and metaphorical storm. How futile, yet how truly compassionate. But no sooner had they settled than Heathcliff emerged, his presence cutting through the dimly lit room like a sharp blade. His face, gaunt and harsh, betrayed no softness, only a chilling, methodical purpose. There was a coiled intensity in him, an unmistakable air of a man poised to strike. He didn't offer pleasantries. His words were brusque, cold, like the moor wind itself. He immediately confronted Cathy and Nellie. "I did not bring you here to talk nonsense, nor for pity to a pitiful whelp," he snarled, revealing the true, transactional nature of his intention. He ordered Nellie without preamble to separate them. He stated plainly that he wanted Cathy to marry Linton, then and there, and that they would not leave Wuthering Heights until she consented. Cathy was utterly bewildered, then horrified. She sprang back from Linton, her innocent pity instantly curdling into terror. She had never been addressed with such brutal directness, such undisguised malevolence. "Marriage," she stammered, disbelief warring with sudden icy fear. She realized then that this was not a social visit. This was a trap. Heathcliff, with his dark, knowing eyes, watched her panic, delighting in her dismay. He told her there would be no going back to the Grange until the deed was done. "You will be married this instant. I'm in no humor to wait till your father may die." What a charmer. You really have to give him credit for his straightforward approach to coercion, rather than beating around the bush. Though really, who wouldn't try to subtly avoid such a situation, rather than flat-out kidnapping? Heathcliff preferred direct action once his plan was at critical mass. This blunt demand and direct confinement are a dramatic turn, demonstrating a terrifying breach of social norms, as elopement implied consent, whereas this was outright abduction for purposes of force. Nellie, outraged and terrified for Cathy, intervened immediately, pleading with Heathcliff. She reminded him of Edgar's dying condition, of Cathy's helplessness, appealing to any lingering shred of decency within him. She invoked God's wrath, legal repercussions, common decency, anything she could think of to derail his monstrous plan. "This is madness! Your poor soul will burn in hell, Mr. Heathcliff," she cried, clutching at her practical skirts, prepared to fight for her precious charge. But Heathcliff, impervious to moral suasion, merely scoffed, unmoved. His only response was to physically seize both Nellie and Cathy. He locked the main door to Wuthering Heights, then ordered Hareton, still rough and unrefined but silently obedient, to take Nellie and secure her in a back room, effectively silencing any outside witness or means of intervention. Hareton, still carrying the deep-seated resentments against the Lintons ingrained by Heathcliff, followed the instruction without argument, leaving Cathy utterly alone, unprotected with her two tormentors, the terrified, wheezing Linton and the menacing, determined Heathcliff. Heathcliff's immediate concern, however, was for Cathy's response. He understood the urgency of the situation. Edgar's health was failing rapidly, and time was of the essence for him to legally solidify his claim on the Linton estate through Cathy. He demanded she marry Linton that very hour, before any outside intervention could occur, before Edgar could alter his will, or before news of the forced marriage could leak to Edgar's lawyers, or more to the point, anyone who could actually act legally. Legally, the age of consent for marriage in 19th century England was 12 for girls and 14 for boys. Although they needed parental consent if under 21, the legal technicalities were less rigid if an elopement occurred or a forcible abduction and union could be proven. though Heathcliff would simply frame this as a secret family union. In practice, the marriage would almost certainly have been legal due to the technicalities, but Heathcliff knew this forced union wouldn't exactly be popular among Edgar's more conventional and law-abiding peers. It could, however, if revealed immediately, shock Edgar, whose frail health might lead to his untimely end sooner rather than later. The moment Cathy was forced to stand before the sickly, terrified Linton and submit to the marriage vows must have been one of profound emotional desolation for her. Linton, equally a victim, was trembling, scared of his father's fury, likely unable to refuse the monstrous coercion. The ceremony was, of course, swift and clandestine. Nellie, locked away, later inferred the bare details from Linton's frightened whispers and the servants' furtive gossip. There was no real ceremony, just a forced, humiliating pronouncement of their union, officiated perhaps by an unwilling, frightened parson whom Heathcliff probably threatened with dire consequences if he didn't comply, or simply by the laws Heathcliff perceived that he controlled within his own domain. This mockery of a marriage was a brutal climax to Heathcliff's meticulous scheme, tying the Linton line irrevocably to his dark lineage. Cathy was now legally Heathcliff's daughter-in-law, a horrifying prospect that sealed the doom for the entire Grange. This calculated imprisonment and forced marriage highlights Heathcliff's depraved methods of revenge. He wasn't merely seeking justice, he was systematically destroying any future hope for his perceived enemies, ensuring that even if they escaped his physical wrath, their spiritual and emotional legacies would be irrevocably tainted by his hand. This psychological abuse was arguably far more damaging than outright physical assault for individuals raised in polite society, whose honor and reputation were paramount. What good is wealth if your wife is enslaved? Heathcliff might well have scoffed, and Cathy's future looked exceedingly bleak as the newest and unwilling prisoner of Wuthering Heights. She had been robbed of her agency, her freedom, and perhaps her last remaining vestiges of childlike hope. Days turned into a relentless, suffocating eternity for Cathy at Wuthering Heights. She was a prisoner, subjected to constant surveillance, her attempts to contact her father mercilessly thwarted by Heathcliff. He ensured that Edgar, clinging to life, would receive no word from his beloved daughter, forcing him to succumb in loneliness and despair. Cathy's every attempt at resistance, every plea for freedom, was met with cold, unyielding mockery from Heathcliff. "You are married, young Miss Linton. This is your rightful place now. Your father will come to terms with it when he hears it." Heathcliff would sneer, knowing full well the agony he was inflicting. The deliberate isolation, the withholding of information, and the psychological torment Cathy faced in her captivity illustrate the dark realities of a society where domestic privacy often masked severe abuse, with no external authority figures to intervene. This would have been seen as family business, and few would interfere, given Heathcliff's fearsome reputation, particularly once his property and lineage were involved. Nellie, though locked away initially, managed a brief, desperate escape later, just long enough to confirm Cathy's capture to the local villagers before being brought back in. But by then, Edgar's fate was sealed. The fear, the anguish, the prolonged silence from his beloved daughter proved to be too much for the already frail Edgar Linton. He languished on his deathbed, clinging to life, wishing desperately for his daughter's return, and consumed by unanswered questions about her fate. His quiet descent was overshadowed by Cathy's torment, but no less profound. He loved her, and he wanted only for her to be safe. It's hard to imagine the crushing weight of Edgar's final moments, a silent torment fueled by his inability to secure his daughter's future, or even hear her last word, his hope flickering to extinction, extinguished not by illness alone, but by Heathcliff's meticulous cruelty. Cathy, meanwhile, endured the chilling nightmare of her new existence. Her tender heart and gentle spirit, honed in the quiet, nurturing confines of Thrushcross Grange, were subjected to the daily horrors of Heathcliff's dark domain. Her marriage was a mockery, her husband a dying invalid, and her keeper a relentless torturer. The idyllic life she once knew, centered around her doting father, seemed a million miles away, an unreachable dream. Heathcliff had taken everything, her freedom, her future, and perhaps with it a part of her soul. This brutal, forced marriage, far from uniting the two families, solidified Heathcliff's ultimate revenge: to shatter Edgar Linton's spirit, destroy his legacy, and ensure that Catherine Earnshaw's child would become a permanent, unwitting resident in the house that harbored his eternal grief. And it was all happening. The terrible truth of her forced existence became clear as Cathy remained effectively a permanent imprisoned fixture of Wuthering Heights, enduring her lonely days in the bleak atmosphere of her unwilling home. Nellie Dean's face tightens as she speaks of the crushing culmination of Heathcliff's scheme, Edgar Linton's last days. You feel the profound sadness of it, a gentle soul simply succumbing to the weight of overwhelming despair. After Cathy was forcibly detained at Wuthering Heights and married to Linton, Edgar was left alone at Thrushcross Grange, his physical decline mirroring his profound anguish. He no longer worried about Cathy's companionship, but her freedom. He clung to life with a desperate, failing hope, longing to see his daughter, to know her safe. He repeatedly asked Nellie if she had returned, or if she'd received a message. He would sit by the window, his gaze fixed on the road as if willing her return. His spirit, weakened by the loss of Catherine and now shattered by Cathy's unknown fate, slowly flickered like a dying candle, gradually going out, piece by painful piece. Heathcliff, with his customary almost sadistic efficiency, ensured that no word from Cathy reached Edgar. Letters written by Cathy were intercepted. Any messengers from the Grange were turned away, often with crude threats or frightening warnings. The silence from Cathy was like a slow, deliberate torture for Edgar, confirming his worst fears, yet offering no concrete knowledge to fight against. His frail constitution could not bear such prolonged anxiety. This deliberate withholding of information from the dying is a cruel strategy designed to ensure a lingering, torturous death. In 19th century Britain, communication networks in rural areas were often limited. Letters could take days to arrive, and without the means of quick dispatch, individuals like Heathcliff could effectively create information blackouts with relative ease, isolating victims from external support and family knowledge. Edgar must have felt utterly abandoned by his final joy. Edgar Linton finally died. He passed away quietly in his bed, watched over by Nellie and a few devoted weeping servants. His last words were Cathy's name whispered on a dying breath, a tender prayer for her safe return, hoping she had escaped her brutal imprisonment. He didn't know if she was alive or married or what, just gone. And perhaps that agonizing uncertainty was precisely what Heathcliff wanted, to remove all comfort from Edgar's final moments, ensuring his death was not just physically painful but emotionally barren. Edgar, a good, kind but ultimately gentle man, was utterly defenseless against Heathcliff's malevolent forces. His story is one of gradual, heartbreaking diminishment, a polite world slowly encroached upon by an untamed wildness it couldn't comprehend or control. His death secured Heathcliff's legal hold on Cathy through Linton. No final dramatic showdown, no last words for Heathcliff, just a quiet, painful sigh. It's hard not to feel sad for Edgar. He literally just wanted a nice, quiet life, and was constantly dragged into someone else's existential drama. You can almost hear him sighing from the great beyond, wondering if it's too late to just have some Earl Grey and a peaceful nap. Meanwhile, at Wuthering Heights, Cathy's days passed in a grey, relentless blur of captivity. She was trapped, held hostage by Heathcliff's ruthless will, cut off from her father, her home, her freedom. Her beautiful, well-educated mind, accustomed to warmth and stimulation, withered under the chilling atmosphere. Heathcliff's purpose was not to destroy her physically, but to break her spirit, to force her into a debased life. He watched her constantly, like a spider observing a fly in its web, deriving grim satisfaction from her torment. He mocked her sorrow, reveled in her tears, reminding her frequently of her hopeless situation, effectively rubbing her nose in the unyielding mud of her new life. He treated her like an unwilling guest who needed constant reminders of her place and duty, rather than an unwilling bride. He wanted to strip her of her Linton pride and turn her into an Earnshaw Heathcliff of the most base variety. Her marriage to Linton Heathcliff was, predictably, a constant source of misery. Linton, already frail and prone to selfish outbursts, became even more petulant and demanding with the newfound authority he had over Cathy. He reveled in his limited power, using his delicate health as an excuse for every whim, forcing Cathy to cater to him constantly. He blamed her for his own illnesses, for his father's cruelty, for everything under the bleak Yorkshire sky. He rarely rose from his chair by the fire, simply whining and expecting Cathy to dote on him, providing amusement or comfort whenever he desired it. Cathy, exhausted by his constant complaining, by his utter lack of spirit, and by the incessant demand on her compassion, slowly ceased caring. Her love, Nellie said, died a natural, if terribly quick, death, replaced by weary endurance. It's the marital equivalent of trying to live with someone whose only hobby is complaining about their backache and the general state of the world 24/7. Not exactly the fairy tale Cathy dreamed of. It reveals how profoundly Heathcliff miscalculated on Linton's character. He was an instrument of Edgar's despair, but he inflicted more suffering on Cathy. The true historical context of a marriage like Cathy's was fraught with complexities. If Linton had indeed been considered a lawful husband, Cathy would have been his property under law, entirely stripped of her independent legal identity. She couldn't inherit her own fortune unless it was specifically put in trust. Even her wages would belong to her husband. This reality meant that Heathcliff had near total legal control over her via his son. The concept of femme covert, where a married woman had no legal rights independent of her husband, was well entrenched in 19th century British common law. Scholarly debate persists. Was Heathcliff's control truly an extension of this legal power, or a more potent, symbolic enslavement? Perhaps both. As the days turned into weeks, Linton's condition grew worse, his brief spurt of power over Cathy seemingly consuming his last reserves of life. He wasted away, frail as a phantom, unable to summon even the strength to whimper properly anymore. Nellie recalled the grim knowledge that Linton was doomed to a short existence. He would likely expire soon, after marriage, and then, after him, the Linton claim to the Grange would effectively transfer to Heathcliff himself, through complex legal maneuvers. It's a bit like a twisted corporate takeover, except with a human sacrifice for a more rapid acquisition. Kathy, driven by the desperation to see her father, to find out about his welfare before it was too late, mustered every ounce of her strength and wit. She hated being held captive. The thought of her dying father alone was an unimaginable torture. She needed to escape. One stormy night, sensing the increasing weakness of the household staff due to illness or plain fear of Heathcliff's temper, Kathy seized her chance. Heathcliff was out, perhaps somewhere communing with Catherine's ghost, or simply drowning his own eternal sorrows in drink. Nellie doesn't give a dramatic account of her literal breaking out, more of an intuitive observation. Kathy, a prisoner but one who still understood the hidden routes and escape strategies of her own house from Nellie's occasional tales, slipped from her room, out of the heavy bolted doors, likely aided by a clever key or simply by sheer will, leaving the barely breathing Linton in his chair by the hearth. It was a risky, terrifying flight into the wild darkness. Kathy, physically weaker from her ordeal and confinement, battled the ferocious wind and driving rain as she sprinted across the moor. Her clothes would have been quickly drenched, her hands torn, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. But the desperate urgency to reach her father, to finally break free of the living nightmare that was Wuthering Heights, fueled her every painful step. She found herself scrambling through the thick heather and mud, stumbling repeatedly, but never stopping, knowing that this was her one, perhaps only, chance at freedom. She was no longer the pampered Miss Linton. She was a desperate creature of the moor, fighting for her life and her love. Did you know that the runaway slave narrative in America around the same time actually highlighted similar desperate and ingenious escapes, where individuals relied on wits and sheer will to flee oppressive captivity? While different contexts, the desperate human will for freedom was a shared thread across centuries and cultures. She eventually reached Thrushcross Grange. Nellie, ever the diligent, if anxious, sentinel, was roused by her desperate knocking at the door. Imagine Nellie's relief and horror, seeing the mud-splashed, distraught but undeniably alive Kathy on her very doorstep. Nellie opened the door just in time, but the quiet peace of the Grange had already departed. Kathy found Edgar on his deathbed. He was still lucid, still clutching to the last vestiges of hope. Nellie, quickly giving her an outline of Edgar's failing condition, allowed Kathy to rush into his room. In his final moments, Edgar Linton had the profound comfort of holding his beloved daughter one last time. Kathy poured out her love, perhaps offering him fragmented words of her ordeal, trying to bring him some measure of peace before his ultimate departure. His heart, relieved, finally succumbed. He died peacefully, knowing Kathy was safe, having secured her last wish, at least for a moment. His passing was marked not by bitterness but by a gentle sigh, his gaze fixed on Kathy, his last sight being her tear-stained, beloved face. This final moment, bathed in the tender affection between father and daughter, offered a bittersweet release from the suffering he had endured. He found a final quiet peace in the certainty of her safety and devotion. So Kathy was free, physically, but only at the moment of her father's passing, at the cost of his suffering, and by her own painful, solitary fight. However, she was still, legally, Linton Heathcliff's wife. This technicality meant her future was still irrevocably bound to Wuthering Heights and its dark master, regardless of Edgar's efforts to shield her or her own successful escape. She might be free of the walls, but she was certainly not free of Heathcliff's sinister plans, nor of her cursed name. With Edgar's death, Heathcliff's claim on the Linton estates was now direct through his son, Linton Heathcliff, effectively becoming the ultimate beneficiary and setting the stage for total dominion over both families, ensuring that the last surviving Lintons were also firmly within his grasping, vengeful shadow. And Linton, Heathcliff's final tool for revenge against the Lintons, lingered, sickly, still capable of exerting legal pressure and psychological misery, but very much a ticking clock. The world felt poised for a grand final collapse. Nellie Dean paused, her knitting now truly silent, as if in deference to the immense quiet that settled over Thrushcross Grange after Edgar Linton's death. You felt the raw emptiness, the palpable sorrow. But for Heathcliff, the landscape of loss merely sharpened his singular obsession. Catherine. Her grave, rather than being a final resting place, became the enduring symbol of his ultimate spiritual bond and the gnawing source of his ceaseless torment. Nellie's voice lowered to a confiding whisper, drawing you closer to the truly chilling aspect of Heathcliff's final madness. His grief, unique in its ferocity, transformed from conventional mourning into a consuming, almost unholy fixation. He had mourned Catherine's departure with a brutal honesty, as if a part of his own body had been ripped away. But the physical death wasn't the end, it was merely a shift in their connection. He spent increasingly long hours at her graveside, not in quiet reflection, but in an agitated, furious vigil. He spoke to her, shouted at her, demanding her continued presence, railing against her absence, challenging her spirit to return and torment him, so long as it was with him. "Be with me always," he cried, not a plea, but a desperate demand for a perpetual spectral bond. This extreme, obsessive mourning is not typical. It's a symptom of a profound pathology, a love so consuming it devours the boundaries of life and death, reflecting a romantic obsession with death and the spiritual transcendence of earthly limits. Historically, mourning rituals were often very public and prolonged in the Victorian era, but this specific behavior of repeatedly disturbing a grave would be viewed as not only highly eccentric but also deeply sacrilegious and indicative of mental instability. In a horrifying, almost unbelievable confession to Nellie one tempestuous night, Heathcliff revealed the true depths of his obsession. He admitted that years prior, during a violent storm not long after Catherine's burial, he had bribed the sexton and exhumed her coffin. He described how he literally gazed upon her face, corrupted by decomposition, his frantic desire to join her, to break the earth that separated them, almost overcoming him. "I felt that she was there, that she, where the worms were crawling," he stated, his eyes shining with a morbid intensity. His stated intent was to be buried alongside her, ensuring their bones mingled, their physical bodies intertwined even in death. He later instructed that the side of his own coffin which would touch Catherine's was to be removed. This profound, necrophilic longing, the desire for literal physical fusion in the grave, goes far beyond accepted social grief. It becomes a monstrous extension of his undying, possessive love, blurring the boundaries between healthy connection and grotesque psychological torment. The very earth was insufficient to hold them apart. Scholars still dissect this scene for its dark symbolism. Does it represent Heathcliff's ultimate rejection of conventional burial, his desperate and visceral love, or simply a horrifying descent into literal madness? This obsessive focus on Catherine intensified after Edgar's death. The completion of his earthly revenge against Hindley and the Lintons meant nothing without Catherine beside him. He now had complete legal control over Wuthering Heights and, through Linton, effective dominion over Thrushcross Grange and young Cathy. But his worldly triumphs brought no satisfaction, only a greater emptiness, a deeper void where Catherine should be. He roamed the moors constantly, muttering to himself, eyes searching, always searching, convinced he saw her, heard her. Nellie noticed him losing his taste for food, becoming almost spectral himself. He starved not from want but from a complete indifference to physical sustenance. He walked and spoke with the constant awareness of a spiritual presence, Catherine's spectral form. He saw her, heard her, perhaps even conversed with her, blurring the line between hallucination and genuine otherworldly contact. He probably barely noticed Nellie leaving him a nice roast dinner because he was too busy having a heated debate with a ghost in the hallway. His last acts of deliberate malice were carried out against the surviving Linton, his daughter-in-law, Cathy. She was technically free to return to Thrushcross Grange as Edgar was gone and she was a widow, but she remained Linton's heir. With Linton clinging to his rapidly fading life and under Heathcliff's constant tyrannical rule, she was far from truly free. He intended to hold her close until Linton's final expected demise. He denied her property, ensuring she lived in relative penury under his roof, even though she was heiress to the Linton fortune after Linton's expected demise. He prevented her access to books or polite company, making her life barren and bleak, determined to quash her spirited independence and intellectual pursuits. It was a lingering revenge, a subtle yet cruel form of continued captivity, designed to reduce her to a mere ghost within her own family's home, a shadow of the person she might have become. He wanted to strip her of any vestiges of Linton pride and gentility. She had the good grace to keep her silence and mostly remain compliant. It was probably less painful than fighting back at this point, if we are to be truly honest. A truly striking incident that foreshadowed Heathcliff's own end was when he described seeing Catherine's ghost so vividly that it permeated the mundane world. One night, after his revelation to Nellie, he came into the kitchen looking strangely radiant, his face illuminated by a feverish, ecstatic light. "I am nearly as happy as if I were stabled in a Penistone country with Catherine. You see, I am content, but now the hour is at hand that I am going to have it," he declared with an almost religious fervor, seeing a presence in front of him. He claimed her very spirit, not just an illusion, had come to lead him home, that he could not separate myself from my remembrance of her, nor from the ideas of her person. He was utterly consumed by this vision, physically and spiritually, indicating a complete loss of grounding in reality, a singular focus on the afterlife, or the moment he would finally reconnect with Catherine. Some contemporary folklore tales of the moors in the 19th century included stories of those who went insane after seeing phantom figures from the past, specifically drawn out onto the bleak, vast expanses to join long-dead loves, blending elements of mental illness with the supernatural. As days passed, Heathcliff ate even less, refused nourishment, his physical body simply giving up its fight to hold on to a spirit already largely consumed by another. He barely slept, spending his nights walking, often outside in all weather, calling Catherine's name, consumed by a restless longing that bordered on ecstatic agony. His very existence was devoted to seeking reunification with Catherine. He saw her in every shadow, heard her in every gust of wind. His vengeful triumphs felt like ash in his mouth compared to his burning desire for her presence. His revenge against Hindley and the Lintons was complete on paper, yet he found no satisfaction. All his meticulous planning, all his years of effort, led only to a greater hunger for Catherine. His victory was meaningless without her, a cruel joke on himself. His life force seemed to literally drain away from the constant effort of looking for her. What a terribly effective way to slowly end your own life. Perhaps this is why our social media accounts make us post every single thought that crosses our mind. It prevents us from silently festering our internal emotions into eventual psychotic episodes. Linton Heathcliff eventually succumbed to his chronic illness. His death was a quiet, almost unremarkable affair, devoid of any drama. He simply faded away, like a weak flame snuffed out by a sudden breeze. Heathcliff showed no emotion, only grim satisfaction that his primary legal instrument had served its purpose. Linton's will, coerced into existence, ensured that his properties, and therefore Thrushcross Grange, were completely controlled by Heathcliff after Edgar Linton's passing. Heathcliff was now, in fact, the legal owner of both Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange, a triumph beyond anything his impoverished youth could have conceived. But there was no triumph in his eyes, no relief, only a deepening, unbearable emptiness. All his acquisitions felt hollow without Catherine to share them with, or more importantly, without her physical form to torture his perceived enemies alongside him. The meticulous acquisition of the Linton estate brought no pleasure, only an acute awareness of his profound ultimate loss. Heathcliff's final, desperate act then became a surrender. He had sought earthly revenge, gained ultimate power and property, but it was nothing compared to the overwhelming call of his spectral lover. He barely noticed Cathy or Hareton, their presence peripheral to his singular purpose. His obsession grew more feverish, more intense. He spoke to Nellie in increasingly disjointed, almost rapturous sentences, always about Catherine, about the veil between their worlds growing thin. "I have lost the power of killing myself," he murmured to Nellie once, explaining that Catherine's ghost appeared to prevent him. His death, when it came, was perhaps not directly by his hand, but indirectly by his very refusal to exist without her. It was a passive form of suicide. The supernatural presence that had been subtle through the entire story, Nellie confirms, grew stronger in his last days, drawing him, literally, towards death. He looked less and less like a man, and more like a ghost himself. He walked with Cathy's spirit on his face. He was found dead one stormy morning in his bed, by Nellie, of course. His eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead, fixed with a profound, terrifying, blissful ecstasy. He had died, as Nellie put it, his mouth gnashed, an expression of profound suffering that transformed into pure bliss, the terrible, blissful moment of final reunion with Catherine. He had starved himself into a state of feverish transcendence, haunted by his lifelong desire to rejoin her, to simply return to his wild state with Catherine by his side. It was not a sad death, not for him, Nellie reflected. It was a liberation, a return to the element he belonged to, the passionate, wild and unforgiving moors. And his death finally, truly, dissolved the 2-generation-long curse of bitterness and vengeance that he embodied and enacted. But that, you will find out in the very next section, is a story for Cathy and Hareton to finally, truly complete. The great vengeful spirit had finally taken its flight. Nellie Dean takes a long, slow breath, a deep sigh that seems to carry the lingering damp of the moors and the echoes of generations of conflict. You feel the profound sense of release, as if a great, terrible storm has finally passed, leaving behind a new, unfamiliar calm. Heathcliff's death, as Nellie recounted, wasn't just the end of a singular life. It was the dissolution of the dark, malevolent force that had poisoned Wuthering Heights and tormented Thrushcross Grange for decades. His open eyes, fixed in that terrible, blissful stare, symbolized not just his departure, but his final, absolute reunification with Catherine. His mission, as he defined it, was accomplished, albeit with the loss of his own life in the process. He had shattered, acquired, and ruined. What a life's legacy, right? Heathcliff is certainly one of the great antagonists in literature, so compelling precisely because he acts from such profound pain, not simple villainy, offering rich fodder for critical analysis of the romantic tragic figure, and how such powerful passions can, and often do, turn profoundly destructive, mirroring some historical figures driven to similar excesses for personal perceived slights, but without the literary genius of an Emily Bronte to redeem them. He definitely isn't winning any Neighbour of the Year awards. With Heathcliff's dramatic exit from the mortal realm, the atmosphere at Wuthering Heights immediately began to lighten. It was as if the constant suffocating gloom that had clung to the stone walls and choked the very air had simply been lifted, like a dense fog evaporating in the sun. The remaining inhabitants, Cathy Linton and Hareton Earnshaw, found themselves in a sudden, almost disorienting state of peace, unfamiliar after so many years of perpetual tension. It's a bit like turning off a very loud, annoying alarm clock that's been ringing for decades. The silence is profound. Cathy, finally freed from her captivity and Linton's ceaseless demands, felt a profound, exhilarating sense of relief. She had suffered immensely, reduced to a ghost within her own family's domain, but Heathcliff's death removed the crushing weight from her spirit. She was now truly liberated, capable of forging her own destiny, free from the manipulative strings of the man who sought to bind her to his dark vengeance. She grieved for her father, of course, and even perhaps with pity for Linton, but the palpable freedom that came with Heathcliff's departure quickly overshadowed those sorrows. She no longer had to constantly defend her choices or manage others' expectations or suffer continuous gaslighting from the Heathcliff camp. The immediate imperative was simply to be unburdened. This type of mental freedom from constant oppression allows characters room to grow, to pursue passions beyond merely surviving day-to-day existence, setting Cathy and Hareton up for genuine romance rather than merely coping. Hareton Earnshaw also experienced a quiet yet profound transformation. He was freed from Heathcliff's systematic degradation, from the constant humiliation of his illiteracy and rusticity. Though he continued to work hard, the purpose behind his toil had changed. His natural kindness, suppressed for so long beneath layers of resentment and enforced ignorance, began to resurface. He was no longer simply a gruff, uncouth farmhand. Nellie observed him with affection, watching him grow into his true nature, a loyal, honest, strong young man, still rough, but with an inherent dignity that Heathcliff had never been able to completely extinguish. It was like finally polishing a gemstone that had been buried in the dirt. The true sparkle was always there, just waiting to emerge. Hareton also finally got proper acknowledgement that Heathcliff, through Hindley's reckless gambling and neglect, actually deprived Hareton of his rightful inheritance to Wuthering Heights. Now, after Heathcliff's death, and with no direct legitimate heirs other than Isabella and Heathcliff's son Linton, who were both dead, the original legitimate Earnshaw claim could fall on Hareton. Cathy, with her renewed freedom and innate generosity, soon began to treat Hareton with compassion, sensing the innate goodness beneath his rough exterior. Her previous haughty disdain dissolved in She acknowledged his struggle with illiteracy, offering not ridicule but patient help. She began to teach him to read and write, patiently tracing letters, sounding out words, celebrating every small victory. Hareton, initially hesitant and fiercely ashamed of his inability to learn, responded to her kindness with immense gratitude and growing adoration. He valued her gentle guidance more than anything. For the first time, he found someone who treated him not as a tool or an inferior, but as an equal, worthy of education and respect. Their intellectual pursuits became a quiet ritual, held in the comfortable kitchen, amidst the lingering scent of Nellie's latest baking. There are tales throughout history of individuals learning to read and write as adults in adverse circumstances, motivated by strong emotional bonds or personal desire for enlightenment. Their bond, which Nellie fostered, transcended the class divides of their parents, finding genuine warmth amidst the quiet routines of domestic learning. Their shared pursuit of knowledge brought them closer. Cathy recognized the intelligent spark within Hareton, dulled but not extinguished by Heathcliff's tyranny. She found in him a loyal heart and an honest spirit, a quiet strength she hadn't found in Linton. She dressed his wounds, figuratively speaking, mostly the psychological ones. Hareton in turn found a guide and a solace in Cathy, a vision of the brighter, gentler world he had been denied. Their relationship blossomed into a tender, gentle love, contrasting sharply with the destructive passions of the previous generation. It was a healthy, mutual affection based on shared kindness, understanding, and forgiveness. A little bit of love goes a long way, especially when you've been marinated in bitter revenge your entire life. It was so much better than any drama. There was no yelling, no dramatic pronouncements, just mutual comfort, like finally figuring out how to build a flat-pack wardrobe correctly and getting all the pieces to fit together. With Heathcliff gone, Hareton and Cathy were left as the primary heirs to both Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange. Heathcliff had willed his immense fortunes, amassed from Hindley's debts and other dealings, and Wuthering Heights itself, into Linton Heathcliff's trust. But upon Linton's passing, and without children of his own, Linton's will would generally mean everything should revert to Cathy as Edgar's direct heir, or Heathcliff in a convoluted mess if he outlived Linton. However, since Linton was sickly, Heathcliff shrewdly ensured that if Linton died before Heathcliff did, everything would fall to him. The situation for legal property transfers after Heathcliff's own demise became complex, entangled by legal loopholes that Heathcliff had meticulously woven for his own bitter reasons, and by a very complex will he dictated right before his departure from the living. However, despite the complicated legal situation and the sheer ambiguity that Heathcliff's will had now put Cathy and Hareton in regarding the final distribution of property, his death largely untangled the bitter web of past injustices. Because the specific beneficiaries Linton left his property to after his own death essentially went through Catherine Linton to Heathcliff and Hareton through a very specific legal sequence. Historians sometimes observe that such testamentary battles and interpretations of property law consumed significant portions of 19th century aristocratic life and courts, often leading to protracted generations-long disputes between claimants for wealth. However, Nellie concludes that despite the paper-based claims Heathcliff put in place, his will contained quirks, inconsistencies, and even gaps, which seemed to hint at his growing disinterest in property as he became consumed with Catherine's spirit. For one, his will did not explicitly leave all of his acquired estates or accumulated property directly to Hareton in a clean fashion as might be expected. There were complications in Linton's previous will that he, Heathcliff, created, that essentially created some legal ambiguities that, when the dust settled, mostly indicated Hareton as the last surviving Earnshaw and the remaining natural relative at the Heights would take over, by default or eventually. More importantly, Catherine, Linton's widow, became effectively a free agent by virtue of Linton's early demise, and Hareton Earnshaw could also finally reclaim his own direct claim to Wuthering Heights by legitimate Earnshaw birthright and familial connection, which would have passed directly through him upon Hindley's legitimate Earnshaw bloodline if he were deemed to have any inheritance. A simple, pragmatic solution. But also, quite conveniently, Hareton held some deep legal ambiguities after Heathcliff's sudden passing, which ultimately allowed for the final redemption of the two families to truly reunite with full ownership of Wuthering Heights in Hareton's name, freeing him from his debt bondage to Heathcliff through legal recognition and a simple tacit acceptance. And so, as spring ripened into summer, a date was set for their wedding. They decided to marry on New Year's Day, symbolically ushering in a new year, a new era, a breaking of the grim past. Their wedding would take place on the threshold of a new year, looking forward, leaving behind the dark tragedies. They planned to leave Wuthering Heights, a place of too many sorrowful memories, to reside at Thrushcross Grange. The Grange, now brightened by Cathy's cheerfulness, would once again become a place of peace, love and growth, purged of the melancholy it had suffered through for so long. Hareton, with Cathy's loving assistance, quickly acquired the refinement, the learning and the confidence that Heathcliff had tried so hard to suppress. He transformed completely into the gentle, thoughtful man he was meant to be, taking on the persona of a gentleman farmer, one that suited him well. He still had a lovely Yorkshire accent, Nellie admitted, though he lost much of the brutish dialect. A fine lad, she chuckled gently. Nellie concludes her long, harrowing tale, gesturing with her knitting towards the distant, bleak outlines of Wuthering Heights. Its dark stone now looks almost softened by the moonlight that filters through your window. After Cathy and Hareton moved to Thrushcross Grange, Nellie, in her capacity as their devoted housekeeper, remained at Wuthering Heights. For Cathy and Hareton, the old farmhouse became a painful monument, one they often spoke of repairing for their first anniversary, once the bitterness and the ghosts of its previous master, Heathcliff, could fully be expelled. A future family was intended, perhaps even a large Earnshaw family, making the grand rooms of the old Heights filled with the sounds of laughter again, after decades of bitterness. The novel effectively concludes with the promise of reconciliation, of peace breaking through the clouds of generational hatred. The final image offered by Nellie, and reinforced by your own brief, uncanny visit, is one of serene resolution. On a quiet, clear evening some years later, a young shepherd boy reportedly claimed to have seen Heathcliff and Catherine walking the moors, side by side, their hands linked. Not ghosts in pain, but spirits finally at peace, eternally united in the wild, beautiful landscape they both so loved, finding the true spiritual communion they had sought in life. It's an ambiguous ending. A vision, a local legend, a gentle suggestion of the final rest for the tormented souls. A lovely note on folklore suggests such moorland legends are often called beckoning ghosts or guide spirits who continue to walk familiar paths. It allows for a sense of closure for all the characters, providing a peaceful resolution for the audience after a roller coaster of passion, jealousy, and revenge. The fierce energies that had consumed them in life had finally found their natural place, not in suffering, but in a sublime and lasting peace, bound to the very landscape that had forged their fierce, eternal connection. The wildness remained, but the bitterness was gone, washed away by new generations and the quiet dignity of earned love. And so, you see, the story of Wuthering Heights ends not with another dramatic crash, but with a lingering sense of peace and reconciliation. The tumultuous currents of love, hate, and revenge that tore through the Earnshaw and Linton families eventually smoothed out. The enduring spirit of the moors remained, but it was finally blessed by harmony, no longer stained by discord. Cathy and Hareton, the quiet, gentle protagonists of this third generation, found solace, proving that forgiveness and simple human kindness could, ultimately, triumph over even the darkest of inherited legacies. The final word is peace, and now the journey is over. You can feel the quiet peace descending like the gentle night closing over the moorland after the final fierce storm. The tumultuous spirits have found their rest, the bitter winds have hushed. You are no longer navigating the dark passages of Wuthering Heights or hearing the echoes of long-dead quarrels. Instead, you are safe, cocooned in the soft quiet of your own space. The wild moor remains, beautiful and untamed, but no longer a stage for agonizing human drama. The generations of conflict, of fiery passions and enduring bitterness have softened into legend. Think of the peaceful moonlight bathing the landscape outside, touching every detail with a soft, ethereal glow. That's the feeling you carry now, the calm after the storm, the deep, reassuring silence of a story completed. The tale is spun, the last threads woven. Your mind is quiet, the vivid images of love, loss and redemption slowly receding into the realm of pleasant dreams. Allow yourself to float on this quiet current, letting go of any lingering worries, drifting further and further into peaceful sleep. Rest easy now. The ghosts are quiet, and the world is calm. Sweet dreams. End of script. Sweet dreams.